Need to quit and come back, of course, of course.
So close to where we belong. Now we're trying to go somewhere new. And
Do I present the entire screen all the time?
Yeah, I see your screen.
Apparently Teams needs a lot of stuff. Mucho la cámara.
Vale, pues nada, tranquilo. No, nosotros lo tenemos preparado también para cuando presentáis, ¿vale? Si no queréis, creo que tenemos esa transición de solo la slide, ¿verdad? Bueno, de hecho, si no le quitas el ojito y ya no se ve.
I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. And I know I'm only getting higher. Feels like I can walk through fire.
Ahora empezate la muchas gracias por participar, Pedro, y por y espero que lo paséis vaya muy bien. Luego
¿Estamos live?
¿Me explicas algo sobre ti?
Dime.
Sobre ti.
Sobre mí. ¿Quieres presentar?
Trying to step back and see the view from above. Cause I know that nothing lasts forever. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you.
Okay. So, I think I'm supposed to do this talk in English. So, English now. Okay, so first slide, thank you for this process, for allowing this event. And thank you for the organization for setting it up. I'm super honored to be here with you today. So, a bit about me. Already, my name is Pedro from Lisbon. So you can read about this. I'm not going to go there. It stays here as a reference. The only thing is to go buy my book because I need the money. So, things that assumptions I have for things that I'm expecting the audience to sort of be familiar with. So, we are going to work on on REST APIs, although REST is not going to be in here, but I expect a bit of at least some familiarity with something as like Spring or ASP.NET MVC or one of these frameworks should be nice. I'm also expecting people to be familiar with the layer.
And we're flying so close to where we belong. And we're trying to go somewhere new. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. And I know I'm only getting higher. Till it feels like I can walk through fire. And I know I'm only getting higher. Till it feels like I can walk through fire.
So what it is only remembering that games like this, where you the computer and you would go from this to and do things. So my plan is to do a bit of the best screen of this game and try to work with it and see how we can go and the idea is not to do a small exercise. It's to do more a real thing, a real game, a real app, and try to see how I would approach that and what my experience has taught me on how to do this. Okay. So of course this has a map. I just generated a few maps. This is just to give you a bit of context on what I'm working on, but we are not going to do everything in the map, of course. And there could be a client app, something like this. So instead of just having a console app, we are on the 21st century, so we could maybe do some mobile or some React or something a bit more modern interface. So I just threw this in here. We are not going to do any of this today anyway, but this is just to give context to what I'm working on. Deployment is quite an interesting thing, and this next slide is interesting for me because in the last years there's been quite an explosion of ways you can deploy your. Yes.
You can share the wrong screen because we are staying in the same.
What?
Yeah. Right. In the presentation, we see the sponsors, the Apple.
And how do I change that? Because I did play, and when I change, you don't see anything. You're still on the same screen.
No. One moment.
If I do that,
the direct.
If I stay here, can you see me changing screens?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just stay here. Don't worry, I'll just stay here. We'll see the slides from here. So let's go back to the slides very quickly. So this was the slide of my presentation. This I already talked about. This was the idea of how the game could go, like a console game, the maps, an API, possible client API. And then back to the slide where I was talking about, where we have this, let me just try to make this slightly bigger. Okay. So the way we can deploy software now, you can go with Docker or Docker Compose or Kubernetes, or you can go to serverless in Lambdas and both in AWS or Azure, and you still have our faithful monolith. So this has changed quite a bit and very, very fast in the last year. Since Docker came out, suddenly there's an explosion of ways you can do deployment. And I think this has an impact on the way we design and do software. Because, I don't know, today my software is a REST API and tomorrow it's being triggered by a queue or something else. And this is very fast and very easy to do. And I think this has an impact. And this is going to be important on my definition of
what I've redefined my outside a bit more in the last years. Okay, so keep this in mind. Okay, so if we go into implementation, I'm going to do like the first user story of this pseudo game. So I've came up with something like, in order to play Catacombs as a player, I want to have a catacomb to explore. So this would be the first thing I need to do. And if I go and try to do a more concrete task with acceptance criteria, then I could say something like, given I'm not playing and the game is running, when I start a game, then I'm placed at the entrance of the catacomb. Okay, so this would be the first thing that the player would see. And this for me would be the minimum value that I could give the customer. It would be something like, I cannot show this animation, unfortunately. So it would be this first thing. It would display something to the player and say, you are lost in shadows, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this would be the first story. So there's an API definition for this. So in order to start a game, we need to send a post to an URL like player, and the body should contain the name of the player and maybe an identification of the player. So this would be a post to this controller. Okay. And then to retrieve, we would have this kind of thing. So you would get a description of send a guest to the following player, location, and it gives you the room description, the exit, and the items that are on the room. The player could see. So this is what I'm going to implement. I'm not going to go much further than this. And try to give you an example how I work from the outside, and my redefinition of outside, which is coming soon. Okay. So I would start by writing an acceptance test. Okay. And I want to prove that when a game starts, the player is on the catacomb entrance. And I want to make sure that it's failing for the right reason. I want to take the view of the role expressed in the future as much as possible. So I want to take the view of the player. If I'm a player, when I start the game, I want to see some text. Okay. The acceptance test will be the application service. I'll be back in a minute. Okay. So you can see my slides, right? Everything is fine now. Yeah. Okay. I assume so. Cool. So I've created an algorithm for me to work on this. And this is going to be a very big slide full of stuff. Since we are software engineers, we are used to very messy code. So here's my messy code. Here's my messy algorithm. So how am I going to? I'm going to write an acceptance test. I'm going to be focused on behavior. And I expect it to fail for the right reason. Like I expect when I join a game or when I start a game, I expect the game to display you are at the entrance of the catacomb. And if it's not that, then it's failing. But it's failing for the right reason. I am not going to chase the acceptance test. The acceptance test should be red because it's my definition of done. Once it becomes green, then I know I'm done with this story. So while the acceptance test is failing, I'll start writing unit tests and I'll try to implement the behavior. So I'll stop writing unit tests once the acceptance test becomes green, and I'll be doing this sort of double loop TDD. The acceptance test will guide the unit tests, and once they are green and the acceptance test is green, then probably we'll commit this. Well, we'll commit on green on every unit test, but we may need to adjust the acceptance test because we might take design decisions on the unit test that will force us to make changes on the acceptance test, but that's absolutely fine. Once I've written this acceptance test, I'm going to write integration tests. So I'm going to test that the repositories talk to whatever proxies, the kind of adapters that are on the right side. I'll show that in the next slide. And I'll write contract tests for the other primary adapters like controllers and message handlers. And this might be So this is a thing that I changed a few years ago. I used to start my tests, my acceptance tests from the controllers, but I've shifted. The controllers for me now, I only do contract tests. I start the tests on the services, and the controllers are just contract tests. I'll go into the architecture in a while. It's this slide here, and then optionally we can do end-to-end tests. Okay, so we are doing something like this hexagonal architecture. These are my view of it, and a user story is going to be something like this. It's going to cross-cut the whole architecture. The other concept I want to talk about is CQRS. Okay, so CQRS, for me, I'm going to do a very simple CQRS. I'm just going to separate reads from writes. So the writes are commands, and they go through the domain of the application. So if I have the control of the infrastructure layer, and then I've got the application layer with all the infrastructure like application services and repositories and proxies and all that beautiful stuff. And then I've got the domain. So when I have a command, the command goes through the domain. It needs to be validated. There are probably business rules that need to be applied. So it goes through the domain. A query does not go through the domain because there's nothing special about it. I just want to read something from the database. Maybe I have a write model and a read model. I don't know if they are going to be different databases or not. I'm just going to simplify for this exercise. I'm just going to separate reads from writes. I'm not going to throw any events or anything. You could do that. But for the purpose of this exercise, I'm just going to try to separate these two worlds. And the thing that I care about in CQRS to be true, the thing that I care about is I don't want queries to go through my domain. Because if I have queries that go through my domain, suddenly I need to open my domain and break probably the tell don't ask principle. I start to have getters because I need to read information. That way, my domain does not need to be open to reads because my reads are not going through there. They are going through projections directly, and I don't go through the domain. I only go through the domain when there's a command. Okay, so this is a thing that I found out it's super important to do DDD right. If I try to do DDD and I go and the reads go through the domain, suddenly I need to start perverting a bit the domain because it needs to allow people to read information, which is maybe not the most interesting thing. So CQRS allows me to separate these two worlds. And again, assume my CQRS has separate reads from writes, not the full-blown thing. Okay, so if we go back and we have this, I'm not going to explain hexagonal architecture, by the way. I'm expecting you to have some familiarity with it. Okay, and the next slide is going to be about testing. So I already spoke on that slide, this one, about tests. I'm just going to give you a visual representation of what the boundaries of the tests are, and then we go through code. So when I talk about an acceptance test, I'm talking about going from here to here, this sort of thing. So an acceptance test would start at a use case or application service or whatever you name that, and go until the interface of the repository. Probably we want to mock the repository because we want our acceptance test to have a fast feedback loop. So we want to execute something, but we don't really want to go outside our application boundaries. So we want to have fast feedback loop on our acceptance test. Again, this is my definition of acceptance test. So I'm just sharing the name and the boundary. Then an integration test for me is a box like this. It's this size of the thing. This here, it could be an event publisher, could be a repository, could be a proxy, could be something else. But this is sort of the size of my integration test. I just care to test that the real repository is talking to the database and it's reading and writing and doing whatever needs to be done, because the other part I've already tested with an acceptance test. Okay. Then on the controllers, I'm calling these contract tests. because the job of the controller or message handler or anything like that is to abstract the transport. So I send JSON, and the controller, his responsibility really is to translate JSON into application language, and vice versa. When I want to respond to reply, it translates from the application language to the HTTP language, really. So in here, I just need to test, and I call it a contract test. I just want to make sure that whatever I return from the application is converted to the correct format. Could be JSON, could be anything. It doesn't matter. And vice versa. When I get something from, in this case, from the web, it gets converted into the application language, and that's it. I don't want the controllers to do too much, and especially I don't want to test. I don't want to do my acceptance tests from the controllers, and this is my outside now. So when we talk about outside, I'm not considering the controllers, because what I find out is, especially with the ease of deployment and the application's changeability. Like today, you might have a controller and your application is a REST API and gets something, but tomorrow you might decide to change it to a queue. And if you have your acceptance tests touching this area, it's going to cause you a lot of trouble, right? So I would, in my experience, it's been better to put the acceptance tests in here on my application core and leave this infrastructure to what it is. And the tests are very slow to run anyway, so I try to stay away from it as much as possible. Now, the other thing you could do is write an end-to-end test, and that would be from the outside of the controller using the HTTP or whatever infrastructure you use, your transport, and then go until the end. And this test should be minimal, right? If you talk about the test pyramid, there should be one or two of these, because they just really, if you have all the other tests, this one is just really testing probably the configuration. You don't need anything else. All the rest should have been tested by all the other tests. Okay, so I think that's it. Are there any questions before I jump into code or something? So let's give it a minute.
No,
Maybe.
Pedro.
Okay, at this hour nobody's watching. Yeah.
No, 21 spectator.
Okay, so I need to switch. Can you confirm that Visual Studio Code is showing up? That I'm sharing Visual Studio Code? No, I'm not. I know I'm not. Okay, so bear with me because I'm new. Stop sharing. Open share tray, and I'm gonna share. How do I share? How do I share VS Code? I have no idea.
The same way to the share when the control may see.
Wait. So I don't want
the screen.
Give me a second. I don't want to share the slides, so I stop sharing. How do you do the sharing?
It's the same way to the share slides. Okay. And then on the bottom, you see the screens or programs.
Okay. So, oh, now I see it. Okay. So, my VS Code, because before that I was just going from slide to slide and no one could see anything. Okay, cool. Okay, so if I follow so I'm gonna do some live coding here. Let's see how this goes. Give me a second and I'll get started. So I've created just an empty project. Let's see if this builds. Yeah, it looks like it builds. Run the tests. Probably there are no tests to run. Okay, that's fine. So I've got this source and this. I just ran the .NET Core template. It just created. I changed the weather controller for a game controller. That's it. I didn't touch anything here, and I didn't touch anything on startup. I just left these as they are generated. Okay, so this is there. And for the tests, I just created a, I think it's XUnit that I'm using. Yeah, it's XUnit. I brought a few things that I like end substitute and surely, and that's it. So the project is pretty bare right now. So the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a folder. Let's do this. Is the font size okay, or should I increase it a bit more? I assume it's okay. So if I do acceptance, and then let's start by doing a new file. I don't know. I'm gonna call it when the game starts. This is my acceptance test. When the game starts. Do I need to put .cs? Okay. So. When the game starts. Yeah, sounds good. Let's put a test in here. So this is, I think this is XUnit. Okay. So when the game starts, I want to write some phrase in here. So when the game starts, the player is placed at the entrance of the catacomb. I don't know if this makes much sense. I'll read it later. Okay. So I read the phrase like this: when the game starts, the player is placed at the entrance of the catacomb. Yeah, seems all right. Okay. So what I'm going to try to do is, remember, I'm testing. My outside is the application service. So I'm going to start this writing code that I wish I had. So I'm going to do some, I don't know, game. I don't know, let's call it game service. Service, probably not the best names to put service in there, but I'm doing live coding. It's not so easy as it looks. So I'm going to create a new game service. Yeah, that sounds good. And then I'm going to do, let's call game service dot start. Yeah, that sounds all right. And then I want, so this is the writes. Remember the CQRS. So this is going to be the write. Now I need to read. Okay, so I'm going to do something different. I'm going to separate this in here. So I'm going to do the player, I don't know, player service. And I'm going to do new player service. So I'm taking a lot of design decisions just by writing this code. So game service, game start, and then the player service. I'm gonna have a get, and I'll see what I do here. And this is going to return, I don't know yet, entrance. I don't know what it's going to be yet. And I'm going to assert this. Dot should be. I'm just going to return a string for now. The entrance. That's fine. Something like this. So I'm just deciding here how I'm going to test this, and this is my acceptance test. So I'll have a game service for the writes. So this is the command. I'm gonna put a comment here, and this is going to be a query. Okay, and I'm separating both of them. So I've got the game service that will start the game. It will probably create something, create a game, create a play. I need to pass the player, right? So in the slides, there was like a player ID. So I'm going to pass a string in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know, something like this. And the name of the player. I'm going to use myself. And in here, maybe I need to pass this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, and let's put a 9 in there as well. Don't know why. Something like this, because that was the. I don't want to go to the slides. I don't think it's so easy to go there now, but I remember that there would come some kind of ID and the player name. Okay. Okay, so what do I need to do? I need to get this to compile. So I'm using an unit, this guy. I'm going to generate this. Yes, that's fine. And this one I'm going to generate as well. Yeah. And this one I'm going to create. Yes. And I might need to change this. Does it generate? Yeah. And this one. That's also fine. And this should be, why is it not working? Use should, okay. So let's see what's happening now. So if I run this test, probably blow up. I want it to be red, but I want it to fail for the right reason. So if I run this, oh, do I have a mistake? Okay, so it's failing. Why is it failing? Not implemented exception. So this is not the right reason for the test to fail. Okay, so I'm gonna take this away. So what was, let's give this a name. This was like player ID maybe. I know it's a string, but it's okay. Player name, something like this, all right? Why is this internal? I don't want this to be internal. No, this is a service, okay. So this is going to be public as well. Oh. I'm trying to learn Vim here, so I probably should disconnect the Vim mode because I'm not very good with it yet. Okay, and I'm going to delete this. I don't want to throw an exception. And this is going to return a string. And I'm just going to return something. I don't know. All right, and this is going to be the player ID, I think. All right, so if I go back to my outside test, let's see what happens now. If I try to run the tests. Okay, so it's failing. Why is it failing? What is this? And oh, should be entrance, but was nothing. Okay, so now the test is failing, and I think it's failing for the right reason. So I was expecting to be at the entrance, but of course I haven't implemented anything, so I'm not at the entrance. So this is my acceptance test. Again, if you remember from the hexagonal architecture, I'm testing at the application service or use case, or call it whatever you call it, doesn't really matter, but it's just a layer beneath the controllers. And if you're using the mediator pattern, it would be at the handler level, right? So I know that the mediator is very, very, very well used. So you could create some message inside the controller and then send it to the mediator. So I'm just behind the mediator, okay, behind the infrastructure layer, and I'm trying to test my application. And I don't care if it's being served by a REST API, or if it's being used a queue, or if it's an FTP and it sends a file and the game starts because I get a file or an email. I'm really trying to test my application irrelevant of that. Okay, so let's move forward. So I've got this acceptance test, and the acceptance test is failing. And if you remember from my algorithm, there's a lot of text in there. I'm not going to chase the acceptance test. I'm going to leave the acceptance test failing because this is going to be my definition of done. So I'm going to jump in and start doing some unit tests around these things that I know needs to happen for this to work. So let's add a new folder here. Let's call it unit. Okay. and I'm going to add a new file. So I'm going to start on the game service. Okay, so I'm going to call this game service should.cs, I think. Yeah, that should be all right. Okay, let's start again. Yes, game service should. Okay, and I'm going to do a fact in here, and let's try to think about this. So public void. So the way I write the tests is, you've seen on the other one, I like to read it like game service should do something. I don't know what this is going to do yet, but let's see. I probably need to create a game, right? And save the game into the repository. So I'll explore that and see how it does. So game service should create new game when game is started. Something like this, all right? So game service should create new game when game is started. Okay, so this is my unit test. So how am I going to do this? I'm going to do the game service. I know the name is a bit crap, but bear with me. I'm live coding here. So game service. And when I call game service.start, and I pass in, we already have this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I'll do the Pedro again. I'm very egocentric. So when this happens, I expect the new game is started. So how am I going to check this? Okay, so I think I'm going to do this. I'm going to do a game repository because I don't want this method to return anything just for the purpose of testing. I could have the method start return something, but this is a command. I don't want to sort of pervert my domain. Well, I'm not in my domain yet, but pervert my code to just make testing easier. So I'm not going to say that start return something just because I can assert against that. So the game service start is going to go through the domain, do something, and then come out on the other end. And the other end is going to be the repository. So I'm just going to create a game repository. And this is all a bit exploration. If I don't go anywhere, I don't go anywhere. And then I'll try some other path. So this would be the way I would be working normally. So, oh no, I don't want to do this, sorry. I want to do something like this, substitute. I want to use a mock substitute for, which I don't know if I have. Game repository. Oh, this is a better idea. Okay, so let's see, this guy. I need to use, I don't know, here, this guy is not grabbing. Generate, no, it's not grabbing it. Okay, it's using substitute. See if this guy goes. Then this one needs to be generated, generate game repository. Where did I move these? So they are still all here. Okay, that's fine. It's not the end of the world. I probably want to start moving things into the right place. So I'll go here to source. Oh, wait. And I'll add a new folder called application. Before it starts to get too messy, and these two guys go there, I think. Move. It should be all right. Okay. And this one, I don't need that. Okay, this one should be public as well. I'm not going to put any namespaces or anything for now. Just trying to keep my life sort of easier. So this goes away. And this game repository, let's do a new folder here called domain. And let's move the repository there. Okay, move. Okay, and this is fine. Now, did it broke anything in here? Yes, so I need to bring. Why is that substitute not? Generate class. I think I'm doing the right thing. Substitute for. I try to write this again. Substitute. Yes. Oh, okay. Now probably there was a typo there. Okay. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to check that whenever the game service starts, a game is saved into the repository. Okay, so I'm going to go and game repository dot received dot, I don't know, create. Let's name it create. And I'm going to create a new game. And this new game, I don't know, so there's going to be a game. I'm just taking lots of design decisions in my tests. I use my tests to sort of decide how I want my design to look like. So I know I have a method on the repository called create, and now I'm going to design my domain model inside here. I might get it right, I might get it wrong, I can always refactor. So I'm going to say, I'm going to create a game. This is going, if you're talking about DDD, probably game is going to be my aggregate root. There's the repository game, that sounds good. I know I have a player, so let's put a player there. And inside the player, what am I going to have? Maybe I want a new, just thinking out the player ID. Yeah. And inside this player ID, I'm going to have this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then maybe the player name. Yeah, this sounds all right. So I'm taking a big design decision here in my test, but yeah, it's okay. That's what tests are for. At least to me, it's to just play around and see what code I wish I had. And so far, this looks okay. It's not perfect, but it looks okay. It's not the end of the world. So let me just try. Let's see if I introduce a constant here. Okay, so there's probably a way to do this better, but I don't know now. And introduce, for all occurrences, that's better. Okay, it's perfect. Okay, so now I've written my first unit test. At the same, I'm still at the game service, so I'm still at the service, but I'm just not testing so high level, and I'm not caring so much. So if you go back in here when the game starts, in this test I just care that when the player starts a game, it sees this game. It sees a phrase like "you are at the entrance." That's fine. On my unit tests, I start doing a bit more behavior. So for this to happen, I probably need to save a game. And if I'm thinking about CQRS, I know that I need to communicate between this and this. Something needs to happen here. So when I save a game, do I raise an event? I probably won't do this right now because it's maybe too complex for to do here live. But I need to communicate, like the game has started. Hey, player service, there's a new game started, do something about it. But I'm going to do it very, very straightforward, I think. So right now, I went into the unit test and I've taken a lot of design decisions. I've decided that I'm going to have a domain like this. I don't know if it's the best idea or not, but let's see how it goes. So I'm going to create this type game. Yes, that's fine. So I'm generating all my code from the tests. I love to do this. Everything comes from the test. Okay, so I have these classes. I'm going to move them I'm not, this is going to domain, I think, yes. Okay, so let me make this public. I'll decide later on if this, for now, I'll do this public. It's probably not needed, probably, okay, let's do this public for now, so I don't get into trouble later. I'll revise this once I know what's going to happen. Okay, so I'm starting to have a domain from the test. I know there's a game has a player has a player ID, and the player ID is a string. Okay, that's that. I can go along with that. Now, this probably broke this guy, not yet. Not yet. Okay, I'm going to break that test now because I need to inject the dependency of the repository in here, and I need to generate this create method. Okay, let's generate this. Is it okay? And game service, I need to go to game service and add parameter, which is going to be the repository. I expect it to do the right thing. Let me just check. Yeah, it did the right thing. Assign property. Is it a property? No, I don't want a property. I just want a field. Okay, that's fine. What was the other thing that I did was the repository void create, and it takes a game. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. Okay, so this test is probably going to fail as well. I haven't run the test. I'm going to run it and expect it to fail for the right reason. So I still have my acceptance test failing. And now, do I have something wrong here? Wait. Microsoft ask return file. What's the problem with this? This test not failing? Game service. Okay, there is no argument given that corresponds. Okay, where is this? Okay, is this? It's here. Oh, okay. So I need to pass. Okay, that's fine. So I'll do a quick copy paste. Never copy paste unless you're doing live code. And then you're allowed to do anything. Let's do this C# way. Okay. So let's bring this guy. Again, substitute. Let's put this guy here. So I'm adjusting the acceptance test, and this is something that's going to happen because I didn't took a lot of design decisions. I just took the necessary for this test to work, and now as I'm writing more and I'm going further, I'm making more design decisions. I've decided that game service needs to have a game repository, so I need to keep the acceptance test failing for the right reason, and it was not compiling, so now it's compiling again and it's failing. Both the tests are failing, so I'm not worried about the acceptance test. It's fine. It will be failing. It can be failing for a week. I don't really care. It's my definition of done. But my unit test is failing. Why is it my unit test was failing? This is okay. The player, okay. I can't see. Oh, it's here. Okay. So this is failing for the right reason because it was expecting to receive a call matching create game, actually received no matching call. So that's fine. That's the mistake I was expecting. So this is failing for the right reason. So now I'm going to go to the game service and try to make that unit test pass. So to make that unit test pass, I probably just need to do this game repository dot create, and I'm going to pass the, what do I need to pass? Oh, I need to create a new game. Interesting. Okay, so let's create a game here. New game. Okay, let's create a player equals new player. Yes, and here I'm just going to go like this, and this is going to be the player ID. Oh, gone. So I've got a player, now I've got a game player. Okay, that's fine. And the game repository is going to take a game. Yeah, sounds right. So why is this guy complaining? There is no argument. Okay, so whatever I done wrong, player. Okay. So game service and player name. Yeah, that sounds okay. Let's see if this is enough for my test, my unit test to pass. It is not. Okay, so, okay, so it's not passing, okay. And it's not passing because I'm doing two different, so if you go back here, that's my suspicious. So I'm creating a new game in here, and this doesn't have the same reference as the game that's being created inside game service. So it's not equal. So what I'm going to do, I don't want to go and do properties in game to go inspect it. So I'm going to use a trick that I keep using. I'm going to override equals, and I'm going to say if they have the same player, then it's fine. I need to go to player and do the same. Equals generate equals. I think that's it. That's it. I probably need to generate hash code as well. Generate hash code. Okay, so I don't like this thing that it generates here. I don't know. So what is it testing? Okay, so this is going to be an entity, so it has an ID probably. So I just want, I don't care about this. If they have the same ID, they are the same player. I'm gonna delete this. This player, I don't like this. Okay, wait. Rename. Okay. That's better here. Okay. So I'm going to take this away.
5 minutes, Pedro.
Yes, 10 minutes, right?
5.
Oh, 5. Okay, so I'm too slow. Okay, so I'll leave this. Okay, 5 minutes. So I'll go. I need to go back now. So this would be you can imagine that this would make the unit test pass. And if I add another unit test, then I can check other things are happening. And then I would go into the integration testing and test that the controllers are working. But this would be sort of my approach to it. And then in the end, so I need to cut short. Thank you, Shema, for reminding me. I would write some contract tests here in the controller just to make sure that the controller can translate from a web request into my application request, and it can translate from my application to my to the web or whatever. It doesn't need to be, well, in this case, it's going to be web because it's an API controller. So the thing for this talk, so let me stay away from code. I hope the code was useful. I thought I was going to go faster, but not, but it's okay. So let me try to go back to the slides. So if I stop sharing and I share again, and how do I share? It's a bit weird, this. Go back here and share tray, and now cut the comps. Okay. Yeah, I'm back in the slides. You can see the slides.
Yeah, Pedro.
Okay, cool. So what have we done? So I've shown you an idea of starting the application not from the controller, but starting from the application service and start writing tests in here. And because we don't want to sort of, I call pervert, probably not the best word, to mess around with the domain. I don't want to return stuff from here that I don't need to return, especially when it's a command. If it's a command, it traverses. I just check that on this side something has happened. So you could see that I was I was deriving the domain from the tests on the application service. First the acceptance test, and then the unit test forced me to start writing the game and the player and creating an aggregate, and then making sure that the aggregate reaches this repository and gets saved to the database. The next thing I would look is it sends an event that the game has started, so that we can store that the player location or something like that, and then return. And then write integration tests in here and write contract tests in here. And that's sort of my approach to do this. I don't know how much time I have, probably like 2 or 3 minutes. Are there any questions that I can answer or anything? If not, I'm done. I'll leave you here with the algorithm I just followed to write all this code, which was not too much, but I wanted you to see how I would approach this anyway. And I think writing code is the best.
There are any questions?
No questions. It's too early. I'm here alone. It's okay.
Thank you very much.
Someone might see this in the future. I hope you like it. And this is based on my personal experience and learning from doing mistakes and changing things. And yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much for this session. I hope to see you in the next CoreConf.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, morning.
Hola.
Hello, good morning. How are you?
Hello.
All good?
Hello. I'm fine, thank you. And you?
I'm also good.
Okay. Well, can you start sharing your presentation before sessions begin?
Yeah.
Okay. The operation as follows. We introduce you as a speaker and then start conference, your session. When 5 minutes less to end, I show you.
Yeah, how much time do we have? It's 45 minutes, 1 hour?
55.
55. 55.
55. Less than 1 hour.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay.
I'm just downloading the presentation to this computer. There you go. You should see the presentation now.
Yeah. Can you tell me somewhere about you?
Sorry, what?
Can you tell me something about you for the presentation?
Yeah, I'm basically based in Lisbon, in Portugal. And I'm a Star Wars fan, as you can see.
Okay. Okay.
That we can use that.
Perfect. I speak about the Star Wars.
Yeah, that's always a popular topic. So.
Yeah.
Hello, hey Diego.
Hello, Robert.
Hello, Robert.
Everything was fine? Don't have any problem? Have you any problem?
No. Speaking English with Tiago. No. He likes Star Wars. It's a fan. Star Wars.
Okay.
My español is no es muy bueno.
No, don't worry, Tiago. With our middle English and your middle Spanish,
I
we
can
understand.
I can go to Spain and people still serve me food, and the taxi drivers and the Uber drivers still take me to places. But
it's only you're necessary.
exactly. That's like and it's so stupid because we live so nearby each other's, right? But I don't know. It's there is like everyone says, oh, Spanish and Portuguese are so similar, and we're like, no, it's not.
But it's similar. It's more similar with Gallego. No, it's more closer.
Yes.
But usually the people who speak Portuguese. It's Portuguese.
Yeah.
It's easy that speaks Spanish too. For Spanish people, no. Change the language it's very hard for us. But
because you guys have everything translated, like the movies, the series, and everything, and we don't. So we kind of hear English from early days. I think that's
a big mistake.
Issue.
Yeah, it's the big mistake. Yeah. I agree with you totally agree. Tiago, you share the webcam, your screen, or the webcam, or no? You use webcam? Yeah. Or no?
I'm using also the webcam, but if you guys want, just do whatever you prefer. I'm fine either way.
Yeah. Chema, probamos de. Sorry, I changed to Spanish to talk with
no problem.
I asked if in the previous session the share the webcam no was fine for us. Now we tried if it's all working fine. Chema, ¿puedes probar de poner la cámara? A ver si, bueno, si con Tiago se pone la cámara se ve.
No se ve.
No se ve tampoco. Espérate, le puedo decir a Manu si puede entrar.
Especialista de
Trying to step back and see the view from above, 'cause I know that
Murphy's stuff, right?
Yeah. But it's our first event that it's 100% live.
Mm-hmm.
Usually we pre-recorded all the sessions, but well, as in the next virtual conf, that maybe in June or less June and July, everything was fine.
It's our first time in OS we're a streamer because we are trying to do well, but
we are all good streamers. We are all good streamers.
I stream a lot, and I can understand your struggles. Believe me.
You are proud.
The first time that I did, it wasn't that good. I have to confess. We had all kinds of glitches, etc. But with time, we learn, and with experience, we get there. So it's normal. Don't bother with that. If you can show the camera, go ahead and show it. If it doesn't work, if you can switch it in the middle of the presentation, switch it in the middle of the presentation. If you feel it's too risky, don't do it. I'm to be totally honest, supercharge your app services to do that kind of stuff. But let's not forget, we also need to thank all the sponsors that we have for this conference, because without them, this kind of conferences is not possible. There is always expenses that organizers have to, and to bring this in a free event, basically, yeah, we need some sponsors. So don't forget, check out the sponsors, interact with them. I'm sure the organizers will love that. I always like to start my presentations with kind of like a catchphrase here, or like joking around a little bit. So what I bring today is this: if having a coffee, okay, in the morning doesn't wake you up anymore, so if coffee, it's really not working anymore for you, I have basically an idea for you, which is in Azure, try to delete a production resource group, okay? Because to be totally honest, if this one doesn't work for you, I don't know what gets you out of that, okay? And yes, this already happened to me with one of my customers, and it works, at least for me. But for me, I have to confess that coffee also works, okay? But well, so doing a short presentation about myself, my name is Tiago. I work as a cloud architect and advisor. I basically don't work for a company. I work for myself as an independent contractor, and I have customers spread around the world, and I used to travel around the world too. So in, let's just do this, in 2019, so I did 164 flights. So basically, in 2020, I did a little bit less than that, like I think was 24 or 25, which was just basically until March, and then some later on. And then this year, 0 flights. I've been basically house arrested here due to the pandemic and all of that. I'm an MVP for Azure. I'm a Microsoft certified trainer, regional lead, certified Microsoft Certifications Council member, and you have all my contacts in here. So the last one is my Twitter handler, so Tiago Costa PT. If you want to follow me, please do. I usually share tons of content around Azure. I publish videos and everything all for free, and I usually basically post that on my Twitter handler. And so what is the agenda that we have here today? So the agenda is very simple. This session is based on a real case that I had from one of my customers. So we're going to talk about what was the problem, the business case there, and then we're going to talk about 3 major services in Azure that can help me solving this problem for this customer, which was App Services, Traffic Manager, and Azure CDN. And even if this doesn't fit 100% exactly in your cases, in your customers, I'm sure, only CDN or only the app service or 2 of them, okay? For sure, at least you're going to take out of this. So you're going to be able, in the end of the session, to start to scale a little bit better your applications, okay? And then we were also going to talk about what is Azure today, okay? So, and let's get started exactly by talking about what is Azure today. So Azure today is the 2nd largest cloud provider. We have tons of regions, tons of fiber and subsea cable. I'm not going to bother you guys with the details of the numbers, but then I want one, which is this edge sites, okay? So those are very important for our global scale, and we're going to see this when we talk about Azure CDN. Microsoft doesn't have just the data centers that are the regions it's what everyone knows. Azure, it's more than just that. It's the networking, this private networking that we have with low latency, and also this edge sites. And for example, I have a map with some of the regions, and you will see that there is a region in Spain being announced. But today, you already have, I think, 2 edge sites in Spain, okay? I think it's Madrid and Barcelona that already have edge sites working today. They're working for many, many years already. I think like more than 10 years for sure they are there. And so, yeah, you can already make use of CDN and have low latencies for your customers that are within Spain, but also reach globally across the world, because even in places where Microsoft doesn't have a region nearby, yeah, we can always, okay, have and trust on those edge sites, okay? And we have a super fast network, a bunch of cable. So Microsoft owns the second largest private network in the world. But let's start with a region, okay? So what is a region? A region today. So a region today is when we need to define is a set of data centers that have a latency defined perimeter. So what I want to say with this is, don't say one region, one data center, because that's just not true, okay? There are regions that have 5 or 6 or 7 data centers even. But there is one thing. When they say a region, okay, and we're going to see there's a region called Spain Central that's being announced, okay? But when that is, it's GA, so general available, one thing is true. All the data centers that will correspond to that, okay, region, they are going to be in Spanish territory, so that you don't have problems in terms of data residency. Sometimes we have data residency concerns, which is, oh, this data cannot leave Spanish soil, or it cannot leave country X soil, or something like that. We are sure when Microsoft says, oh, this is the region of Germany, France, the UK, that all the data centers, they are within that country. And then we need to understand also services. Not all the services, not all the SKUs in some services are available in every single region. So always watch out for that. And for example, one of the things that, and I'm trying to, okay, predict stuff here, which is never a good idea, but let's just do that. When the Spain Central gets GA, you're not going to have all the services available like you have like in West Europe or North Europe, or even like Switzerland, which is kind of still a new region. It will take some time, like Switzerland, only 1 year later is that it started to have some cool services, okay? It took some time, and it's normal, okay? And that's going to happen for all of you, okay? So this is the regions, and I'm not going to bother with the map. I just wanted to show the map so that we can understand that, yeah, we have like a very global footprint distribution. I was very critical of not having regions in Latin America, for example, only in Brazil, but nothing in Latin America. I'm still am, because I think Chile is not enough, okay? I think we needed something more on the north of South America, let's just say, and something around, I don't know, Colombia, something like that, because Argentina, there are very important markets too. I think we should have something there because of, again, latencies issues, etc. But we still don't have that. And there are other areas in the world that still doesn't have regions. But let's wait, and I'm sure Microsoft is doing their best. But if we focus here on Europe, there you go. I just wanted to highlight Spain Central, okay? I'm sure everyone is excited to have that in Spain. So that was announced some months ago. Eventually, it will be GA. I don't have a date before someone asks me that. Don't ask me that. Even if I had, I couldn't share it, okay? Or Microsoft, basically, they just send ninjas to us at home and they kill us. No, I'm just kidding, okay? But I really don't know the date of that, okay? So why Azure? So there is a huge demand from customers today in Europe, across the US. Some geos, they're still exploding right now, but there is huge demand, huge pressure for having qualified personnel to start to work with this, etc. And it's fun. Every project is a different project. It is something that I'm very passionate, and I'm very lucky because I really do what I love. And so it is every day. It's like a fun day. I enter here in the office and I'm like, what I'm going to do today. And I have customers that they still pay me, okay, to do this kind of work, which is like amazing. So it's pretty cool. talking about cloud models, a very, let's just say, very fast way of doing this. We can do everything in our own data center, and we have to take care of everything. We need to have teams that they will take care of like literally everything. Then I can move to the cloud, and I can move to infrastructure as a service, which in a very short, very basic explanation is running virtual machines. And I still have to take care of the updating the OS, managing the VM. So I need some kind of Windows, Linux administrators that they can take care of that part. So yeah, again, it's good. We're in the cloud. We don't have to worry about the hardware, the virtualization layers, etc. But I still have a lot to take care of. But then I can move to platform as a service. And that's where the fun starts. Because I have services like app services, like SQL databases that I don't have to manage the service itself. So as a developer, for example, that's like awesome because I can really focus on building code, okay, and just focus on that. And I don't need to focus on and take hours or consulting services or something in, managing the OSs, the security of the OS and things like that. No, we just need to focus on our job. And that's the beauty of all of this. It's going to be automatically patched. All of that is taken care for us. And then I can still have software as a service, which it's not covered here today, but it's like Office 365 and things like this, which you don't even have your own code. You don't even have your own applications. You just use, basically what Microsoft gives you, what Salesforce gives you, etc. There's so many of those. So what is the challenge of my customer? So my customer had a business request like this. Hey, look, we have our application that it's a web application, which is kind of a front end, a fancy front end for our global customers. And it's like, this is a European company. They have customers in the United States, in South America, and in Europe too. But then they have their biggest market, which is Asia. I don't know all the details, but Asia corresponds to 55% of their revenue. So it is a massive market for them. And they are not providing the best experience over there. And they are also not providing the best experience for their own teams, their own employees, their partners, and everything. So they have this web application. They have some mobile applications too for iOS, for Android, and those apps, all those three applications, they need to connect through a REST API. And so there's a REST API. But, well, the thing is, there is huge latency issues because everything was running in their own data center. So everything was in their own data center. So, of course, people from Asia, they need to come to Europe, and the latency, let's just be nice here, was not good. And their goal is we want to have fast response times across all the regions in the globe. We don't have to have major differences. Just because we are in Asia, we have like 500 milliseconds in latency in average and stuff like that. We don't. We want proper, connectivity to this. And we also need to be a solution that is scalable because sometimes we do events, and during events, this basically grows like a lot, the load in our system. So we want a solution that is scalable so that we only run the capacity that we need when we need it, so that we don't overpay. And then also we want something that has low maintenance or even zero maintenance. That zero was what they told me. I said, well, zero doesn't exist. We always need to do something, but let's just call it low, low maintenance. So I was like, right, literally, look, I have the Azure App Service that's going to be a great match for this. So let's just start to talk with the customer about Azure App Service. And I told him, this is like a scalable hosting applications, is hosting platform for your web applications and the REST API. So we can use this to store both things in here. Because look, I know you have your application is .NET Core for the case, because they had just revamped this. But even if you do other languages, it will also be supported, like traditional .NET, Java, PHP, Python, all of that. It's also supported. So in the future, hey, if you decide not to use .NET Core anymore, okay, you can still work out with this platform. And now, a pretty cool thing, as everyone here might know, .NET Core runs both on Windows and Linux, but we also have support for this. So we can run .NET Core or Java or PHP in Windows machines, but we can also run them in Linux. If you prefer that, be my guest. It's even cheaper, by the way, to run Linux in Azure App Services. And then we have integration with amazing tools that everyone is used to help if you're working as a developer in the Microsoft ecosystem, which is Visual Studio Code, Visual Studio, but also other languages like other IDEs like Eclipse, okay? And source-safe systems like Azure DevOps with Azure Boards and GitHub, so that we can store our code. And then I can also integrate this with Azure pipelines to do the deployment, or even GitHub Actions. There are GitHub Actions also to reach and to get to the app service and deploy your solution in the app service. So everything is possible. Everything is here. And of course, then we have stuff like custom domains and things like this. So we got to a point where, hey, I need to talk about what are the upselling points for this, because this kind of meetings we always need to talk with someone from business, and they always like this kind of stuff. What are the upselling points of this? Global data footprint, because look, we have that map that I showed you before. So yeah, we are like everywhere. There is Azure AD integration, because this app uses Azure AD integration with OAuth and OpenID to do the authentication and the authorization bits, okay? They also need to be compliant with some compliance rules that, yeah, they have it. So we already have that. Hybrid support, yeah, we can have it. Not that in this case, this customer needs it, but we never know the future, so it's in here. And then it's fully managed. So low maintenance, that's what we wanted, so reduce operating costs. And we have auto patching, we have high availability built in. And then super important for my customer was this bit here, which is the auto scaling features. So I can just say, hey, if you get more load, get more instances, and boom, 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 we get more instances. Or I can do predictable loads and things like that. But we have a slide on that. Then we also talk about that, yeah, multiple languages. I can do deployment slots. So I can create like a production environment and other like staging, development, etc. environments. There's an app gallery for this if you want to do a quick application and things like this. So those were like the ones that for my case, I said I identified them. Worldwide data center coverage, the possibility to do Azure Functions or web jobs, to run background jobs. They also have that. I'm like oversimplifying this project here because this was way more complex than just this, but we only have 55 minutes, so I need to simplify it. Then we talk about custom domains, the auto scaling, the deployment slots, easy setup of continuous integration and continuous deployment with Azure DevOps and other tools, integration with other Azure services, okay? And that's important because I wanted to integrate this with CDN, Traffic Manager, or Front Door, okay? In our case, we use Front Door, but today I'm going to talk about Traffic Manager. So first of all, what I need to do is I need to create a place to store my web application. For that, I decided, let me create an app service plan. And this is where you logically group your application. So I create an app service plan. The app service plan represents the compute. Okay, like, oh, we have like a machine with this size, with this compute capacity, and then features that you have. And then if you're talking about, and we're talking about dedicated app service plans like the basic SKU, the standard, the premium SKU, I can do this, which is I can have several web applications. There are also Azure resources. Those we're talking about web app. We're talking about the Azure resource called web app. It's not like web application. Okay, no, but we can create those. Okay, and we're only paying the app service plan. Okay, so it can have unlimited web apps inside an app service plan. And then we talk about that. Yeah, we have several tiers for this. To be totally honest, I start to look for production scenarios in the standard one, because the standard is the one that gives me 10 instances, already gives me traffic manager, deployment slots, and backups, as you can see here. So the basic doesn't give me this. This is stuff that usually you like to have on a production environment. And to be totally honest with you, the difference in price between a basic and a standard is not that much. And if your company cannot afford that difference to have this kind of features, there's something wrong there, to be totally honest, okay? I can still even have another one, which is the isolated, that I don't want to talk about, but basically is something that it can run to very large environments, and it does VNet isolation. So for private workloads is better, but that's not today's topic. Where can I run this? I can run this in Azure, okay, in the app service environment, like I said, which is the private environment, but I can also run this on your data center if you're using Azure Stack Hub. So Azure Stack Hub, in a very straightforward explanation and without any fuzz, is kind of running Azure in your own data center, okay? So you can also run this. It doesn't have all the services, but this one here comes with. I have features here, and just some of the cool features that I have, like app settings, where you can easily go to the Azure portal or do this with PowerShell or Azure CLI, and you can just tweak connection strings and app settings. These ones will override your app config, your web config, or whatever configuration file you're using, okay? Also, I can do auto scaling, like I said. So we can do a schedule-based auto scaling, which is when you can predict when you have the load, or you can also do like stuff like based on actual load. Okay, that's getting there. Oh, the CPU is a metric that we want to measure. Oh, it's higher than 75%. I need a new instance. This will take care of do all the load balancing for you. Okay, and it's always going to send that request to the same instances. Okay, so in terms of code, there's nothing that you need to do. Of course, yeah, you can improve this by getting like stuff like Redis cache for Azure Cache for Redis, for example, which is a managed Redis cache, and then tweak the configurations of the app service so that it just sends you to whatever instance that is more available based on the actual metrics. But it doesn't do that by default. You have to activate this, and this will be faster. But you have to have code, and your applications need to be stateless, okay? Which, let's face it, is not the case everywhere. Let's do a short demo here, which is creating and deploying a web app. So I'm in the Azure portal, and if I click here to create this, I'll just say web app, okay? And I will just create here a web application. And let's imagine we have our customer right here. Don't forget, we need to have something globally distributed. Let's forget Asia. Let's imagine the scenario for demo purposes so that we can have it shorter. We have customers in Europe and only in the United States. Okay, let's imagine this so that I don't need to create a large infrastructure, but the rest will be the same thing. So I'll just do here, I'll just say, hey, I want to create a new one. I'll just say AZ demos, a new resource group. And now I need to provide something here. So I'll just say AZ demo, Europe. Okay, usually this one is available. I need to select what is the runtime stack. And we already have .NET 5 here. .NET 6 is coming, so probably it will also show up in here. But let's just do .NET 3.1 today. and I'll just say I want to deploy this in West Europe. I could have chosen another one, but let's just say West Europe. And now down here on the app service plan stuff, I need to say, hey, what is the app service plan that I want to create here? And then here, what is the size of that app service plan? So I'll just say app service plan Europe. Okay, you should provide a proper name for this. I can click change the size. I can go to production. In my case, I'm going for premium ones. Okay, so this is the one that I want to select today. You could also run, okay, S ones. That will be more than okay. Then, okay, I'll go for monitoring. I will disable monitoring. I don't want this today, just because I don't want this to take a little bit more time to also create an application inside instance. I just don't want it. We're not talking about that today, so that's why. But it's a great, okay, service for sure. Okay, so I'm doing this, and I'm just deploying this in Europe. Of course, if I want to have something in the United States, hey, look, I need to do what? Exactly the same thing. So let's just take care of that when that one is also doing. So I'll just say web app. Okay, and that one is already done, but let's just do this here. So I'll just choose the AZ demos, and I'll just say AZ demos USA. Okay, and again, 3.1, and now I will choose East US and create a new one. I'll just say App Service Plan USA, change the size. I'm also going to select, okay, a premium, and I'm going to say, no, I do not want to have application inside, and I'll just create. So when this is done, when this is doing, let's go to resource groups. Let's click on AZ demos, and let's see what we already have. So the one in the US is still creating, but I already have two things in here. This is the app service plan, as you can see there. And this is my, okay, my web application. I will just open my web application and I will click browse. And as you can see, it just said show you the landing page saying, hey, app service developers, yeah, something. Okay, nothing fancy in here. I'm just going to tweak this, okay? Because we could deploy something in here. I can turn Visual Studio on and I could just deploy, you know, something in here. That will be great, but I'm not going to do that today. What I'm going to do is there is a feature here called the App Service Editor, which, to be totally honest, there's like a disclaimer now, okay, here. This is very dangerous to use because you basically, it's in the browser and you're going to live edit, okay, your code that you have there. And there is no save button, there is no undo button. There is nothing, okay? I just added this here to show Europe. See, there is no save button. I just close this, and if I refresh, you're going to see here Europe. I just want to show this so that I have a difference between the one that is deployed in the US, the one that is deployed in Europe, so that we can, yeah, kind of see what the difference is. But that's it. In a real world scenario, the app will be the same. This is so that visually here we can see this. I will just refresh this. So now I also see here the one for the US, and I'm going to do exactly the same thing. So I will go to the App Service Editor, and I will open, okay, this now, and I'm just going to change this to US, so that we can, yeah, again, we know that that's the one in the United States, okay. Sorry, there you go. So there you go, hosting start, and then I can just say here USA, and we can close this. And now if we scroll up, if we go to the overview blade, if I browse this, so now you see this is the USA one, and it just tells me here USA. So creating a web application is literally just this. Just some stuff here. You can click under the deployment center. Yeah, this is the classic, but whatever. And you can see here, you can just select here, okay, another, like, where is your code basically? If I choose, like, let's imagine GitHub, and you just press next. And then you can see here, I want to use Azure Pipelines, GitHub Actions, or even Kodu, which is like a built-in deployment service that we have inside App Services. And you do this, you just clearly just need to say, okay, what is, okay, the repository that you want to use in here, okay, and then let me see if I can find one that I have, whatever, it doesn't matter. And then I can just click here and I can just choose here, okay, what is the branch that I want? And this will deploy. I'm not going to do that today, but I just wanted to kind of show you how easy it is to do this integration, okay? So this is done. So let's get back to our presentation. And so we created this. So what I have now, it's something like this. I have a web application in West Europe, another one in East US, and I could even have a queue with function apps to do the background tasks, but I don't have that part today. But yeah, basically this here is what I have. But my customers are over there. They go to this one or to that one. We're going to have what, 2 different URLs for our customers? It's not a very good idea. Let's just face it, right? So I want something that kind of can integrate those 2 things. So that's Traffic Manager. Traffic Manager allows to control the distribution of user traffic. So user traffic comes to Traffic Manager. Traffic Manager then will decide to which endpoint you should go. And then you go directly to that endpoint, okay? So you can see the endpoints can be Azure Virtual Machines. Those can be also app services or external endpoints. So all of those are possibilities that we have in here, okay? So benefits that we have with this: improve availability for critical applications, because you can have like, one is the priority, so all the traffic goes to one endpoint, and now if that fails, it goes to the other one. Improve responsiveness of high performance applications, which is exactly our case here, because we have customers there. We have in the US, we have customers in Europe. So we want to achieve a higher performance for all our customers. Perform maintenance without downtimes, because you can take one of the endpoints out of the Traffic Manager, and then all the traffic goes to the other ones. It might not be perfect latency-wise and stuff like that, but at least they are not offline. After you finish the maintenance, you activate the endpoint again, and you're good to go. Configuring this, I just need to create a Traffic Manager profile. That's the Azure resource. And then choose the load balancing method, geography, performance, priority. There are several of them. The one that I'm going to use is performance. So performance, what it does, it detects from where you are, okay? And then you're going to be redirected to the endpoint that has the lower latency, okay, for you. So you're going to do something like this. So you're here, you're going to the DNS records. The DNS records will show, oh, you want to access azcontoso.com, right? So that's what we're going to do. And it's going to tell me, go to azcontoso web, okay, .trafficmanager.net. And yeah, I'll go there, and then I get to the Traffic Manager. Traffic Manager will select the endpoint, will tell me what is the endpoint, where I should go, and then I go directly, okay, to that endpoint. Okay, so that's the idea in here. So without losing any more time, let's just do here. Let's do the demo here, which is basically do a demo with Traffic Manager. Okay, so let's just do that. So we need to go to the Azure portal here. So the first thing that I need to do is I need to create here basically a Traffic Manager profile. Okay, so let's create this. And like I said, this is like super easy. Let's call this azcontoso web. Okay, let's see if this one is available. The routing method, see performance, and I have several of others. I will just say performance is enough. I want to deploy this in the AZ demos, and let me create it. Creating a profile is literally just this. It is super, super simple. I can now go to that resource, and now I need to go under endpoints, and like a very basic configuration, which is this. You just need to say This is an Azure endpoint. It's going to be called Europe, okay? It's an app service, and I now choose here, what is the app service that I want to choose? And I choose this AZ, okay, demo Europe, and you add the endpoint, and that's it, okay? So if we do this, now I can do the other endpoint. Let's just call this one USA, and yes, you're guessing app services, and we select here this one, which is the one that we add in East US. So right now, my monitoring status of my endpoints is checking endpoints. So this needs to be online, which is still not, takes some minutes, okay? But after that's done, we will have something, okay? Let me switch here. We'll have something like this. There you go. Okay, we're going to have something like this, where we have here traffic manager, and then I'll be redirected to Europe or to the US, depending from where my connection it is coming from. Latency wise, that's what my Azure takes care of that. Microsoft has latency tables. They see, oh, your IP address comes from this range of IPs. So over there, the latency that we have is 20 milliseconds. Going to the US is 200 milliseconds. Well, guess what? 20 is better than 200 in this case. And yeah, you're going to be redirected to the one that has the lowest latency. But look, I can do this, and we can do this based here on the URL of the DNS name of my traffic manager, which is azcontosoweb.trafficmanager.net. But look, I don't want that because I'm not going to give this to no one, right? So I also have here, okay, and I'm opening another tab. So I have a custom a domain, which is azcontoso.com. So if I do this, I have here the DNS zone for this domain. And let me just delete this. This shouldn't be in here. That was another test that I did. Okay, there you go. So I can add a record set to this, and I can say, hey, if people do www.azcontoso, I want to add a CNAME, and the CNAME needs to go to this bit here, which is the one that we have just created. This is our traffic manager. So right now, if they go to the DNS server, they are redirected to the traffic manager. The traffic manager then does the magic, tells me, hey, go to that place over there, which is that Azure web app. Now, I need to go also to that Azure, okay, web app. So, and I need to configure a custom domain. I'm going to do this in the European one. And if we scroll down, there's an option here that says custom domains. So you're like, yeah, that's the one. Add a custom domain. And what is the custom domain that you want for this is azcontoso.com. Okay, and we click validate. And this will be green. Then I can click add custom domain. Okay, there you go. See? Now that I have done this, the custom domain, yeah, it is here. It is great, so I need to refresh this page, okay? But it is saying not secure because basically we don't have an SSL binding for this. So I can't do HTTPS on this, which I think everyone knows it's kind of mandatory in today's world. So I can import an app service certificate. I already have an SSL certificate for that domain in Azure, so this is why this is so easy. But you can do this if you go to my blog at tiagocosta.com. There is even an article that I have, I think like page 3 or 4, that we talk about creating free certificates in Azure. Okay, so you don't even need to pay for this. But I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to do the binding in here. So, and now this will be green. Okay, so we're going to have an SSL state of secure. So this just takes a few seconds. This is really easy to set up, as you can see. Yes. Murphy's Law. When you're doing presentations, this always takes a little bit more time than usual. So when this is doing, let's use the other tab here that I have here, the other portal. And let's do the same thing, but for the app that I have in the US. Okay, so let's just do this in here. Let's do here in the US. And now let's go to custom domains. Let's click add a custom domain. Let's do this, add the custom domain. And now let's add the SSL setting, okay, for this. So like we did with the other one, okay, the one in Europe. So there you go, add the binding, and now we can import this, select this one, okay, and now just do the binding here. And after this is done, I will just check if the other one already finished and succeeded, okay? So add the binding. So now let's go see the other one. Okay, so the other one is secure now. So all is good over there. And this one here, see, this one was pretty fast, see? This is usually, I don't know, sometimes it takes a little bit more time, especially when Thiago is doing demos, stuff usually the portal remembers to take a little bit more time. So right now, okay, if I open the browser and I'm in Europe, so if I do azcontoso.com, see what I see it is Europe, okay, landing page. And again, I could have already deployed an app in here, okay, but I can see this. What about if I'm in the United States? So that's why I have this virtual machine in here. So I can do an RDP session into this machine, so that we can test this virtual machine. It's in the United States, so it's kind of going to simulate a connection from someone in the US. Okay, so what's the problem? Really? So it's student. I think that was the password that I created. Awesome. Let me reset the password. I might have typed it 2 times, the wrong password. And now I don't know the password. Okay, so let's do the reset of the password. And when this is resetting the password, let's just see the traffic manager, because I forgot to show you that. This should already be online. See over there. So that's the monitoring status of the 2 endpoints. So they are responding, because this has a probe in the back that takes care of that, okay? So this is updating here the password, and I really just wanted to show you this. Come on. Okay, let's just, this sometimes might take a little bit more time than I want. Let's skip this in the parking lot, okay? And let's get back to our slides. And oh, sorry, it just finished. Okay, so let's try one more time. Okay, let's see if now we can get into this. There you go. When you type the password correctly, it tends to work. Okay. So there you go. I just created this VM before our presentation, okay? So and I might add put in a password that was not exactly that, and he asked to confirm, and I might have I messed up 2 times as the same. Okay, so yeah, I don't know, because I always put the same password for demos, so that's the weird part of that. But well, I'm connecting to this VM so that we can simulate that, yay, we are a customer in the United States. Okay, we could do like a VPN connection too, or something like that. But I just prefer, this is just easier. Okay, because if I do that, the VPN connection, And when I'm live streaming or I'm in a conference call or something, it's not the first time that my call drops, okay? So doing the VM, it's kind of the easiest way when we are doing this live or something like that, okay? So I can now type azcontoso.com and ta-da! Same URL, okay? But as you can see, this is the US, okay? This is Europe. And we are seeing, okay, oops, not this one. This is the one. There you go. And we are seeing different things. And as you can see there, so this is azcontoso.com. And this is azcontoso.com. But this one shows Europe and the other one shows US. Get the idea? So same app, okay, but two different views. Because here, yes, I'm going to the app that is in the US. Lower latency for sure. So way better performance. And also, you distribute the load, so you can have like one instance in here, two in the other, or you can have more load in the US, less in Europe. So you're only going to scale the US, you're not going to scale Europe. So all these dynamics, they're pretty cool. Okay, what we can do with this, okay? So we basically have this. Right, so that's what I wanted to show you. This is what we have now. Another option is use Azure CDN. That's also going to improve like a lot. Okay, your global scale. So what can we do with this? We can serve content that comes from Azure storage accounts, cloud services, or app services. Usually we're talking about storage accounts. It could be like, for example, videos. It could be pictures. But it can also be like JavaScript. It can also be stuff like, for example, I don't know, CSS files, HTML. There is even the option, and if you search, like create static websites, okay, in Azure, you can even use this to store a static website. So it's like amazing the stuff that I can do with this. We 5 minutes, right? Yeah. Okay, thank you. We can also even use this, and because this will use those POP locations spread across the world. So we're going to put the files, those static files, very, very, very near our user base. Okay, so that's the idea, and then we can do amazing things with this. So I need to create an Azure CDN that I can then tell, oh, there's going to be an Azure storage where your files are going to be, and you're going to distribute all those files across the world. How does this work? This works something like this. I have here a storage account that is in Europe that has some files. And then I have POP locations, okay, across the world in here. And I have, imagine, a customer, a client that is in South Korea. So this customer cat probably is going to the Seoul POP location. So this is point of presence. That's what it means, POP. And he gets here, and there's a bunch of edge servers in here, and he's going to look for the file that he's requesting. And is requesting what? Oh, logo.png. Oh, I don't have that in here, mate. I need to go to the storage account, which is what they call the origin. And I need to grab this from here. So, yeah, that will be something that we needed to do. And then he's cached here. Then, of course, look, there's much more than we're talking about in here. There's rules for caching stuff. There's rules for purging content, etc. But by default, that content is going to be cached for 10 days in here. So for 10 days, it's here. So next, clients for South Korea that are asking for the same resource, the same file, they get here, boom, they get the file served instantaneously. It's like with super low latency because, look, they are in South Korea, so Seoul is quite close to them comparing to come to Europe, okay? So let's just do a short demo with exactly this, okay? So for this, and because look, there is some concerns around this in terms of the time that it takes okay, to propagate this, because it takes like 15 minutes, etc. I already prepped, okay, this demonstration. So if we go to resource groups, I have here AZ Netcoreconf, where I have my virtual machine, and what I have is a storage account. This storage account has a container, so I created here a container, which is this demo container, where I have this MVP logo, okay? So basically, if I can access this directly from the storage account. This is public. It's a public container. Woo, I see the MVP logo. Okay, great. But I'm accessing to Europe. I want to access the, okay, CDN. So what I can do is you could create a CDN, and to create a CDN is just do this. Okay, CDN, this is the one, and you could just create this one. It's very, very, very easy. There's not a big problem with that. And then you just need to tell, oh, the origin is that storage account. And then what you get is something like this. Okay, so I have here the endpoint already. So if you go to origin, you see that the origin here is my storage account. But if you see here the overview, so this is the endpoint hostname. And now let's see if we can transform this. So instead of having this here, I can say I want to call the URL of my CDN. Now let's see if this works. Okay, it worked. Okay, I didn't have tested this, to be totally honest with you. I even going to open this in a private window. Okay, so that you don't feel, oh, it's caching, the browser is caching the request or something. No, it's even another URL, so it's not caching. But see, this is much faster because I'm using the CDN. Okay, if you put more content on that storage account, it can be served by this. So this is like, again, super easy, super performant, the stuff that you can do with this. You can also put custom domains on this, rules engine optimization. You can block traffic from certain countries and things like that. So that's stuff that, yes, you can do a lot of things with this. So you get something like this in the end, okay? Which is, I have some content here with static content. I'm serving that content through the CDN. So you just need to change and tweak your app so that it will use that content. And then other services that you can use. Storage, like I did here for certain things. Functions for background jobs. Redis cache, Cosmos DB, and SQL databases, because we need a database, but SQL is a relational database. Cosmos is going to be a NoSQL. Depending on what type of data you're using, it can be very, very cool, the stuff that you can build with this. Azure Search, cognitive search, if you have search requirements. Microsoft has a managed search service. It's awesome. And you can basically put all your data that comes from a database and just basically have a true search experience with this, okay? So in the end, you can build stuff like this, okay, which is an architecture here. I have traffic manager or front door. I have my static content. So this is what we saw. But I can also have Redis cache serving content from SQL database and Cosmos DB. This is going to be in a more ready format. So it's going to be super fast to serve the content in here. And then I'll just leave here a slide with some resources like Visual Studio, Visual Studio Code, Git, Azure DevOps. That is, yeah, something that you should definitely see. So that is it. So I'll just like to thank all the sponsors. So thank you very much. My name is Tiago Costa, and this is how you can supercharge, okay, your app service. Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tiago, for this session. I hope to see you in the next Netcoreconf.
Okay, thank you.
Bye. Espérate, que no te escucho, que está el Discord. Un segundo.
¿Me oyes? Venga, tío, que te estoy intentando localizar por todos lados y no hay forma.
So close to where we belong. And we're trying to go somewhere new. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire.
No, pero entra. No, pero vámonos a la... No, Michael está en otro lado, tío. Ya está aquí, está en otro. No, pero vamos a hablar con él antes de activar eso. O corta a Tiago.
Trying to step back and see the view from above, 'cause I know that nothing lasts forever. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves.
Good morning, Michael.
I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you.
El problema es que
Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you.
Michael, can you share your screen if you want to share the webcam?
Shockwaves with you.
Okay, I can see you do. Tema is OBS.
I can also use the camera in Teams and do the video, the camera in screen using OBS. So.
No, but the OBS is in our site. Okay, we capture your webcam or your and stream your image in OBS.
And we're flying
Vale, okay.
so close to where
I see
we
you
belong.
inside.
And we're trying to go somewhere new. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. And I know I'm only getting higher till it
lucky, Michael, and thank you for joining us in the Netcoreconf.
Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. Bye.
I can start?
Yeah.
Okay. So welcome everybody to this session called Achievement Unlocked. Use .NET to unlock Xbox achievements. I'm Michael Hompes. I'm an IT architect at InfoSport in the Netherlands. If you want to reach out to me during the conference later on, I'm on Twitter. My handle is energy164. So if you have questions or remarks, just let me know. I'll also be on Discord if you want to chat with me. Of course, thanks to the organizers of this conference and all the sponsors to make this possible. One of the benefits of COVID is that it allows me to join conferences in regions where I otherwise would not have as easily shared my knowledge. So I'm glad I have this opportunity. My tagline is developer by day and gamer by night. So doing a lot of my Microsoft development as my job. And at night I'll be playing at my Xbox or PC. And for example, if you look at True Achievements, in the meantime, I've played over 530 games and racked up some over 12,000 achievements. And updating the count every day if possible. So I'm going to talk about Xbox gaming, and for this session particularly the game CNET. If you're not familiar with it, you might recognize it from the game stores in the past, where you might have seen images of games where you had a DVD and you put it in your DVD player, and you could get questions, movie clips, things like that, and you had to answer those questions with the game. So CNET has been invented by Dave Long and started really like a DVD game. But in 2007, they also released a version for the Xbox 360. And the years after that, they created some sequels, like movie-related stuff should have, of course. And the games were really fun because you could play them with the big button controllers. So you see that in the image. That's a really big button to smash and those multiple choice options. It's basically an Xbox controller, but shaped a little bit differently. And for this session, I'm going to focus on the 2009 edition Bright Lights Big Screen. Because, games on the Xbox have achievements. One of those achievements is spotless performance. And basically, this means answer 70 questions in a row correctly. And I can answer quite some trivia, movie trivia correctly on my own, but getting 70 in a row without any failures, that was not possible for me. And when I was playing this game back in 2009, 11, that range, I already thought, hey, with a webcam and some software, I should be able to automate something. I should be able to create some software that would recognize the image on the screen and answer the question for me. But that's 10, 15 years ago. Technology was not up to that at that moment. So the game itself has almost 3,000 questions. So that's a lot of questions to remember, and 23 different types of puzzles. So that's the game for you. So for this session, we are going to look at this game and how are we going to deal with this using .NET, of course. So I'll go to the setup, how I'm doing this, looking at how to capture video, how to use Azure Custom Vision for this, how to use Tesseract OCR for text recognition, and then we are going to look at, okay, can I also recognize images and animations? So this is the agenda for today. So So, like many people, this past year has a little bit different. Almost a year ago, we went in the first lockdown here in the Netherlands, at least the southern part of the country, and I had to start working at home. And my desktop PC didn't have a webcam, so I ordered a capture card, and it has an HDMI port. And then I started to think, hey, my Xbox has an HDMI out. So can I use that capture port to also get not only the image for my webcam, but also to get the image for my Xbox? So the capture card I bought at that time was a Tonchia. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. A very exclusive brand, as in you can't find it anywhere. But I bought it via Amazon. It was some Chinese card, and it allowed me to do basically a video webcam-like interface in my PC and also in my software. And also it has an HDMI out, so I could put my monitor on, so I could also see what the card was actually capturing. So this is the hardware setup I have to work with. Nowadays I also have a cam link for this webcam, so I can also show you the Xbox in a moment. So first, the application itself. As a developer, I work with Microsoft technology, so .NET Core 3.1 was the obvious choice, as that was the latest at that moment in time. Of course, now we would use .NET 5. But for this, I just started with a plain simple .NET 3 console app. Later on, I wanted to make it a little bit more fancier, so I moved to WPF. But the application still supports both flavors. And I'm doing projects with ASP.NET MVC, so I'm used to work with the iWeb host or the iHost. So I use that, and with that you also have the option to use dependency injection. So that was my beginning. So let's look at some code. Basically, this is my program, and I built my host, or used the host builder to build my host. I register services like logging. If you're familiar with dependency injection in ASP.NET MVC or the different flavors Microsoft provides, probably familiar with this. And I can also register some other stuff. So basically just registering everything for later use. And then the application just runs. So fairly simple from that point as a .NET application. And of course, then the first challenge is, how can I get the image from my capture card? So like I said, it's a HDMI in, but it acts like a webcam. So how can I discover which webcams are in my system and can open them? Well, for this, I found EMGUCV or MGUCV, still don't know how to pronounce it, but it's a .NET wrapper for OpenCV. At that moment in time, 4.3. I think we are already at newer versions these days. And the nice thing is that MGUCV has support for both CPU, but also for GPU or CUDA support. So I have an NVIDIA graphics card, so I can even use CUDA to offload some of the processing from my CPU to the GPU. So OpenCV has a video capture class that can receive direct show, or you can configure it for direct show, and you can some settings. So with my hosted, I created a hosted service inside my .NET application, basically with a timer. And for this, I created a very simple demo application. So I will switch just to show you. I have my Xbox running at the moment. not many friends playing games at this time, but this is the feed coming live for my Xbox, so I can move around and to show it's real. And I want to capture this. Well, if you have plain OpenCV, the video capture just wants a number of your device you want to capture. And at the moment, that's device 1. But it's very hard to know which number it is, because Microsoft or Windows might decide up on certain moment to reorder your devices. So for this, I created a small NuGet package which allows you to enumerate your system and get all your video input devices. And this allows me to say at what number is my capture card at the moment, and then can use the name instead of the hard-coded number. So the capture, you say, I want to have a frame, and I can store that on disk. So let's run this code. At this moment, I'll open what has been captured. We can see almost what was in the image when we looked at this previously. But you'll see that the resolution is not the full HD resolution I was expecting. But at least the image capture did work. So if we run this again, and we look at the debugger, then the capture by default shows it's doing a 640 by 480 resolution. So this is of course not what we want. We want a higher resolution. And by setting some properties like I want to have this resolution, we can run this code again. And if we now look at the capture, actually this high resolution is visible. So if I capture the frame again, I now have a 16:9 full HD capture of my Xbox output. So that allows me to grab something from the screen. Okay, so that's nice. Let's see how I do this in the actual application. So I have a background service, as I said. That background service implements the I-hosted service, and that means I can do something on startup. I can do something on stop. And on startup, I register just a timer that uses the delay. And every time the timer exceeds, then this call will be executed. And the video feed service is injected using dependency injection. So when I'm capturing from my card, you see the same code, or basically the same code as previously, where I set some settings. And then I have my capture logic, so I capture my frame. And because my application is event-driven, I publish an event. I have captured a frame. And every 4 images, I save a image to disk. First, I did this for debugging purposes, but later I found out that it is also very handy to not always run against the live game, because games are random and you never get the game in question you want to check that didn't work before. So later on, I created a test video feed service, which just loads those images from disk again. So this allows me to test and also do some performance testing, because I normally capture once every second and I replay them 4 times faster. So if there's some bottleneck in my application, it also shows up immediately, like memory leaks or things like that. So now I have the image from my capture card, but I still don't know what I'm looking at. So that will be the next step. Just showing you the code again. For the input device enumeration, I just shown with the name. I've shared that code on GitHub. I created a NuGet package for this. So if you want to have this, it's available and open source, so you can use it yourself. Let's look at Azure Custom Vision. If you're not familiar with Azure Custom Vision is part of the Azure Cognitive Services. And basically it's upload your images, train a model, evaluate your model, and you're done. So it's very easy to get started with this. To show you Custom Vision, this is the portal. What you can see is I uploaded lots and lots of screenshots that were captured using the code I have shown you before. And every image has been tagged. For example, these are moments that the game menu is in view, or these are moments where you have to select a player. But also, here I have questions with a sequence where I need to answer given a sequence of answers. And these are questions where there's the question is in the form of text. So all these images have been tagged. And also very important, always make sure you have a negative collection, because the model will always try to fit something into the options it has, even if it's very unlikely. So I also have screen captures of the images at starting, dashboard, all kinds of images that are not part of the other categories. So it also knows when not to give score to the other categories. After you have trained your model, I'm currently at my 15th iteration, you get some scores back about the quality of your images. I'm not a machine learning expert, so I can't explain you the details of these numbers, but they're pretty high, so I think it's fairly good. And even if I slide this up to quite high, the numbers stay very high, almost always around 95% or higher. And it does some analysis on the quality. So I have not many screens captured that are of pressing start or pause, but I have a lot of visual questions and a lot of movie clips. And basically, as I understand it, you need to make sure there's quite a good balance between all your categories for your model to work. I don't want to use Azure Vision itself because it's a web API, and I want to have 4 captures per second. And that's quite a hefty number of captures, and networking, bandwidth, but also the load on the web service. That might not be the best idea. So if you have set your model correctly, you get also the option to export your model. And in this case, I use the ONNX or ONNX model. Although it says Windows ML as the only thing, we are going to use ML.NET, which also supports ONNX. So, like I said, I use the free tier of Custom Vision that supports 2 projects with about 5,000 training images. So I have plenty of room there. You can only set 50 tags, so that's very important for me later. And also, you see there is an API, but you can only do 2 predictions per second and only 10,000 predictions per month. So if I'm running with 4 predictions per second, I get through the whole set quite fast. Other than the bandwidth, this is also a limitation. Of course, I can start paying for the service, but by downloading that ONNX model, I can take it offline. Like I said, you can add the tags to the images you have captured, get the precision out, and you have to choose the right domain if you choose one of the compact models or compact domains, then you can export the model. If you choose one of the other 4, you will not be able to export your model. So ONNX stands for Open Neural Network Exchange. And you can open this model, and I try to fit it in the screen, but you see it's a big model. But what we also can see is that the input is a float 32 array with 3, which means 3 channels, red, green, and blue, and 224 by 224. So this is the amount of pixels that the image input size is. So even though I'm capturing on full HD, the image going in is much smaller. One important thing to know, even though here we are using RGB, or can use RGB, and the Azure portal by default uses RGB, OpenCV by default uses blue, green, red. So it swaps the blue and red channels. So that's something I had issues with. My online scores were much higher than my local scores, and that was because my application was not was swapping those channels, and therefore the match was less. So if you look at some code I used here for this, I have a service which creates the machine learning context, and I built a chain. And the first step is that the input will be transformed and the image will be resized to that 224 width and height. Then the pixels will be extracted, and we apply that ONNX model that I have downloaded. So here I have the path to my ONNX model, and in this case, my 15th iteration. And then I can create a prediction engine. And every time I use that prediction engine, I put a bitmap in. I have swapped those 2 channels. OpenCV luckily has a method for that. And then from my prediction engine, I can get a label and a score. And those 2 I will be returning, or I have an issue with recognizing, but that doesn't happen often. And this is called by a handler, and that handler gets that score back, and then if it's a negative frame, we will do nothing. If it's below 90%, we will at least log it as a debug statement, because we have a poor quality at that moment. And even if it's under 27.5%, we even ignore the data, because we and this is very important if you're working with machine learning and things like matching. Make sure you have thresholds, because if it's beneath a certain threshold, the model will apply a score, even if it's 0.00000000001% chance that it's a match. It might be the highest score. So you really have to put in a reasonable threshold to make sure that you don't get false positives. So this is basically how I can use my machine learning model to find out what am I looking at. And basically the types I can look at are the same as the tags I've put in. So I'm looking at a cutscene, or I'm looking at a movie clip, or I'm looking at a question with a sequence, and so on. So this is the pipeline again. So now I know what I'm looking at, but not able to actually know what is in the screen. So I know it's, for example, a puzzle starts, but which category of puzzles, which one of the 23, I don't know yet. So for this, I need to read the screen. So there are a couple of things I like to read. Of course, the title of the puzzle. If the question is in text form, I want to read the question. And as always, I like to know the answers. So those are the main things I want to capture as text. and to look at a couple of examples of how this looks on screen. And there are several categories of puzzles, and basically these are the know the facts, fill in the blanks, answer with true or false on a statement, those kind of types of questions. So I need to read this text as well. For this, I use Tesseract OCR, which is also part of the M2CV library I got already for the video capture, so that was convenient. Tesseract is originally developed by HP, but it has been open sourced in 2005 and being adopted by Google. To use Tesseract, you need to supply a language file. Luckily, the game is full in English, and on GitHub, pre-trained files with English are supplied, so that makes it easy for us. But very important, you need to know how to you need to pre-process your input. And also OCR, often there are small mistakes. And because in my case, I have a very limited set of data, I can easily also correct the output with common mistakes, but this is something you have to keep in mind with OCR. So to get back to my simple demo application, I can also show you how Tesseract works. So for example, I'm going to load this picture, and we are going to look what Tesseract will make of this. So if I now run this application, what I'm doing here is, go back. I create a Tesseract engine with that English file, and I've said the whole screen is this image, but also I have a title area, which is a rectangle, which corresponds with about the red block where movie clips is put. And what I now will do is I'll get the frame out and get a whole screen. Then I will get all the text and I'll render this in the console. And I will pick all the text that was found in the frame, so in the text frame, the title frame. And I'll put those both to my console. So here on the left, we see the console. On the right, we see the original image. And we can recognize some parts, like here the scores. They are here in, but for some reason, Tesseract thinks there are all characters here around all the other parts. Also, I can see here movie clips. So it found this text, but I can't recognize it as a title. And some of the other text is captured, but not really comprehensible. And if you look at only the frame, it immediately see the text movie clips. So for this, you really need to optimize Tesseract a bit. And some of the easy things to do is take away color. So convert the image to a grayscale image. So if we now again run Tesseract and we compare it with the image, we see that for the frame it doesn't matter, but for the screen already we can see that there's a lot different output. At least the top line doesn't have other characters around, but still there's a lot not recognized. And also for this, we can change some things. For example, let's say we only want to recognize columns of text. If we put that into the engine, we suddenly see that it has found a column of text. And inspecting only that column, then the contrast is high enough that it can actually get the text out pretty good. So tweaking Tesseract is really needed to get out the text you need. So for this, if I look at the actual application, I also had to do some cleaning up. So in my OCR software service, same code as you just saw, I also do a post cleanup of regular common exceptions. And mainly you will see this in Roman numerals, and it is also due to the font that is being used here. So if I, for example, pick another image and zoom in a little bit, what you see is that the font that's being used and how it's rendered, it's really close to each other. And sometimes it even uses italic. So in italic, capital I is often seen as a slash. So for this, the font doesn't help. You can train Tesseract with a custom font, but that's a lot of instructions you need to go through. I couldn't get through them myself. So I can live with a couple of corrections. So now I have a way to detect what's on my screen, but still I need answers. Well, my first go-to place is trueachievements.com, because there are a lot of people like me who like to play games and get achievements, will share their knowledge, insights into how complete certain tasks. And somebody shared a nice zip somewhere on the internet with an Excel sheet and a lot of pictures and visuals. And that Excel sheet looks like this. It has over 3,000 lines, so it's a little bit small. But basically, for every category, there is a question, and there is the options that were seen and the correct answer. Well, the Excel sheet was not perfect. And for some questions, you have an image, so we don't have actual question text, but at least this was helping me to start. So to get the Excel sheet data in my application, I use EP+. And for non-commercial use, you can use it freely. And in this case, it's quite non-commercial. And basically, you can just load an Excel sheet in and get a worksheet, and then do link queries against all the cells in the datasheet. So in this case, I have the puzzle type and the prediction, and I match them against certain columns, and then I can get back values of other cells. So with that, I can already do some reverse engineering. Like, I don't know what image is on the screen, but I see the 4 answers, and I can look for all the questions that contain those 4 answers. And if I find a match, then I can then probably that question was answered, and this will be the answer. But yeah, waiting for the questions to be on screen, or for some questions you have to buzz in, so you don't see the questions until you press that big buzzer button, and you don't then only have 1 or 2 seconds to really choose the right answer. So I wanted to learn a little bit more of performance, so I have to look at, can I also match the visual image? Question categories that use still images are like on the right, invisible, so something is missing, or you have to solve a pictogram, or recognize a certain scene or movie from that picture. So how can we do that? For OpenCV has a image hash class, which provides several algorithms to do image matching. On this blog is a good explanation what the difference is and how this works. But basically, if you take a big picture, just resize it to 8 by 8 pixels. And even on the screen, it's already blown up a bit. And then take a black and white version of it. If you do that, and you do that for all your images you want to match against, then a hashing algorithm can quite quickly give you a confidential score of, okay, I'm very confident this is a match, or these two don't match at all. So it's fairly easy to match large sets of images this way. So looking at the code for this, what I do at the beginning when the application starts, so this is not the most memory efficient way to do it, but it works quite well, is I look at all the puzzles, and I have declared all the puzzles in classes. So for example, anagrams are of type text, and you don't need to buzz in. And this is the location of the rectangles. But for invisibles, it says it's a still image and a textual question. So it first asks you to recognize an image, and then also asks a fact about a movie or person you had to recognize. So I can quickly get all my puzzles that do have a still image in it. And I will look at my hard disk to find the directory with screen captures, load those images up. So I'll have, for example, for the invisibles, all screen captures. These are all in a large directory. And most of the time I have a before and an after image captured by the way I already did it and I've shown you. I load those images in and immediately also reduce them 8-fold, so and make them grayscale. So basically put it all in memory. Then when I want to get an image from the capture card, I make it also gray. I resize it to the same size as the images I want to compare it against, because for hashing algorithms it's very important that the source and the image you're comparing against are in the same size. And basically I look through all images and compare using the hashing algorithm. For this I use the average hash, which is one of the most simple hashing algorithms, but it's already good enough for this practice. And when all the images are scored, I simply order them by score, and I know which are the highest ones, and I can use that as a way to choose an answer. So fairly easy to do this comparing. But it gets a little bit more complex if you're having animation. Because with a still image, it doesn't matter at which moment your screenshot is made or you query the video stream, the image will be the same. For animation, it becomes a little bit different. There are two types of animation. First one are the movie clips. Those are about 30 seconds of a certain movie. And after that movie clip has been shown, you get 4 questions related to that movie. So you're basically looking for 30 seconds of full screen images, but in those 30 seconds you have different camera angles and different things to look at. So depending on the time you took your shot and you would have a still image to compare against, the chances are that you never end up with the same image. The other type are more the animated puzzles. So that can be 8-bit image versions or pencil drawn questions. So also here, the time on which you might take a snapshot and compare it against this will not work. But on the other hand, there are no camera angle shifts and things like that. It's much more linear. So image hashing is not an option. And for this, also Azure Cognitive Service was not an answer, because, like I said earlier, it only allows you to tag 50 items, and I have hundreds of movies, movie clips, animations to match against. So using Azure Cognitive Service for this was not really an option. So I went to ML.NET itself. Earlier I used it for the Onyx model I've downloaded from Cognitive Services, but you can also create your own or train your own models. And for this, I use the ResNet V2 50-layer model, which is just one of the options you can choose. And this is one of the smaller ones, but I can train it against a fixed set amount of data. No certain different movies will come into this game. No certain different animations will be added to this game. So I don't have to do much negative matching, and really can match against all positives. So how did I do this? Of the movie clips, basically I every time took 4 snapshots somewhere in the movie. Most of the time, if there's a different angle, camera angle, different view or coloring, I create a snapshot. And I put those all in a directory. And then I created a simple application where I can train the different categories. It will just look at the directory where the screen captures are. And I built a ML.NET pipeline, which loads all the images. Because we are going to do some training, we have to do some more setting up than only we did before. We have to make sure that all the bytes are loaded, the labels are matched correctly. The training set will be split between a test set and a validation set. So it also can test the quality of the training set. And then you can also configure the classification trainer. And in this case, like I said, I used the ResNet V2 50-layer model. And as an output, I create the model as a zip file. So if you want to know more of this, there are sessions about ML.NET and blogs and articles, so I won't go much into depth for that, but it's fairly easy to create and train your own model against a certain set of images. So with this done, I created for example, the movie clip service, where I load that ML.NET model and that zip file I just created, create a prediction engine, and I can use it to query or to predict a label and then query Excel to match the actual movie title and things like that. And get also a score back about how certain the model is that the movie that it has predicted is also actually a match. So with this set, for example, the first movie, if that label MC1 is matched, then the Excel sheet tells me, oh, this is the movie The Rocker. And for example, for label 8, it's, oh, this is the Terminator. So this is fairly fast and correct. That's really impressive. For the animation, like I said, it's much more linear. So basically what I did was a screen capture at the beginning, the middle, and the end of that scene. So here we have Planet of the Apes, and the last one is Castaway. So this is how I could work with animation. But one type of animation is different, and those are the sketches. So sketches are hand-drawn, basically, and they start small and it gets bigger over time, and at the end it's much more easier to recognize which movie this is. And for us humans, that's easy to do. But if you look at these 4 examples, from a machine learning model perspective, these 4 are almost equal. They're all a lot of white background and a small part where there is some black. Basically, it can't detect these shapes from each other with sufficient quality. So I had to look at this a little bit different. But also using OpenCV, I thought, what if I take again the 3 stages I have captured, one at the beginning, one at the middle, and one in the end, and I take in what's currently on the screen, and basically just do a subtraction and then look at how much of the pixels have been removed using the subtraction compared to the original amount of pixels that were in the screen. And this works fairly well. So also using here the OpenCV code, I again load all those files in as grayscale, and you saw I used an inversion because I used the non-zero background to count, what was a little bit easier. And when I load every image, I basically count already how many non-zero pixels are in the image, and those two I store together. And later, if an image comes in to be compared, also I do the same thresholding so that I can compare these two correctly, and I can then do a bitwise end of the two images, count how many non-zero pixels are now in the image, and then calculate this as a percentage. And basically, if there's more than 25% change, then I think this is a relevant score, and I will put this image in the result set. I will group them because the images are different labels, count the scores, and basically then I have a list of the most likely matched sketches. So with all this code in place, the question is, of course, did I achieve my goal? Because I've written now a lot of code, and did it match up with my original goal? Well, luckily for me, yes. In August last year, it paid off, and I'm now the lucky one of the 4% of gamers that has finished a run with 70 correct answers in a row. So I've talked a lot about this application. Maybe it's also a good time to just start showing you it a bit. So I run this now as a debug mode, and one of the things is you will see it's not very memory friendly because it loads all the images in memory, but it also loads about 7 or 8 machine learning models. So I think it's 2 gigabytes of memory in use. This is the visual version of the application. And what you already see, I can also show the debug output at the same time. Here you see the image that's been loaded, in this case from disk. You see the game category that's detected. The movie that was detected during the movie clip. It needs about 5-6 frames for this.
Michael, 4 minutes.
Yeah. You see the question that's been detected, and you see the answers. And sometimes it goes wrong. So in this case, one of the OCR answers cannot be OCR'd correctly. So then it doesn't show you the answer immediately. But here you can see it updates quite fast and immediately shows you the order of the answers to question to put in. It also can detect that you need to buzz in, because then you have this controller image on screen, and basically just like I did the other things, I can match a mask of that image with what's in the output, and if those two match up, I can show that buzz in text in view. And now I'm playing the game basically ×4 in speed, so the model really can keep up, and also the memory is fairly stable and not a very high load of CPU. So this is the application working in the end, combining, capturing the video output, getting text recognition on it, recognizing what I'm looking at, in which part of the game I am, reading the text from the questions and the answers, matching up, hashing the images, and also doing machine learning predictions using machine learning models for the animations. So that's everything combined. Go back to my slide. So all the technique I used for this, here together, some links. I didn't really show you, but I use Microbus as the event and saga framework. And the rest of all the libraries are shared here. So that's it's almost all open source software solutions I've used for this. If you want to have more details and maybe some more details in depth about this topic, I've recorded 3 .Netflix YouTube videos together with Edwin and Sander, where I deep dive in some of the parts I've shown you today. And for that, I want to thank all the sponsors again for making this session possible and this event. If you want to reach out later, I'm on Twitter, I'm on GitHub, I will be in Discord. If there are more questions, now I can also answer them. And otherwise, I'd like to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Hello, Michael.
Hi.
How are you?
You have an echo somehow.
Can you hear me?
Yes, but you have an echo.
Oh, an echo. Okay. Just one moment, please.
Hi, Michael. Everything works fine? Yeah, at the end of the session, 5 minutes to questions. Fine. Okay.
Trying to step back and see the view from above, 'cause I know that nothing lasts forever. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you.
Thank you and good luck with your
Shockwaves with you.
Thank you.
Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you.
Michael, hey? Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Anything about you?
your colleague was cleared. So his microphone was
maybe because I am streaming.
No.
And now?
Yeah,
Now it's okay?
Yeah, now it's okay. Now it was difficult to follow.
Tell me something about you.
And we're flying so close to where we belong. And we're trying to go somewhere new. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire.
Hola y bienvenidos a la charla de GraphSQL en Microservice Setup de Michael Stapp, es MVP de Microsoft, y espero que os guste. You can start, Michael.
Hi, everyone. I hope you had a great conference so far. And we will dive head into GraphQL and the microservice setup. My name is Michael Stipe. I'm a Microsoft MVP and the author of the Hot Chocolate GraphQL library in .NET. So I know there are a lot of .NET developers still out there who don't know GraphQL. So before we get into the microservice topic here, let's just do a 3-minute recap of what GraphQL is and why it's awesome. So GraphQL originally was introduced by Facebook back in 2012 to the internal tooling chain, and they created GraphQL in order to solve problems between their mobile applications and their backend. So they essentially wanted to make the communication or the data fetching between mobile applications and their backend more efficient. So if we look at this simple GraphQL query here, we can see that we are asking the server to give us the currently signed-in user and from the currently signed-in user the name. If you send that to our GraphQL server, we essentially get a request back that closely aligns our a response back that closely aligns our request as appears as if the server just filled up our request graph with some data. It is not like that, but a good mental picture to start thinking about GraphQL. But as our use cases change and our we create new components, need more data or less data, we can just change our request or craft new requests. For instance, in this example, we are drilling into the user and also grabbing the information about his or her profile picture. And as we expect, if we send that to our server, we get a response closely aligning to the request. But with this ability to drill into a graph, we actually cannot only do flat data structures or simple sparse fields like in REST. We essentially can talk about data trees. We can drill into relations. And that's one of the strengths of GraphQL. It lets us really explore the data by diving into its relations. But we can also see that we introduce some repetition here, like name and last seen are expressed duplicate times. So with GraphQL, we have a construct called a fragment, which allows us to build fragment hierarchies as we create component hierarchies in our UI components or class hierarchies in our backends. A fragment essentially is our primitive of composition. So with GraphQL, we only need one endpoint. We have one endpoint to talk to, and we can execute our request that we crafted on the consumer side to that single endpoint. That makes it super simple to use. And all the data we want to fetch from a GraphQL endpoint, we can essentially do in one request. And that totally gets rid of the overall data fetching problem that we have with other technologies like REST or gRPC and so on. And GraphQL is built on a strong type system, making it predictable to consume for the user that interacts with our backend. And that's because the schema of a GraphQL server is not just some information about what we intend to give to the user. It actually is enforced by the query execution engine, meaning that whenever the backend violates its contract, the GraphQL server will actually return with an error instead of sending us invalid data structures. So with GraphQL, we strive to build a thin layer of GraphQL over our business model, over our business layer. And that is essentially because GraphQL gives us these great capabilities to describe the data in a much stronger way, to expose this data model in a much better way. So we don't have to sacrifice on our model to let others from the outside over protocols like HTTP or others interact with our model. So GraphQL gives us this great data definition language with which we can describe our data. And that's what I mean with we don't have to sacrifice on our model in order to optimize for serialization, because GraphQL has so great constructs to describe your data. Like this example shows a simple web shop. It's not all the models we need for a web shop, but bear with me here. So we, for instance, have the user that goes shopping, writes reviews, and is the person essentially logging onto our service. Then we have the product. The product is what we can buy. You can see we have information about price, if it's in stock, or the shipping estimates. And we have the review, which is a testament by a user of a product. And in GraphQL, these things interconnect, meaning I can drill in from the user side into the review, and from the review to the product, or back to the user. And I also can look from the product and drill into the reviews, and then further into the user. So no matter from which angle I look at my data model, I can drill and grab the data I need in each situation that might occur in my client application. So let's have a look at this simple query, where we drill in from the currently signed in user. Then we drill into the reviews. We grab the review text, so essentially what the user wrote about the product. And then also grab the name of the product. This might be a good thing when your shop API, you have this user profile where you can see all the reviews that this user wrote over the time. Or maybe we look from the different angle, go into the top 5 products, look what their shipping estimates are, if they are in stock or not, and then look why they are the top 5 products. Do they have so great reviews, and who wrote the reviews? So you can see it's very nice to use that. But GraphQL is a monolith, and that might introduce some other challenges to our development, since we always have to essentially deploy everything. And that's why with GraphQL, we might want to split out our services beneath into more logical units. So actually, we might want to split our shop into domain services, where we can let teams work on them that have the domain expertise, maybe about the account system, maybe there's an identity server involved in that. Then we might have a review service. The review service might not even be under our control, might be a product that we bought in. And then we might have other things like an inventory service, maybe that comes from SAP, or we have a product service which essentially represents our product catalog. So, but if we change our design to something like where we have a thin GraphQL layer over these REST endpoints that are our domain services, we still end up restricting us from deploying very dynamically. Like every time we deploy essentially our account service, we also have to deploy our GraphQL service, meaning if we have multiple changes over our domain services at once, we have to queue all those changes, and we cannot iterate fast, because every time we do a change to our downstream services, we also have to deploy our gateway. So if we think in a GraphQL sense, we would rather like to split it there. Split our GraphQL type system into those buckets, where we essentially have our user and only the domain expert, the team working on the account service, works on this service. The same is for product, inventory, and review. But we also want to give them the ability to essentially craft the overall graph, our unified data graph. So essentially, we want to let them extend upon data structures that they don't even have control over. And same is for the other domain services. We want to give them the ability to extend the data of the others. And by that, giving the GraphQL gateway the ability to essentially build out those relations. And to do that, there is a concept about schema stitching or federated graphs. So what is that? So a federated graph essentially is a GraphQL gateway that uses other GraphQL services to execute a request on top of its graph. So the gateway represents our overall graph, our unified data graph. And whenever we, for instance, send a request to that gateway, it essentially is rewritten into sub-queries that go to the downstream services. So in this query example, we have we are asking for the top products of our shop API. And we essentially send the request for the top products to the product service and then wait for the response. And then with the products that are returned, we go to the review service and ask there for the reviews. And for all the reviews, we then need the users that wrote the reviews. And at the end, we need some data to fill in the shipping estimates and if the product is in stock. So it is not actually literally done one by one. GraphQL Gateway has batching support and tries to rewrite the incoming query into a query plan that fetches the data in a most efficient way. Like the gateway would also take into account things like overlapping data, where can I avoid doing multiple requests to a service and such things. But from a client perspective, this is very simple. A client works against the GraphQL server. And essentially, the GraphQL server, again, works against GraphQL servers that are our domain services here. But we want to compose the graph, the overall graph, from our downstream services. So our domain services, account, review, and product, shall be the drivers of our graph. Before we go into demo and look how we can build such a graph, let's first also talk about the approaches here. In GraphQL, we have two approaches to build distributed graphs. There's schema stitching or federated schema stitching or schema federation. So schema stitching traditionally is a centralized approach where I have a more intelligent gateway that knows about the relations between the downstream services. With this, I still have the problem that I might need to always deploy my gateway with my downstream service. With schema federation, I have a dumb gateway that essentially just knows that there are downstream services. And then I have the downstream services that have a bit more knowledge about what the other services have. Not that they need any dependencies on the other services, but they essentially can tell the graph engine how to introduce those relations. But I think it's enough about theory. Let's have a look at how this actually works and then come back to the slides later. So I've prepared a simple example here. And this is essentially the data, the downstream services that I introduced in my slides. So let me just run that. And I'm using Thai to run that. So we do a .NET Thai run. And this is essentially will orchestrate all the services and also the Docker containers involved here. OK, so my service is now up. Let me grab that. So we have 4 services here. And these are my domain services that have the domain knowledge over various parts of my graph. For instance, I can go to the user service, the account service, which hosts the users, where I can write GraphQL queries into the user and, for instance, fetch the name of all the users that I have. That's neat. But I cannot go any further. So there is a birth date, there is a username maybe, but there's nothing about reviews or products. Second, I have a GraphQL server here that deals with inventory. So I have an inventory info here where I need to provide a product ID. And then I get the in-stock properties. Is this product in stock or not? Or I have a function that calculates the shipping estimate by providing the price and the weight. And then I might have just a product catalog here that gives me the top products. You can query into that. Let's just grab the first 5 top products, get the name, works. So also a nice product catalog. But if I drill into that, there's not a lot of information. It's a very isolated data structure. And then I have reviews where I can grab reviews by user and other things. Just let's have a look. So we have a complete sense of how our GraphQL servers are structured. So I can grab all the reviews. I can grab the reviews by author or by product. And again, this doesn't know the author. It just knows the author ID. So it knows how to grab something. OK, so these are my isolated downstream services. But actually, that is nice to work on. From a developer's perspective, it's awesome. We can just deploy our downstream service. Everything is done. But from the consumer perspective, it's awful. I have now multiple services, exactly what I don't want to have in GraphQL. And I also I would have now the same problem that I actually have with REST, and know none of the benefits of GraphQL. But I can now deploy it however I want. So in GraphQL, we can solve this problem with schema stitching. And for that, let me introduce a new project here, and that's our gateway. So I'm using our GraphQL template, which essentially is a pimped version of the web template. It just has our packages in there. So we are introducing a new project here, our gateway project. As I said, it's essentially a standard ASP.NET Core server, which has a standard startup and has some packages in here already for hot chocolate, and would be already queryable with some initial demo data. Okay, so let's add that to our solution. Okay, let me just reload that. So Visual Studio gets that we added a project here. So the first thing is that we get rid of the query type here, because we are building a GraphQL gateway, so we don't need an actual data structure in here. And also we don't need this query type at the moment here. We just go with that. So the next thing is that we need to add this gateway to our TIE configuration so that it works with our setup. So don't worry about that. I'll just do that. Okay, so in order to do stitching, we essentially use a standard GraphQL server here, but we need also the stitching layer. So I'm adding another package here, hot chocolate stitching.redis. I'll explain why that Redis in a bit, so bear with me. So with this, our gateway essentially is prepared, and we can put these services together. So next, I put in some constants here for each service, and that's just for not repeating myself. And I'm using them, as I said, the gateway merely should know the connection to our downstream services. So in order to connect to our downstream services, we will use the standard HTTP client factory and introduce the URIs that the server has. This is also the point where you would put in authentication logic. Like if we want to copy in tokens or something like that, we could define that here. Okay, so then we need to have Redis. So why Redis? So in order to build a really resilient gateway, we use Redis to store the last versions of our stitched schemas there, that even in the event one of the downstream services goes down, we still have the correct schema. And only the data structures related to that downstream services cannot be used, but all the other data is fine. I will demonstrate that at the end. Okay. Last but not least, we need to configure our gateway to be able to stitch in downstream services. For that, we do essentially say to the GraphQL configuration that we are using remote schemas, and we are using Redis to grab them. And this demo here is essentially our configuration name on Redis. So if we have multiple gateways running on the same Redis, we could distinguish between them. Okay, with this, our gateway actually works. We just do a .NET TIE run watch. And this is super cool because we have multiple services now. And every time we change something here, TIE will just redeploy them to our we deploy the containers and the projects so that we have always a running configuration here. So at this point, our GraphQL server is already there. So we would already have a gateway running, but it would fail. So just let me demonstrate it, because we haven't published any configuration to it. So if I go there, I essentially get the GraphQL IDE, but I couldn't do anything because there is no schema. There's nothing I can actually fetch. Yeah, you can see it's doing, but there is no schema because there's nothing that the downstream services so far publish. So let's go to our first service here. That's accounts. And this is the standard GraphQL server so far. So in order to communicate with our gateway, we can put in Redis here. Again, there are also other ways. You don't have to use Redis. You also could have a pull approach where the gateway pulls the information from the downstream services. But the Redis approach really is for resilience reasons. OK, so we now know how to connect to our Redis here. And the next thing is to essentially publish our schema configuration to the gateway. So I'm doing a publish accounts, and that now takes that introduces this initialize on startup that essentially tells the server when it's starting up, then it should create a schema and publish the schema definition to our Redis configuration demo. And we call our own service here accounts. And this essentially lines up with the configuration in the gateway that we have here. So we call accounts, so we know the schema can be reached here. OK. So with this, our service should already work. So we could now go to our browser, refresh our schema, and we can see, oh, actually, we can see that we have the same schema now than our account service. And this is because by default, we'll just stitch everything in how it's presented and try to auto-stitch things. But with this, actually, you get a good feedback loop. So you have immediately something, but and we could also already query that. So we could go in here, users, then query the users. Awesome. We get the data, same data as here. But we wouldn't reap any benefits of GraphQL. We just would essentially merge all the downstream services. OK. So let's go a little deeper and introduce some real benefits. And for that, we are adding some type extensions. And type extensions can be defined with with schema first, so SDL or with code first. We are using here SDL first since it's clearer to read. So we introduce a new file, stitching.graphql, and now we can provide to the gateway some configuration. So how we want to extend the types on the gateway. So what I'm saying here is essentially extend the query type on the gateway and introduce a new field, me. And in order to fetch this me, go to this service and execute this resolver and pass in 1 as an ID. So in a real service, and we see that as we go forward, you actually use variables and the local context, but I haven't introduced any tokens here, so this service is completely open, and that's why we pass in a static user ID here. OK, this should already have an impact. I just defined that. And we should already see that deployed. No, essentially not. Let's have a look why. We have provided that here, stitching.graphql. Did I write that correct? Oh, no, I misspelled. So that's why the server couldn't grab it. Let's go back here. And we have the me field. And now we actually can not only query for the user, but we actually can do the request that we wanted to, drill into the user and fetch the currently signed in user. Okay, but we still have these replicated fields from our downstream services, and we don't like them because they bloat up our graph with things from our downstream services that have a merely technical, just a technical issue, so we don't really need them. And we can tell our gateway that it should ignore the root types of this type. So we go into our account service, say, ignore my root types, and just read that extension file here. So, but this would introduce a problem because we don't have any root type on the GraphQL server anymore. We are just extending something that is not there. So we can go to our GraphQL server, to our GraphQL gateway here, and tell it to have a root type. So we can say add a query type, and the query type should have the name query, and it's empty. So we're just putting it in so that the downstream services can rewrite it to their needs. Okay, with this, we now have finally a clean view on our gateway. We now have just the me field that we want there, but we cannot drill into data. So the next step is essentially to follow the query that we want to build. So that's the first query we want to achieve, essentially drill in from the currently logged in user into the reviews, into the products the reviews are about. So the next server we need to extend is a review service. And that then rewrites things from the accounts service. So here's a review service. It is at the moment also just a simple GraphQL server. We can see it has a standard GraphQL query type here, and I already put in the stitching GraphQL. So let's first publish our configuration. Publish the review configuration. It's the same code we used before. And what we also need is some Redis configuration here, so we can connect to our Redis. Okay, so that is there. And now we essentially just write GraphQL configuration logic. So in this instance, we are extending the user. With some review code, and here you can see that we are now using variables, and we take the ID field from the user and pass it into our service to call the reviews by author field and fetch some data here. Okay, with this, our graph now looks already a bit nicer. You can see I can drill in here, and you see already that with Chai and Redis, or it's actually because of the Redis, that once we do a change, it's already online. So when we deploy something, our graph is automatically rewritten. The old graph is phased out, so requests to the old graph are slowly phased out. And for new requests, we are phasing in this new graph. And this is a nice experience when you work and deploy and build out those things. You are not anymore restrained by these things where you have to deploy the gateway first and then the downstream service or vice versa. And your teams are now able to just work on their silos and publish their changes. Okay, so we can now drill into our reviews here and get the review text. Awesome. And just to get our first query finished, we need to go to the product service and interconnect with our reviews. So let's go over to products. I also prepared here with the stitching GraphQL. So we just put in, sorry. we just put in the configuration logic. So we essentially publish our schema here to Redis. Also the Redis logic in here. And with that, product data is available. Now we just need to tell our gateway how to stitch that in. And we just say extend the review with the product. Again, we take in some data from the review. The review, for instance, exposes which product ID it has a review for. So you have some references in form of IDs in the downstream services, but that is just how it is. Okay, with this, and this is pretty immediate, we can drill into the product service here. It's a very nice experience now already, like our first request is almost done. Et voila. So we have our first demand finished. That works. It involves at the moment three downstream services. So this query actually is rewritten into the account service, into the review service, and the product service. But we had this second query that we liked, where we drill in from the other side, from the product side, fetch the top products, and then drill into the reviews and the also. And this we cannot do so far. We just have this root field. So we first need to go to our product service here again and extend the query type to put in the products. So we can do that essentially the same way we did before. But because we have the same field on our downstream service, we just can say delegate and everything else is inferred because the same field exists here. If we don't specify anything, it just knows where to get delegated to. And with this, there's no reload. Just can say refresh schema. We can already see the top products. We could drill into the top products here. Let's explore that first. So let's get the top products for the first 5 products. And yeah, we pretty much have just the products logic in here. There's no reviews interconnected because so far we just looked from the one side of the graph. Okay, so what do we have to do first? If we look at our query graph here, we either could add the reviews or we could introduce the shipping estimates and the in-stock information. Let's first start with the reviews because this service we have already integrated. And with the reviews, we then need to drill into the user. Let's see what is already there and what we have to do here. So we go to the reviews service and then just extend the product with reviews. Okay, let me reformat that. And you can see we just grab the product ID from the product itself and then call our review by product query on our downstream service here on our review service. And you can see that here it is essentially a standard C# method where we have the reviews by product. This will be invoked. Okay, and with this, it's already there actually. Just put in this piece of GraphQL configuration logic and we can drill into our reviews. For instance, we grab the body. And the nice thing is we already told the thing that products can be fetched from the reviews. Okay, it doesn't make sense, but we already can drill in back into our product. Okay, so let's head back to our project and then have a look at our graph. Next thing is the author that we need to drill into our author. So with that, we go back to accounts. And in accounts, we just extend our review with the author. Again, we are getting data from our author object here to fetch then the data. Okay, that we already can see that we can now drill in reviews, users, and then we could get into the product or users and reviews again, look at all the reviews and so forth. So we have now here the user, the author, drill into the name, and we even could now look at all the reviews the user wrote about maybe other products. And that's really great. It doesn't make, maybe this query makes not so much sense, but it shows how we can drill into the data, and it just comes from different GraphQL servers that you just composed here. And it's actually not so difficult to do that. Okay, but we still have some more to do. So there are some more data, like the inventory service. And the inventory service we would like to have integrated neatly into our product. So far, we just connected simple objects. So we essentially fed in the relations. But this time we want to just take some parts, some calculation logic, or some leaf field from another type. Let's have a look at the inventory service. So the inventory service is here. We have two root resolvers. So one is we can fetch the inventory info about something by its UPC, the product ID. So let's just grab a product ID. It's one. I should have known that. Let's drill into the inventory info here if something is in stock. So we can provide the 1 as our ID, and then drill into the stock info. It just says true. But this is an object here, but we don't want the object. We just want this field of the object. Also, we have this shipping estimate, which is essentially not related to the product at all. It just wants a price, 15, and it wants a weight, maybe 200. And then it will return a shipping estimate. So how much you have to pay for the shipping, 1,000. And whereas if the no, that was not it. If it's lower, the shipping estimate falls. So depending on the weight, we have some price to pay for shipping that product. So how do we get these into our product? And that's pretty straightforward. First, let's go to our inventory service here. It's already also prepared. We just publish our inventory. Let's put in the Redis so we can communicate. And with that, we have everything prepared, and it's pretty easy to get now everything together, because we just say extend product with inventory. Let me just fill in the missing dollar signs here, and then look at that. So the first thing is, how can we grab just fields? We essentially can drill in here. This is a pass logic, so we can with a dot go deeper into the graph and fetch lower level fields. In this instance, we are just grabbing inventory info, this object, and from this object, we just take the is in stock information. And because we don't like the name is in stock, we just feed it in here as in stock, so that it is nicer for our overall graph. So you can rename and reshape the graph even on that level. And also with the, this is wrong, also with the shipping estimate. It's very strange, I put dollars here at various places. Okay, also with the shipping estimate, you can just grab, it's just a functionality. You just tell the engine which fields it should first grab from the product service so you can fulfill this contract here. And then the execution engine will actually optimize our requests. So, and fetch all the needed input for this resolver to feed in here. Okay, with this, already the server should have compiled, and it should be ready so that we can grab this data now from our overall graph. Let me refresh the schema here. And you can see we have the shipping estimate, which doesn't have any arguments anymore because these are filled in from our parent object, and we have the in-stock information. Okay, with this, we actually have now our graph fulfilled. So how does this standard development, now that we have set up our graph once, so how is the standard development going forward from here? So let's look at that by introducing some new data to our account. And for that, let me get rid of this query. And let's have a look from this perspective here. So let's, for instance, introduce an address to our account. So this is pretty simple. In a C# world, we would just go to our downstream service here. We would look at our user and maybe feed in a string address. And now it doesn't compile. It doesn't come anymore up. So our server has an issue. And this is just like, this is my dev environment. So it's OK that it happens like this. But this also shows one case, like you're deploying something to production. And something is disrupted on production. Maybe the database of the account system is not anymore there. What does it mean to our overall service? So if we ask for the user, we get an error. We get an error that there's a disruption with schema, with the schema accounts. But there's no disruption with the product service, right? So I can drill in from the product side of the graph and get maybe the top one product. Works. And I also can drill into the reviews of this graph. Also works. And even if I drilled into the author, I can write that query. That is a valid query. And I can execute that. And I get an error that there is a disruption with accounts. But I also, in the same instance, get all the data from the GraphQL server that are valid. Because if I look at the at my graph here, it is designed to allow for these disruptions. And GraphQL is great with partial data here. So when we look at the reviews user, it's nullable. We could have designed it to be non-nullable. And if it's non-nullable, GraphQL will actually erase all the structure up to the point that we get into a valid data set. But since this is nullable, I can write this this query. I don't get the author, but still my application could somehow work without this data. This is a bit now a design decision on which data is should always be there or with watch data, we still could function. But you can build a very resilient graph here that could even run when some of the downstream services are not online. Okay, that just as a side. Let's go on. What I actually wanted to do here is to introduce new data and show you how we can drive our graph from the bottom up. So we now have introduced a new field address. So we can say his address is home and his address is far away. And it's actually done. You see Tyres recompiling, redeploying everything. And we just refresh here. We can now see our user has an address. I just changed something in C#. There is no configuration logic needed. I just need to change my models and my graph changes.
Michael.
Yeah. And it's not only about those simple things here. We also can introduce more complex things. Like I could maybe introduce a record address that has a street. And introduce the address object here into the user. And then just fix up my address here, just so that my graph becomes valid again. Okay. Let's go back to our graph ID, and I already can see that I now have here an address object and there the street. And it already works. I can already drill in here. You can see just by changing my domain service, the overall graph changes without the need of deploying the gateway at all. And that's because we have this hot deploy functionality with Redis combined. Okay. So, awesome. That was a bit of a demo here with lots of new concepts. I hope you have enjoyed that. What is the conclusion here? So with GraphQL is a great way to expose your APIs. It is a joy for the user. It's nice to drill into those data structures and just fetch what you need and explore what you need. But it introduces complexity, like GraphQL is a monolith. And if you have a very big graph, you might want to chop that into multiple subgraphs. And you can do that with GraphQL schema stitching or GraphQL federated schema stitching. And with the federated approach that I showed you, you have the opportunity to iterate faster, to remove dependencies from your teams that they are constrained by having to interact too much with the other teams to deploy certain aspects of the graph. So with federated schema stitching, you just can work on your little island and drive the overall graph of the company. And that makes you very flexible in the way you work. It doesn't constrain you by technology. And as I showed you, it's gives you, from the deployment perspective, it's now very easy. You have this Redis running somewhere in the cloud where you deploy your schemas, and it will keep the gateway running. So you deploy the gateway essentially once, and then communicate from the downstream services with the Redis, with the gateway, and drive your schema. Yeah, last point is, with that, you are able to divide really your graph into those silos that deal with the domain expertise, so people can work on the account service while other people think about working about other aspects of your graph. So everything I showed you is open source. it's done by the community, so it's free. You can hand over to our GitHub repo. It's at github.com chili-cream-hot-chocolate. There's all the code, and it's free to use. It's a standard, so there is no license restrictions. You can fork it, have fun with it, and try it out. We also love if you like what you saw, give us a star and push this project further. There's also the sponsors of this conference. So if there are questions, I would be open now to receive them.
No, it's not any question in the chat.
Okay. Otherwise, I would be finished then.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Thank you very much for this session. I hope to see you in the next CoreConf. Have a nice day.
Thanks.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Trying to step back and see the view from above, 'cause I know that nothing lasts forever. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the winds flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. 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 And we're flying so close to where we belong. And we're trying to go somewhere new. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. And I know I'm only getting higher, till it feels like I can walk through fire. And I know I'm only getting higher, till it feels like I can walk through fire.
Así me ahorro la primera partida. Solo vi la parte de la americana y después ¿Cómo puedo ver las preguntas del chat de la pantalla?
Trying to step back and see the view from above, 'cause I know that nothing lasts forever. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gotta move the ocean current till the waves spread what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you.
Muy buenas y bienvenidos a Track 3. Presentamos a Francisco Cruzado y como dato curioso le gusta el fútbol americano y los juegos antiguos. Francisco, ¿qué tal?
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Bueno, vamos a empezar. Cambio en inglés, ¿vale? So, welcome everyone. My name is Francisco Cruzado and we are going to talk today about data visualization with Power BI. Before we start, let me introduce me a little bit more. I'm a development architect working at Analytic Always, where I work with incredible people. They are the ones that have pushed me to be here today live, speaking to all of you. And beside that, I'm an associate professor in data visualization in the IE, where I try to teach my students a little bit about data in general, but very focused on data visualization. So today we are going to try to join all this knowledge and try to use it with Power BI to be shared with the community. I'm really sorry for doing this in English, but I think that this is going to reach out more people if I do this in English. As you have said, discovered, English is not my mother tongue, but I think it won't be a problem. Okay, so without we start, let me thank all the sponsors. Without them, they are the ones that help us being here. So thank you to all of them. And without further ado, let's start with the agenda. Today we are going to talk about these 5 topics, okay? So the first one, we are going to introduce a little bit the concept of data visualization. And next, we are going to do some technical demo for us developers. We are going to connect Power BI to APP Insights. And this is a real case studio that all of us could try to reproduce by ourselves. And the rest points are going to be more focused in general. So if you want to share this knowledge with your family, with your colleagues from other departments, these other 3 points are going to be for them. We are going to create an initial dashboard just with the data extracted from APP Insights. And it's going to be, I'm going to, spoiler alert, it's going to be really ugly. I'm going to create something quick as if we didn't know anything about data visualization, and we are going to improve it as we advance. So on the 4th point, we're going to talk about storytelling with data in 5 steps. We are going to
learn the 5 steps that we should focus on when we are working with data. And at the end, we are going to tell a little bit about storytelling, focus on data. And the last step will be to build the alternative dashboard. I'm going to create something not 100% perfect here, but I'm going to give you an alternative of something that will follow all the things that we are going to see on the other steps. Okay, so let's start by the introduction. What are we going to talk about in general? As I said, we're going to talk about data visualization in general. This is a basic lesson in data visualization. We are not going to go really deep into details. We are going to focus on do's and don'ts. I'm going to throw you a lot of tips about things that you should do and things that you should avoid. As I said, after that, we are going to connect Power BI to Azure, to APP Insights, very quick. It's not going to be really technical. And after that, we are going to do the things that I said before. We are going to use Power BI, and we are going to create a story with the data that we have extracted. Important, what are the things that we are not going to talk today? Maybe in the future, I will have the chance to talk about them. We are not going to do anything advanced in Power BI. Power BI is a really extremely powerful tool, but today we are going to focus on the basics, and we are not going to do anything really advanced. We are not going to query data from different sources. This is not 100% true. We are going to query data from APP Insights and also from an Excel file, but you can connect Power BI to a lot of different sources, such as databases, text files, and the last connector that has been deployed is to Databricks. So maybe in the future we can talk about that. So let's go on. Let's talk about the process when we are working with data. What is the general process when we have a huge collection of data and we want to work with it? So the first step will be data gathering. It will be to extract our data. Where is our data stored? Do we need to collect it manually? Do we need to connect to a data source, to a database, to a third-party service? What do we need to do to gather our data? After that, the next step will be the data wrangling or data munging. This is basically transforming our raw data, the data that we have extracted here, and transforming it into something useful, something that we can work with it. In this step, maybe we'll need to add some new columns. We will need to transform it a little bit. We will need to reduce or to extract some data sets, or maybe if our data is already prepared, we won't need to do anything else. But believe me, most of the times, these are the phases that are most time-consuming. After that, now that we have our data constructed, well-organized, ready to work with, we are going to start with data exploration. So here, what we are going to do is we are going to analyze our data. We're going to check if our data is complete, if it's correct, and if it's righteous. Maybe here, in order to do this data exploration, we could create some visualization for help us. But as we are going to say that this process is going to be cyclic. So we can go back to this step after we create some visualization. So if we are exploring our data and we cannot find any insights or we are having some doubts, we can jump to the last step that will be data visualization. And we will talk about that on the next slides. And as I said, this is a cyclic process. So if we are finished with data visualization, but we are not 100% sure about what we have done, we can start and go again and extract more data, or we can jump from data visualization to data wrangling or go back and forth between data visualization and data exploration. So let's focus on the key topic for today's sessions, data visualization. And to give you a brief description of what is data visualization, it will be graphical representation of data. It's the process of transforming data in general to something visual, just like that. So now we have finished this introduction, and we are going to start with the second topic on the agenda. We are going to connect Power BI to APP Insights. So what are we going to do now? We are going to do a brief demo, and I'm going to show you that I have an API that is being deployed to Azure. It lies on an APP service, on an Azure APP service. I have configured it to use APP Insights. That is a tool from Azure that will help us collect information about our products, in this particular case, about our API. So we are going to see how can we query our APP Insights data from the Azure portal. And after that, we will see that maybe this is not enough for us, and we want to navigate deeper in our data. And for that, Power BI is the perfect tool. So now that we have imported our data in Power BI, we are going to see that we could start creating visualizations with that data. I'm not going to do any very advanced visualization here because I will do this in future demos, okay? So now it's demo time. This is the demo number 1, and we are going to connect Power BI to APP Insights. So I'm going to show you really briefly my project. This is my project in Visual Studio. As you can see here, I have a really basic API where I have some controllers. What I have done is I have connected it with APP Insights here. As you can see, I have Azure Application Insights configured and ready to use, even though I don't have anything else. So let's see how this will be organized in the portal. So here you can see all the different elements that I have in the Azure portal. I have a SQL Server and a SQL database that we are not going to use today, but the main focus is that we have an APP service that holds our API, and also we have an application insights that is connected there. So if we go here to the APP service, we can see that here we are starting to have some data here, and some data represented visually. It's nice that the portal give us this opportunity, but we want to go beyond that. So let's check about the application insights here. Here we are seeing all the data collected by application insights. So by default, you can see that we are seeing the amount of fail requests, the server response time, and some other data that is really nice to have here. But if we go here to logs that I have opened here, we are going to be able to query our own insights or the ones that the Azure is going to collect for us. So what I've done is here I have created a really basic query where I'm just going to query the requests that have been done to my API. I'm going to exclude the ones that are from Swagger. I know that in a real life environment, we won't have Swagger activated, but here for my example, I have this Swagger activated. So if we query this data, we are going to see here on the bottom panel that we have all the different information, all the different requests from the visits from our visitors in our website. So we have a lot of information here. We have gathered our data, but it's really raw. We have a lot of columns here. We have a lot of records here, and we want to work with them. So in order to work with, to connect Power BI with APP Insights, we need to export this query. So how will we do this? We need to click here on export, and we will export to Power BI in the mQuery format, okay? So if we click here, this file is going to be downloaded, and this is the query that we are going to do. If you read this query, this is the representation of the query that we created visually. So for us now, this is going to be transparent. We are not going to focus on the actual query, but we are going to open Power BI and we are going to use this query for connecting to our data. So I'm going to copy this query and let's go to Power BI. When we open Power BI here, it is going to ask us to connect it to different data sources. Here we have the most common ones: Excel, SQL Server, or we are going to get our data from a blank query here. So while this is loading, we are going to see that here we are on the data part of Power BI. So we can go to View and the Advanced Editor. And here we are going to paste the query that we have extracted from APP Insights. We could just type this if we knew this query language, but as I said, this is going to be really basic. So let me paste this with the comments and everything else and cross our fingers and see if the data is being loaded into Power BI. Wow, I was really lucky. So now the data is available for us in Power BI, and we can see that we have the same information that we were consuming from the portal. And now we can just go and create our first visualization. So let's go to Home and close the data part. And while Power BI is loading our data, we can see that here on the right part, we have different visualizations that we can add. So for this basic example, what I'm going to do is create a really basic table. Table is a visualization type. So let's click on table. And here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it a little bit bigger for the example. And I'm going to drag the result code that is here. And after that, I'm going to drag the item count to values. Okay, so just with these simple steps, we have a table that is representing the amounts of requests that we have received and the result of each request. If you don't know this number, what they mean, don't worry about them, but they are HTTP status messages. We will talk a little bit about them. But here we can see that most of our requests have returned and 200 results, that it's okay, and it's the ones that we expect. So with that, we have finished this demo. So let's move on to the next steps. Let's go back to our slides. Okay, and now we are going to create the initial dashboard. Now that we know how to extract our data from Power BI and consume it, extract our data from APP Insights and consume it in Power BI, what we are going to create is an initial dashboard. Instead of using the data from the APP Insights, I have created some data set and it's stored in Excel. And I'm going to show you the structure of this data right away. But before we start, you should have these things in your mind, because if you connect the video in the middle, you are going to think that I'm a little bit crazy, but everything has a purpose here. So I'm going to exaggerate a lot of things, but I'm not going to invent anything. They are close to reality and they are close to things that I have seen in my experience and things that I have done in the past, okay? We will show alternatives later, so don't worry about the first example. But this is really important. There is no single answer to how to display data. There are some key points, some do's and don'ts that we can follow, but there is no one single alternative. There is no one best way of displaying data. It really depends on the things that we will talk later. So without further ado, let's go to the second demo, and we are going to create the initial dashboard. As I said before, I'm going to show you the data that I have extracted from APP Insights, and I have it in an Excel file. So let's open this and see the structure that our file has. So here we have different columns where we have some ID, the IP addresses of our visitors. We have the HTTP status, those numbers that we showed before. And also we have the message here. You can see that the status 200 corresponds to status OK, and we have several different other status. And more important, other different types of columns of data that we could have. We have the latitude and the longitude, so we could point exactly where our visits come from. And in order to create better visualizations, we also have the country and the city of the visualizations. If we wanted to go really exact, we could work with latitude and longitude, or as we will see later, sometimes only country is enough for us, or only city is enough for us. And also we have the date of the visits that is really important to see when our when our visit have occurred. And I have created a simple formula here on the K column where I'm just going to display OK or error depending on the status code. If the status code is below 300, that means that the request returns some kind of OK value, and otherwise we have some kind of errors in general. Later we will show differences between client errors and server errors, but for some of our examples, this column will help us a lot. So we are going to connect Power BI to this file, and this is really important. This is one of the most common mistakes. You need to close this file before you connect it to Power BI, otherwise it will give you a warning that this file is being used. So I'm going to close this, and I'm going to open Power BI. And instead of, I'm going to go to data, and I'm going to remove the data that we had before. And I'm going to connect it to the Excel file. Okay, request audit. Okay, here you can see I haven't told you about this US data tab on our Excel file, but it's exactly the same information that we have on the audit tab, but filtered out by the United States data that we will use for the for future demos. But for now, we just need to connect to the audit table. So let's load the data, and we are going to see that we have the same columns, the same information that we had before on the Excel file. So when this is done, we can go to the report view. Sorry, let me check what happened. Okay, this is because of the previous visualization that we don't have the data source now. But here we have this audit here. So let's talk a little bit about how Power BI is structured here. We have the different visualization here on the right part, and here we have the fields of our data set. We are going to drag fields from the right, and we can drop them either on boxes that are going to be here, depending on the kind of visualization that we have, or also we could run them directly here on the canvas, as Power BI is suggesting us. So I'm going to start doing things. So the first visualization that I'm going to create is a pie chart. So you will learn later that I hate them, and I'm going to show you why. But let's try to create a visualization displaying the different HTTP status and the amount of requests that we have. So in order to do that, we just need to drag HTTP status to legend and the ID values to count. So with that, we have one of the ugliest pie charts that I have ever seen, but for now, we can leave it like that. One important thing is that here, when we drag some numerical value to values box, by default, Power BI is going to apply the sum function, okay? And we don't want to sum IDs, we want to count them. So we need to change this formula from sum to count. So now we are going to create more visualization here to create the initial dashboard. So I'm going to create a donut chart. Why not? Because it's I really love donuts, and I'm going to display the same information again. I'm going to drag HTTP status to legend, and I'm going to drag ID here. So if you are just figuring that something is wrong here, you are right, but let's work a little bit more. As I did before, I'm going to create a table. And here, I'm going to put it on the top right corner. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to display the request by city. So I'm going to drag city to values. And now I'm going to drag ID to values again. And instead of using the ID, that's why we have these big numbers, we are going to apply the count function again. So here we have a list of all these different cities where we have visits. This is incredible, huge, and this is not very useful. Next, I will introduce a map. We have some geographical data, so why wouldn't we want to introduce a map? So here, what I'm going to do is, let me put this bigger, and what we will do is I'm going to drag the fields latitude and longitude to their corresponding boxes. So now we drag latitude and we drag longitude here, and with that, we have a really nice map, okay? There are some things about this map that we will talk later. And now I'm thinking that I have some blank space here, and here I have a lot of different options. So why don't we click on this gauge chart? Why not? So I'm going to click on that, and I'm going to create something, I don't know, something crazy. And I'm going to drag the count of ID to value. Well, this is really nice. I don't know what I'm displaying here, but I'm sure that my bosses will really like all these colors and these things. So with that, we have finished our bad initial dashboard. And now we are going to start about things that we could do to get rid of this and create something professional and practical. Let's go back to our slides. And let's talk about data visualization in 5 steps. So we are going to focus on these 5 steps, and we are going to go a little bit deep on each one of them. So every time that we create visualization, we need to think about context, visual display, the declutter process. We need to think about focus attention on our visualization. And after that, if we are going to construct a story, if we are going to tell a story, we need to think about the narrative structure. Let's start by the context. In this step, it's going to be the first one that we are going to fight when we are working with data. We need to ask ourselves these 3 questions: who, what, and how. The who is, inside who, we have a couple of questions. We need to ask questions about our audience and about ourselves. So what about our audience? We need to think about who are we going to talk with. Are we going to talk about in general audience, or are we going to talk to a really specific audience? In general, you should avoid general audiences if you can. And why? Because if you can narrow down your audience, you can prepare particular visualizations that are prepared for being consumed by your audience. For instance, this session is addressed to developers in general or technical people in general. So I have focused all my effort to my information to be consumed by technical people. Okay, and what about you? What about me? What about ourselves when we are creating visualization? We need to think about the relation that we have with our audience. Is it the first time that you are talking to them, as I'm doing right now? Or are you talking to some of your colleagues that they are used to you? And also we need to talk about if they trust you as an expert, or is it the first time that you are presenting live? It will change how you will create your story. When we have answered this question, we are going to move to the what. Okay, this is going to be a little bit about working with data. This is not a sequential process, but this is the order that you should go. But don't be afraid about going back to answering these questions if you are finding that you are having some troubles in the future steps. So focusing on the what, we need to think about the action, the mechanism, and the tone. So why are we the action will be to answer this question. Why are we communicating to our audience? Why have we decided to create a presentation, create a story? If you can answer that question, you shouldn't be presenting the data at all. So this question is really key, really important. The next one is the mechanism. How are you going to present this information? Is it going to be a live presentation? Is it going to be a recorded video? Are you going to write down a document? Are you going to publish your information in a website? Sometimes you are going to do more than one of these options, but depending on the mechanism that you are going to follow, you need to create different visualizations. As we will see if we have time, it's not the same to create a dashboard to be consumed in a website, or for instance, if you want your dashboard to be consumed in a mobile device, for instance. And the last question in the what section will be the tone. What is the tone? Are you going to talk with the board directors and you need to be really serious? Have you found a really difficult problem to be solved and you need to address them seriously, or are you in a relaxed environment and you can be and you can talk relax and introduce some funny or some concepts that will help your audience to be as relaxed as you are? So this question is also really important to answer. And last but not least, the how. How are you going to, now that you know the who and the what, how are you going to create this information? So what data do you have to display it? Now that you have found the insight that you want to highlight, which data do you have? One of the things that it's really important here is that most of us tends to display the data that backs up our points, but we tend to get rid of the data that doesn't back up our point. And you should not do this. You should sometimes to introduce data that doesn't back up your point 100% makes your point, gives your point strength. So displaying outliers, as we said, data that is outside the common or the average set, it's a good point to enhance the importance of the average set. How can you do this? By storyboarding. One of the best things is that I really recommend you that when you work with data to do not use any software at the beginning, to just think before what you are going to do, to use some pen and paper. You could use some software for drawing, but not the visualization software by itself, like Power BI. And now that you have everything clear, and when you have the solutions for the who, the what, and the how, now you can start working with the visualization tool. Okay, so I know that I have talked a lot, and now we are going to do more demos. So let's go to the second point, that is the visual display. Now that we have everything a little bit organized in our minds, we are going to create visualizations. So I have collected here. This is the visualization part of Power BI, where you have the different visual models that you can create with Power BI. Here, if you click on these three dots, you can go to the store and you can get a lot of different other visual models. And this is really powerful, but as we will see later, don't get confused because you can get and create a lot of crazy things as we have done in our initial dashboard. I have collected for you this visualization from Cole Nussbaum, one of the best persons regarding data visualization. And she believes that with just these 12 visual models, you can represent almost anything that you could show in a live presentation or in a paper or in whichever way. So I agree with her. I will add the maps here for representing geographical data, but we are going to see that with the Power BI we have more options. Important, we need to think about which visual display we are going to select for display the information. So now we are going to do a couple of demos to see how we will change our visual display, and we will enhance them just by changing the kind of visual display that we are going to use. So the demo number 3 is going to be called I Hate Pies. I have created a really bad pie chart on the initial dashboard, and I'm going to show you some alternatives, and we are to show the same information in a different visual way. So let's go back to Power BI here. Okay, and I'm going to reproduce this ugly pie chart here. I'm going to click here on the pie chart, and as we did before, I'm going to drag HTTP status to legend, and I'm going to drag the ID to value here, and I'm going to use the count function. Okay, so here we have a lot of problems with the pie chart. We have a lot of colors here. These slices are really small, and angles are something really difficult to be compare by the human eye. So what about if we want to compare these different HTTP status? So we are going to create, for instance, we could create a bar chart. So let's create a bar chart here, displaying the same information. We are going to drag HTTP status here to axis, and now we are going to drag ID to values. Sorry, ID to values. Okay, so there are a couple of things that we need to do here. Again, we need to change this formula to be count. And here we are seeing that we have a lot of blank space. And this is because our x-axis, the field that we have introduced here is being, Power BI is detecting it as a continuous value, and we need to change it to be categorical. Otherwise, Power BI is going to represent all the numbers from 200 until 500 and so on, and we don't want them. We just want to display the numbers that have values. So in order to do that, we just change that from continuous to categorical. So here we have the same information that we were being displaying in the pie chart, but it is more, we can see at a glance that we have the 200 status, that is the OK, and it's the bigger one, and we can see that the rest of the error messages are small. But what about the insight of this data? We can focus on the amount of visual requests that we are having, or we could just realize that most of our requests are not being all right. So we could create just something, some visualization that is really underrated. That is text, plain text is a visualization by itself. So I'm going to create a quick measure here, go into the data pane and create a new measure. And I'm going to just type, I'm going to call it error requests. And I'm going to use one quick formula that is called calculate, and I'm going to count the amount of visits. And now I'm going to filter only those visits that that have error. So in order to do that, we can just type the column where we have our error, our status hold, and we can say, okay, I just want to get rid of the error messages, or the 500, okay, the server error messages. So just by that, we can go again to our report view, and we can create a new visualization, and we can insert a card here to display our data. So now here we can see that we have our error request here, and if we drag it here, we are going to see that we have the amount of error requests that we have by that. So now we can see that we have almost 170 requests with errors. So let's create another measure, but that we are going to use the error request one. So I'm going to create a new measure, and now we are going to calculate the error percentage. Now I'm going to divide the amount of, the expression that we created before, the error request, by the count of all the requests that I have that are stored here. So if we go now here to this visualization, instead of displaying the amount of error request, we can drag the percentage here. And now we can see that we are displaying the amount of, the percentage of error that we are having here. This is a percentage, but this is not really visual for us. So we can change the format of, the format of this data. So if we go back here to the data and we select the measure that we just created, we can change the format and select just the percentage. And now our visual is going to be more effective. Now we see that almost 8.5% of our request ends with error. That is a lot. So we need to address this later. So let's create another alternative, in this case for maps. So if you remember in our initial dashboard, here, we created a map, but we are going to see what information we are displaying here. So I'm going to create a map, and I'm going to reproduce the same map by dragging latitude and longitude here. And I'm going to, depending on the amount of visits, I'm going to create a bubble bigger or smaller. So let's put it count. So what I have created is a proportional symbol map. Here we have symbols display in every location that happens something, in this case, a visit from a visitor. And depending on the size of the bubble, it represents the more visits that we have. So what is the problem about this? Just at a quick glance, we can see that we have a lot of visits in Europe, we have a lot of visits in Southeast Asia, and we have more or less a lot of visits in the coast of South America and the US States. So this is not giving any information. This is telling us where people are concentrated in the world. So let's try to represent this same information in a different way. So the first alternative that I'm going to give you is a bar chart. Sometimes bar charts and line charts are underrated, but they are the solution for your problems. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag country to the axis, and I'm going to drag the number of visits to values. I'm going to apply the count function again. And here you can see that we have the same information by country. We can see all the countries that, all the amount of visits by country. But here we have more than 150 countries. That is a nice data, but I cannot consume this information well. So what we are going to introduce is a filter. So instead of displaying all the countries, we are going to filter and get only the top 10. So how can I achieve this with Power BI? We need to go to the field that we want to filter. And instead of using the basic filtering, we need to change it to top N. And in this case, we are going to indicate that we want to filter the top 10 countries by visits. So we are going to drag ID here and apply the function count as well. Okay. Don't forget to apply your filter, otherwise nothing will happen. So now we have only the top 10 countries by visits, and we can see at a quick glance that the country with more visits is Indonesia. Okay. If we go back to this map, I imagine that nobody could tell me which was the country with more visits. Okay, so we have finished with the demo 3 and the demo 4. Okay, so let's advance and let's talk about decluttering. This is one of the key aspects when we work with visualizations. So we're going to talk very briefly about what is cognitive load and what is clutter. So cognitive load is the information required, the effort required for consuming our information. So our goal is going to be to reduce it as much as possible. Every element that you introduce in a visualization increases cognitive load. So unless we introduce something that will that won't increase cognitive load, we shouldn't introduce these elements, and we are going to see what are them. And also, one of the focus of all this process is to declutter, to reduce the noise. As you are seeing in this image, all these elements that are here are introducing noise and are making our audience lose the focus. If you lose the focus of your audience, you are lost. So we are going to learn how to create this, how to achieve this with Power BI. So these are the general rules that we are to follow, but instead of me reading them, I'm going to do them with an example. Okay, so we are going to do the demo 5. We are going to clean up the house. So let's go back to our Power BI. Sorry, this one. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a line chart for this example. What I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce a line chart with this example. I'm going to make it like that. And I'm going to represent the amounts of visits by country in each month. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag month to axis. And now I'm going to drag the amount of IDs to values. Remember to apply count. I'm going to introduce a filter because you can see that the January value is really high, and that is because we only have data from 2020 and from January 2021. Okay, so for these examples, we are going to drag here to filters, and I'm going to just use a basic filter to select 2020. Okay, so now we are going to display a country in the legend. So by dragging this, we have the information about all our countries. Wow, my eyes are burning. This is one example of an spaghetti chart. We have so many lines here that we cannot read anything, okay? So let's try to enhance it step by step. So one of the good things about Power BI is that we can duplicate visualizations. So I can duplicate this one and start working in it, okay? So after that, I will show you the final result, but I have extracted each one of the steps that we are going to follow in order to reproduce this at home. So what we are going to do here is the first thing is that we are going to focus. So instead of just representing all the countries that we are seeing here, we are going to drag country to filter, and we are just going to focus on our neighbors. I live in Spain, so my neighbors are France and Portugal. So I'm going to just select France and Portugal here. So just by that, instead of having all the different countries, we just have two series. There is something that we can interpret a bit more. The next step will be reduce blank space. Here we are wasting a lot of space here, and we don't want to do this because all the eyes will be focused on this part that is really collapsed. And one of the best things will be to make it bigger like that. The next step will be to declutter, to reduce noise. And in order to do that, what we could do is to remove these grid lines. In general, you should not introduce grid lines unless they have a purpose, unless you want to highlight something. In this case, I'm just want to focus on trends, so I don't care about these grid lines. How you can remove grid lines? If you go to the format option in the visualization pane, in the y-axis, here you have one option that is grid lines. That is activated by default, so we are going to remove them. It was a fainted option, but we have improved that. Other things that we could do is to remove unnecessary titles. Here on the x-axis, this horizontal axis, we have the different months, January, February, March. So anyone that understands English will detect that these are months. So why are we saying here that this is the month? So in this case, I think that we shouldn't display the label on the x-axis. So let's go back to the x-axis, and here on title, we deselect this option, and now the month is not being here. And the same thing happens here with the left. What is count of ID? It's not giving me anything. We are displaying visits. So the first thing that we could do is to remove the title as well here. But also, what we are doing here on the title is, here we are displaying the formula that we are applying here. So instead of displaying count of ID, what we should do is rename for this visual, and instead of count by ID, we could just type visits. So here we have visits by month and country. So we could improve this. We will do this later, but compare this initial line chart with this one. I think that you could see the difference that are here. So instead of display this here on the Power BI desktop, you can publish them to your Power BI service if you click here on publish. So I'm going to show you this here. I have published all my visualization here. So we can get rid and make the big screen. Here we have all the steps that we have followed. So let's go and compare this full screen. This was the initial, and this is the last one that we have created. So I think that the difference are incredible. Okay. Well, let's go and talk about focus intention. We are going to talk about creating attributes really fast. So we need to focus the attention of our audience in the points that we want. So they can be grouped in different groups, but these are the main ones: color, form, size, and position. So we are going to do a quick exercise here. So if I ask you to count how many 3s there are here, and I give you only 5 seconds, this is really difficult for you. You need to go over each one of them and count them. But what about if I ask you to count the 3s that are in this image? Just straight away, you can just know that there are 6 3s in this image. So this example, this is one of the examples about the pre-attentive attributes that we can use to focus attention of our audience. There are a lot of things. I have collected this from this document, this article from Stephen Few. And we are going to focus on color and intensity for our example. So here I have collected 7 suggestions about color. But again, instead of me reading them, I'm going to show you an example for do that. So let's go to demo 6, and we are going to highlight insights. So I'm going to create a shape map here. So one of the things that we talk about visualization in Power BI is that you can add more of them. If you are not seeing this shape map, it's because this is a preview feature. So you should go to File, Options and Settings, Options, and on the preview in the preview features, you should activate the shape map visual that is not by default. Okay, so for these examples, we are going to work with the US data that we have on our Excel. So let's go back here to Home, and we are going to extract data from the Excel file, and we are going to add the US data so we can work with the states. So now you can see here where while Power BI is applying our changes, that we have the audit here and we have the US data here. So we are going to create a shape map with the US data. We click here on shape map. And just by that, we can drag now the state to location. And we are going to have a really nice map of the United States. But I want to see the amount of visits by state. So I'm going to drag ID to color saturation. Just by that, we have a really nice way of highlighting which are the states that gave us more visits. For instance, California, Texas, Florida, and New York. That unsurprisingly, these are the states with more population.
5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So what about color? If we wanted to, one of the things that we do with colors is that we misuse them a lot. So what about if I wanted to highlight the states with more visits and the one with less visits? So we could go here to data colors and change these the values that we are applying. So a lot of times with like these semaphore colors, we go to minimum and we say, okay, the negative values, we need to use them red colors, and the maximum values we can use green colors. Okay. So this is incredibly ugly. You should not do this never, because not only because it's ugly, and also because for people that are colorblind, that suffer from daltonism, they cannot distinguish anything. So let's create something. Let's use a more appropriate color palette. So we are going to use this purple and violet color that I really love, and just with this, we can see that here we are highlighted stronger the states with more visits and so on. Okay, so as I was expecting, I'm going to run out of time. So I don't want to finish without showing you everything. So now that we have talked a little bit, we are not going to talk about the narrative structure. We are not going to talk about the storytelling, but I'm going to show you the dashboard alternative. Otherwise, you will kill me. So instead of constructing the dashboard again and again, I'm going to show you. Here I have created the alternative dashboard, and it's been displayed in Power BI. So let's take a look about the alternative that I'm suggesting here. If you remember the visual dashboard, we were displaying here a pie chart, a donut chart, a lot of different things that didn't make any sense. So here what I have prepared is a dashboard that is have followed all the things that we have seen. We are displaying values directly by text. Here we are displaying a line chart with no grid lines, with no with no legends, with anything that will lose the focus of our audience. And take a look about these bar charts here. We are introducing the legend hour. And this is because if we are representing this number from 0 to 24, it may be difficult for somebody to interpret this as hours. So don't get the conclusion that you should remove these legends every time. If you introduce them, as I said before, they should be introduced because they have a purpose. And here I have introduced a map that I have applied some grayscale, and it's a little bit nicer than the ones that we have applied. So what other thing that we have applied here is the appropriate use of colors. Just by using the appropriate use of colors, we don't need to introduce any legend. So you can take at a quick glance that we are using this light blue color for representing the amount of visits. And here we are representing visits. On the map, we are representing visits. And on the bar charts, we are representing visits as well. Whereas here on the pie chart, we are representing client error and successful requests. Sorry, client and server errors. And one of the good things about this dashboard is to make our KPIs to be available to filter other KPIs present here. So if we select just 1 hour, we can see that all our data is going to be updated. Or if we select 1 month, for instance, the data is going to be changed as well. Okay, so I'm really sorry that I ran out of time. Okay, I will create another session for talking about the storytelling. But here I just want to show you on the slides that I will publish that you have some bibliography recommended here. And now I know that I only have a couple of minutes, but if there is any question, I will be really glad to answer them. And thank again to all our sponsors, and thank you very much. So is there any question? ¿Hay alguna pregunta por ahí?
No? Pues no veo ninguna. I don't see any question in the chat.
Okay. Well,
thank you very much for your session, Francisco. I hope to see you in the next Coreconf.
Yeah, you will.
Have a nice day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you.
Perdón. Decía que muy buena la presentación.
Vale, pues quedan unos minutitos y empezamos. Es la hora de
No, para mí a las 5 de la mañana yo estoy en California.
a las 5 de la mañana.
No, pero está bien. Está abierto a dar estas presentaciones. Gracias a Dios, bueno, tuvimos la oportunidad de presentarnos en este evento grandioso de España, entonces entendemos que están en otro horario ustedes.
Muchas gracias por el voto, muchas gracias por participar y solo esperamos que participen en el que contaremos más adelante también en otra virtual y alguna presencial si la pandemia lo
And we're flying so close to where we belong. And we're trying to go somewhere new. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. And I know I'm only getting higher. trying to step back and see the view from above. Cause I know that nothing lasts forever. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you.
Muy buenas y bienvenidos a otra sesión más de la Netcoreconf sobre configuración e implementación de B2C, impartida por Jorge Levy, representante de la comunidad latina de .NET. Jorge.
¿Qué tal? Buen día para mí, buenas tardes para ustedes. Aquí con la esperanza de que pueda yo expresar un poco del conocimiento adquirido durante los últimos meses y que le pueda ser de utilidad para cualquier persona que nos esté acompañando. Muchas gracias a Netcoreconf por la invitación, por haber aceptado mi plática y pues estamos listos. No sé si hay algo más que agregar. Bueno, me presento, soy Jorge Levy, como decían por ahí, represento a la comunidad LatinoNet Online. Estamos por acá haciendo la presentación de cómo configurar e implementar Azure B2C y en específico con la tecnología, cómo implementarlo con Netcore. Más adelante veremos qué es Azure B2C. Lo primero que necesitamos atender es agradecer a los sponsors que gracias a ellos tenemos nosotros la oportunidad y estos espacios para poder transmitir el conocimiento. Bien, lo que vamos a ver en esta presentación es, vamos a ver cómo crear un Azure Tenant para hospedar un Azure B2C. Después veremos cómo configurar esta información para poder utilizar y poder relacionar nuestras aplicaciones a esta característica que nos ofrece Azure. También veremos cómo es que son los flujos de usuarios, cómo es que se registran los usuarios, cómo inician la sesión, cómo pueden actualizar su perfil, recuperación de contraseñas, en fin. Hacia el final de la plática veremos cómo integrar esta característica con una aplicación Netcore de tipo web y posteriormente una aplicación de Netcore API. Si tenemos tiempo, vamos a ver cómo es que esta aplicación web hace llamadas a las API. Si no, solamente les entregaré rápidamente la información para que se pueda hacer esto. Pero bueno, ¿qué es Azure B2C? Azure B2C es la propuesta de Microsoft para la administración de acceso de clientes o consumidores externos. Aquí está el truco, consumidores externos para aplicaciones de negocio a consumidores en la nube. Esto es Business to Consumer, en inglés, por eso es que se llama B2C. Las características que se soportan es la administración de usuarios, a fin de cuentas eso es lo que la tarea principal que realiza B2C, es decir, nuestras aplicaciones tienen usuarios, estos usuarios tienen información que a nosotros como programadores nos interesa. La primera información que necesitamos de ellos es su correo y su password o su manera de autentificar que son ellos los que están accediendo al sistema. Otra de las características que podemos es que podemos hacer una personalización de marca, es decir, podemos configurar los HTML y los CSS para darle el look and feel que estamos buscando para que esté cerca de lo que es nuestra marca o lo que es el look and feel de nuestra aplicación. Otra cosa muy interesante es que provee o que viene con la integración de proveedores externos. Esto es que podemos hacer autentificación de los usuarios con otros sistemas como son Facebook, Twitter, Google, Microsoft Account, y muchos otros proveedores, incluso podemos crear nuestro propio proveedor. También, como estamos en la nube, tenemos la cuestión de que ellos ofrecen seguridad y copias de respaldo. Y al final del día, lo que nos interesa es que también hay integración nativa con aplicaciones.net, así como con otros lenguajes. A final de cuentas, son proveedores de autentificación que se puede integrar con otros lenguajes. Si bien es natural para .NET, podemos hacerlo para Java, para otros más. Y aquí lo más interesante y lo más agradable del asunto es gratis hasta 50,000 usuarios activos al mes. Esto es que si tenemos menos de 50,000 no nos va a costar ni un solo centavo el servicio. Y si aún así estamos arriba de esos 50,000, cada uno de estos usuarios extras nos va a costar cuestión de centavos de dólar, lo cual sigue siendo una ganga, una parte. Si bien Azure es reconocido porque es en cierta forma un poco más caro que otro tipo de servicios, en este sentido del B2C es algo que nos ofrece de manera gratuita o al menos hasta 50,000 usuarios. Sí, 50,000. Ya, si tu aplicación tiene más de 50,000 usuarios, creo que ya deberías de tener un poco de revenue para que puedas pagar para ellos. Pero bueno, ¿qué es un proveedor de identidad? Un proveedor de identidad es un sistema de administración de usuarios y control de acceso para aplicaciones modernas. Esto es, nuestras aplicaciones necesitan reconocer quién está utilizando nuestro sistema y entonces lo más típico en el ámbito de la computación y de las aplicaciones es que nuestros usuarios se autentifiquen en nuestra aplicación por medio de un password y de un email o un usuario y un password, o por medio de, como ya lo comentábamos, de otras autoridades que ellos ya hicieron este proceso de verificar que esta persona o al menos tienen una cuenta en otro de estos servicios para poder autentificar. Entonces, básicamente, nosotros estamos desarrollando una aplicación cliente y lo que hacemos es preguntarle a otra entidad, en este caso Azure B2C, ¿quién es esta persona? Entonces, la administración de usuarios, la administración de los passwords, la administración de la información de estos usuarios recae en esta segunda entidad y no en nuestra aplicación como tal. Nosotros solamente necesitamos referir hacia esta segunda instancia para que nos ayude en el proceso de autentificación, y una vez que esta segunda entidad nos otorgue la información que nosotros requerimos, la información específica, como por ejemplo un identificador del usuario, entonces ya podamos trabajar sin preocuparnos por eso. ¿Qué otros proveedores existen específicamente para .NET? Está el ASP.NET Core Identity, que es la misma aplicación de autentificación y lo podemos declarar en nuestra base de datos y esta misma aplicación es la encargada de hacer la administración de estos usuarios. Existe también el Identity Server en su versión 4, que llevan ellos, que también es una entidad externa, que es la que se encarga de la administración y autentificación de los usuarios. Y también existe en Azure, que recae en todos los servicios de Active Directory y que nos ofrece servicios como el B2B y el B2C. ¿Cuál es la diferencia entre el B2B y el B2C? El B2B es para usuarios que están dentro de nuestro negocio, business to business, es decir, aquellos usuarios que ya fueron creados en nuestro Active Directory van a tener acceso a las aplicaciones que consumen este tipo de servicios. Mientras que B2C es un servicio que nos permite hacer autentificación y administración de usuarios externos, es decir, no necesitan ellos que nuestros ingenieros de soporte creen una cuenta Azure Active Directory, sino que el mismo usuario, que es el que llega a nuestra aplicación, él crea su propia cuenta. externa, utilizando su correo, que no tiene absolutamente nada que ver con nuestra institución, o sus proveedores, como ya los habíamos comentado, como Facebook o Twitter, en fin. Y bueno, esa fue una pequeña introducción de lo que vamos a estar viendo y de la explicación de lo que es B2C. Y me gustaría a mí pasar a lo que es ya el demo como tal. Azure B2C está en el portal de Azure, y aquí es donde vamos a comenzar a trabajar. La configuración de este servicio de autentificación recae en Microsoft Azure. Sí, es verdad, para crear una cuenta de Microsoft Azure necesitamos una tarjeta de crédito. Una vez que tenemos nuestra cuenta, como ya lo habíamos comentado, va a ser de manera gratuita. ¿Cómo es que se administran los servicios de Azure B2C en nuestro portal? Si nosotros buscamos por la palabra B2C, vamos a tener los servicios que nos ofrece. En este caso es Azure Active Directory B2C. Entonces, si nosotros seleccionamos aquí, bueno, lo primero que vamos a necesitar es crear un recurso, perdón. Entonces, lo que vamos a decirles que queremos crear un recurso, y aquí era donde vamos a buscar el Azure B2C, y aquí nos está ofreciendo la opción de seleccionar el Azure Active Directory B2C. Entonces, si nosotros presionamos esta opción, vamos a tener la opción de crear un nuevo servicio de B2C. Aquí viene una de las primeras elecciones que como desarrolladores o como owners de nuestra cuenta necesitamos elegir, y una de ellas es si vamos a crear un nuevo tenant, que va a ser el que va a estar estar manejando nuestro B2C, o si lo que queremos es que este B2C esté ligado al tenant actual en el que estamos trabajando. Lo más común es crear un segundo tenant, porque así nos permite tener diferentes aplicaciones o diferentes organizaciones, y cada una de ellas con diferente administración. En este caso yo voy a seleccionar crear una nueva, y aquí lo primero que nos va a preguntar es cuál es el nombre de nuestra organización. A manera de ejemplo, vamos a decir que esta va a ser una organización para la Netcoreconf, y necesitamos definirle un dominio. Entonces, por ejemplo, si nosotros vemos y buscamos por el .NET-Conf, por supuesto vamos a ver que este dominio ya está utilizado. Imagino ellos ya lo tienen. Por aquí le vamos a poner un TMP solamente para diferenciar, y vamos a ver que nos da un dominio que nos permite darle un reconocimiento a esta organización. En este caso será un netcoreconf tmp.onmicrosoft.com. No sé si para ustedes es reconocible este dominio. Cuando nosotros nos autentificamos con nuestras cuentas de Office, también es manejado con onmicrosoft.com, o en este caso el B2C. Vamos a ver más adelante cuál es la diferencia. Después le tenemos que definir en qué grupo queremos crearlo. Por ejemplo, yo tengo un grupo de Netcore, y posteriormente tendríamos que revisar la información y crearlo. Este es un proceso que toma entre 5 y 6 minutos por cuestiones de tiempo. Yo ya había creado un tenant con anterioridad. Entonces, solamente mostrarles cuál es el proceso de creación. Y una vez que está creado nuestro B2C, lo que vamos a hacer, y aquí fue un momento crítico para mí porque yo no conocía sobre los tenants, cuando empecé a trabajar con Azure B2C, la manera de entrar a nuestro B2C en un nuevo tenant es decirle, presionamos el icono de nuestro usuario, y le vamos a decir que vamos a cambiar el directorio. En este caso, si se fijan, yo tengo diferentes organizaciones, creé un tenant para el Netcore, tengo por ahí para un par de proyectos que tengo por ahí, y tengo, por ejemplo, el de LatinoNet. En este caso, yo había creado uno para el Netcoreconf, pero me voy a quedar con el de Latino porque ya tengo todas las imágenes para ello, ¿no? Entonces, selecciono yo la opción o mi tenant de LatinoNet Online, y si se fijan, me cambia todo mi entorno. ¿Por qué? Porque estoy en otra organización dentro de mi cuenta de Azure B2C. En esta otra organización, yo puedo crear recursos, puedo crear aplicaciones web, puedo crear bases de datos, puedo crear Azure Functions, todos los servicios que tengo que solamente le pertenecerán a esta organización, en este caso LatinoNet Online. La que a nosotros nos interesa para cuestiones de nuestra plática es precisamente la opción de Azure B2C. Una disculpa. Estas son las opciones. Si aquí vemos, son las opciones que yo más acceso. Por supuesto, iba a tener en las opciones que más uso el B2C. Pero si tú no encuentras por aquí la opción de B2C, como siempre, haces una búsqueda por la palabra cable B2C y puedes entrar ahora sí a las opciones de configuración de B2C. Y aquí es donde vamos a empezar a trabajar con cómo configurar nuestro servicio de B2C. Lo primero que necesitamos reconocer es el dominio de nuestra aplicación. El dominio de nuestra aplicación, como ya lo habíamos visto, es latinonetonline.onmicrosoft.com. Esta información la vamos a utilizar posteriormente y la vamos a revisar. Por ahí me debió haber enmascarado mi subscription ID, pero no lo hice. Bueno. Aquí viene información general de nuestra aplicación. Vamos entonces a comenzar a configurar nuestra aplicación o nuestro servicio de B2C. Lo primero que vamos a necesitar es crear una aplicación que hospede nuestros servicios. Entonces, nos vamos a la opción de aplicaciones, App Registration en inglés. Me gusta mantener mi portal en inglés y le vamos a decir que vamos a crear un nuevo registro. En este caso, le vamos a decir que esta aplicación, esta sí le vamos a poner Netcoreconf Web. Quiero hacer una aplicación de web. Y aquí es donde tenemos diferentes opciones para la configuración de esta aplicación. La primera es un B2B. La primera y la segunda es un B2B. La primera es un single tenant y la segunda es un multitenant, es decir, puedo acceder a servicios de LatinoNet o de mi segunda tenant que, como habíamos visto, había creado una para la Netcoreconf. Pero si lo que queremos es configurar el B2C, la opción que tenemos que elegir es la tercera y decirle que es cuentas de identidad y con usuarios. Entonces, la tercera, otra de las situaciones que tenemos que configurar es, una vez que el usuario es autentificado, ¿a dónde va a regresar este servicio? Entonces, le vamos a decir que va a regresar a un servicio y mientras no tengamos una aplicación, le voy a decir yo que me regrese a un viejo conocido, se llama JWT. En este caso existe el IO, pero a mí me gusta más el que provee el Microsoft. Ahorita vamos a ver qué es este servicio. Es más, si vamos a buscarlo, ese no es. jwt.ms. Este es un servicio que nos permite leer tokens JWT. Ahorita vamos a ver cuál es el resultado que nos entrega y cómo es que podemos leer los claims que nos regresan en el token. Lo siguiente es, hay que verificar que tenga acceso de administración a nuestros servicios OpenID. Algunas veces viene aquí deshabilitado. Yo les recomiendo que lo seleccionen. Y ya, son estas tres configuraciones. Le decimos que registre nuestra aplicación. Y aquí vamos a encontrarnos con una segunda información que para nosotros es muy importante. Y esta es el Application ID. Otra vez vamos a regresar más adelante para ver hacia dónde. Dentro de las configuraciones podemos ir a las redirecciones hacia dónde nos va a regresar una vez que está autentificado, y como vemos tenemos una opción. Aquí podemos agregarle otros, como por ejemplo HTTP. Siempre tienen que ser no, seguros. Entonces, por ejemplo, aquí le podemos decir que localhost en el 501. Y no recuerdo, ahorita lo ponemos. En fin, podemos tener cuantas redirect URLs como queramos, le ponemos save y podemos hacerlo. Bueno, nos regresamos al directorio padre del Azure B2C. Lo siguiente que podemos configurar son qué identificadores, qué proveedores de identificación queremos agregar. Y aquí está precisamente donde decimos o donde configuramos estas terceras aplicaciones. Si bien por default viene el local account, que es la creación de usuarios con email, password, también podemos agregar otras entidades de autentificación, como por ejemplo en este caso yo tengo ya configurado Facebook, o podemos decir que queremos agregar Twitter. Para saber cómo configurar cada uno de estos proveedores, podemos utilizar la opción que viene de información que viene en esta documentación. Si yo le doy clic, viene una explicación detallada de qué tenemos que hacer, desde cómo configurar, en este caso, Twitter, y una vez que tenemos configurado Twitter, cómo hospedar esa configuración en nuestros servicios de B2C. Yo no lo voy a hacer por cuestiones de tiempo, solamente mencionarles, por eso es que yo ya había configurado anteriormente Facebook. Es un tanto, es un poco laborioso el proceso, ya que necesitamos configurar desde esa tercera instancia, en este caso Twitter, el mismo Microsoft Account, que es diferente que el Active Directory. Esto es para que usuarios como con correos de Hotmail o de Outlook puedan autentificarse, o los que, como yo, creamos nuestra cuenta con nuestro propio email y queremos autentificarnos con nuestro Microsoft Account. En fin, muchos otros servicios. Incluso podemos crearle servicios OpenID, donde le podemos poner diferente información. Nuevamente, podemos ir y leer la documentación de cómo es esta configuración. Lo siguiente que necesitamos conocer es que podemos darle un toque o podemos darle el look and feel que estamos buscando para nuestra aplicación. Nuestras aplicaciones tienen un logo, tienen unas series, unas imágenes establecidas para darle identidad a esta aplicación. Y aquí es precisamente donde le damos este look and feel a nuestras aplicaciones de B2C. Podemos configurar lo que es, por ejemplo, el banner log, perdón. Y aquí, por ejemplo, ahí tengo, sí, aquí lo voy a tener. Voy a tener un logo pequeño, que es el que se va a mostrar. Y otro, por ejemplo, es la imagen de background. Entonces voy a seleccionar este fondo. Y así, hay diferentes otras configuraciones. Yo me voy a quedar con estas dos solamente para mostrar cómo es que queda la configuración. Le digo salvar. Y una vez salvado, vamos a ver que tenemos ya un background image y un banner logo para nuestro proceso. Podemos... el siguiente característica que vamos a ver es qué información se le va a pedir a los usuarios y qué información nos va a regresar la configuración de Azure B2C a nuestras aplicaciones. Por default viene una serie de datos que podemos pedir a los usuarios, como por ejemplo es el email, como por ejemplo es el nombre propio, given name en inglés, y por acá tenemos el apellido, surname, y también por ejemplo un display name, un nickname por así decirlo, así como algunas otras informaciones. El que estén aquí como configuraciones de atributos de usuario no quiere decir que forzosamente lo vamos a estar preguntando. Sin embargo, son opciones que tenemos disponibles para preguntar. Incluso nosotros podemos agregar otro tipo de información, como por ejemplo, aquí le podemos preguntar por, ¿qué otra información le podemos preguntar? Por ejemplo, podemos ser por ciudad, que no lo tenemos, solamente tenemos el city, country or region. Ah, no, city ya lo tenemos. Ah, no sé, otro tipo de información, como por ejemplo, no sé, se me secó las ideas, pero aquí podemos nosotros poner otro tipo, le vamos a poner otra información, ¿sí? Le podemos decir que va a ser de tipo string, de tipo booleano o de tipo entero. Si le podemos, por ejemplo, por ejemplo, un tipo booleano, y aquí podemos hacer que acepte una cláusula legal, por así decirlo. Entonces le ponemos crear y veremos que nos ofrece ahora desde esta lista un custom attribute que nosotros hemos creado. ¿Ok? Lo siguiente es precisamente la administración de usuarios. Y si bien en este momento en mi Active Directory solo existo yo, que soy el owner y que se refiere a la cuenta con la que estoy administrando, aquí es donde nos van a aparecer los diferentes usuarios que se están creando. Esta es precisamente la administración de usuarios como tal. Es muy sencillo. Roles y administraciones, esta es un poco truculenta porque no es que nos permitan crear roles a nuestra aplicación, sino aquí es más bien, son los roles que Active Directory ofrece y podemos configurar cada uno de los usuarios. Yo lo dejaría de lado, esta parte de los roles y administraciones. Entonces, haciendo una recapitulación de cuáles son las características que vamos a utilizar para la administración, necesitamos crear una aplicación, necesitamos configurar cuáles son nuestros proveedores de identificación, en este caso B2C será uno de ellos y Facebook como lo habíamos puesto. Podemos ponerle imagen de marca a los flujos que vamos a ver un poco más adelante. Podemos configurar cuál es la información que le vamos a dar cuál es la información que le vamos a pedir a nuestros usuarios y al final del día, quiénes son estos usuarios. Ok, una vez que tenemos configurada esta información, lo que necesitamos es crear los flujos de trabajo de nuestro sistema B2C. Esta opción la tenemos en User Flows. Y si vamos a ella, vamos a ver que no tenemos ningún User Flow. Lo primero que necesitamos hacer es crear uno de ellos. Y aquí son los diferentes flujos que un usuario en nuestra aplicación puede tener. El primero de ellos es ingresar al sistema y si no tiene cuenta, que cree una cuenta, el sign up and sign in, que incluso estos dos flujos los podemos separar. Uno es el flujo de creación de usuario o de sign up y otro es el flujo de autentificación en la aplicación, es decir, que ponga su password y su usuario y que entre al sistema. Lo más común es utilizar los dos juntos. Bueno, ahorita lo vamos a utilizar. Los otros dos que vamos a utilizar es que el usuario sea capaz de actualizar su perfil, es decir, de cambiar su nombre, cambiar su correo, cambiar su información que ellos proveyeron. Y el otro es que si olvidaron su password, que tengan la capacidad de restablecer su password. El primero que nosotros vamos a crear es un flujo de sign up and sign in, es decir, de creación de usuario y de autentificación de usuario. ¿Qué versión es la que vamos a utilizar? Existe la estándar o la recomendada. Usualmente lo más común es que utilicemos la recomendada. Una vez que creamos nuestra aplicación, necesitamos ponerle nombre a este flujo. Lo más común es nombrarlas con sign in, sign up, sign in, en fin, pero tú puedes ponerle cualquier tipo de nombre que le quieras poner. Lo siguiente es, en este flujo de creación y autentificación de usuario, ¿cuáles son los identificadores, los proveedores de identificación que vamos a utilizar? Entonces, por supuesto, queremos utilizar el de email sign up, que es el que B2C ofrece. Y en este caso, yo, como ya había configurado mi tercera aplicación, la tercera entidad de Facebook, también puedo seleccionarla para que lo incluya. Otro tipo de configuraciones que para propósitos de esta plática no lo vamos a revisar. Nos vamos a pasar hasta el número 5, donde aquí es donde vamos a preguntarle por la información que nosotros habíamos configurado. En este caso, lo que yo voy a pedirle es que recolecte el given name y el surname, nombre propio y apellido, y que además recolecte el email. Si no te aparecen todas las opciones, puedes presionar aquí en Show More y aquí vienen todas las demás. Si se fijan, incluso aquí viene la opción, el custom que yo había creado, que es la de legal. Ojo, ¿cuál es la diferencia entre la primera columna y la segunda columna? La primera columna es lo que le vamos a preguntar al usuario. La segunda columna es, una vez que se termine nuestro flujo, ¿qué información va a regresar a la entidad que le está llamando? En este caso, jwt.ms o, como lo veremos más adelante, nuestra aplicación. Entonces, en este caso, a mí me interesa que esa información que nosotros preguntamos también me la regrese. Por aquí también voy a seleccionar el display name y también quiero que me lo regrese. ¿Ok? Una vez que seleccionamos esta información, creamos nuestro flujo. No debe tardar más que algunos segundos y ya lo tenemos. Ya tenemos nuestro primer flujo. ¿Cómo podemos probar nuestro flujo? Podemos ingresar a él, seleccionándolo, dándole clic sobre él. Y aquí tenemos otra vez esa información que nosotros configuramos, como por ejemplo, qué propiedades, los proveedores de identidad que le configuramos, qué atributos vamos a solicitar, qué atributos nos va a regresar en los claims y alguna otra información. Por ejemplo, si yo ejecuto run user flow, me va a dar las opciones de decir qué aplicación son la que quiero ejecutar con este flujo. En este caso solamente tengo una aplicación. ¿Y cuál va a ser el redirect o el reply URL al que nos va a mandar? En este caso voy a seleccionar jwt.ms y aquí le digo yo que inicie este flujo. Esta es precisamente la experiencia que nuestros usuarios van a tener cuando quieran venir y quieran ingresar a nuestro sistema. Si se fijan, yo ya le pude dar la identidad que estaba buscando. Primero, el fondo que yo le había seleccionado y en segunda, y además el logo que yo le había seleccionado. Aquí nos permite comenzar a darle identidad de manera muy fácil y sin ningún tipo de esfuerzo más que en la creación de estos assets para poderlos utilizar. Si yo le pongo sign in, me va a decir que este usuario no existe. ¿Por qué? Porque no he hecho el sign up. Entonces, lo que yo voy a seleccionar es hacer el sign up. Aquí le voy a decir que me envíe, que quiero verificar un correo. Le voy a decir que me envíe un código de verificación de mi correo. Para eso voy a necesitar ir a mi correo. Lo voy a poner fuera de mi pantalla para que no tengamos ningún tipo de información personal que mostrar. No debe de tardar mucho en llegar nuestro código. Si se fijan, en ningún momento configuré yo servicios de correo, servicio de nada. Sin embargo, yo ya tengo un servicio que se me está enviando. Este no va a ser, este fue creado el 2.4. Bueno, yo no tuve que configurar ningún tipo de servicio de correo para que pudiera enviar este tipo de correos. Esto ya está completamente configurado en los servicios de B2C. No llega nuevo correo. Eso va a ser importante, porque necesito verificar mi cuenta. Aquí ya lo tengo. Entonces, si se fijan, este correo llega con el código y además con la marca que yo le configuré, en este caso el logo, sin necesidad de haber configurado ningún tipo de servicio. Y eso para mí es oro molido. Bueno, una vez que verifiqué que este correo me pertenece, entonces ahora sí puedo yo configurar el password que le quiero dar a esta identidad. El display name, en este caso le voy a poner el codec MX, el given name, mi nombre y mi apellido. Cuando yo creo el password, validaciones de información, como por ejemplo que los passwords no son iguales, también están del lado de B2C. Yo no tuve que configurar ningún tipo de validaciones para este tipo de información. Entonces, otra vez, oro molido, porque toda esta información está proveída en B2C. Ok, una vez que creé mi usuario y que me registró en el sistema, me va a regresar a la página donde yo le había puesto. Aquí es uno de los primeros problemas con los que yo me enfrenté y es algo que yo les puedo ofrecer como información extra. Si se fijan, aún y cuando me envía un código, este código no viene correctamente. Entonces, lo que necesitamos es regresar a nuestra aplicación y en nuestra configuración de autentificación necesitamos venir aquí y decirle que nos regrese el Access Token y el ID Token. Es importante, esto no viene seleccionado por default, lo hice con intención para mostrarles que si nosotros regresamos a JWT, no nos lo va a poder interpretar. Es necesario venir e implícitamente seleccionar estas dos opciones. Bueno, lo grabo. Y si yo me regreso a los flujos que ya tengo definidos y selecciono el de Sign Up, Sign In y lo ejecuto nuevamente, que me regrese a jwt.ms, ejecuto el flow. Como ahora sí ya tengo una cuenta creada, hago solamente el Sign In y voilà. Tenemos ahora sí un token que puede ser reconocido y en este token viene información. ¿Qué información? La que yo seleccioné que me regresaran. En este caso, bueno, además de información específica de los tokens, como por ejemplo su expiración, no utilizarlo antes, en fin, quién es el proveedor de identificación, en fin, vienen claims que son los que yo le dije que me regresara. En este caso, el name o el nickname, el given name y el family name. Esta es la información que yo seleccioné que me incluyera en el token de regreso. ¿Ok? Bueno. Eso es cuestión de configuración de flujos. Voy a crear muy rápido el par de flujos que nos faltaban. Que aquí están. Es el de edición de perfil. Le vamos a decir que este es Profile Editing. Lo va a hacer con medio del email. Que me regrese el given name, el surname y el display name. Y un segundo flujo, que va a ser el flujo de restablecimiento de contraseña. En este caso, le voy a poner como nombre password reset. solamente podemos hacer un password reset cuando configuramos el email, porque si, por ejemplo, utilizamos una tercera identidad como Facebook, no tiene password como tal. Y nomás le voy a decir que me regrese el given name en mi claim, en fin. Cualquiera de estos flujos, yo puedo seleccionarlos y ejecutarlos para ver la información que nos va a regresar. Voy a ver si puedo ejecutar esto rápidamente. Hago el sign in porque necesita reconocer quién soy. No me permitió ir al de sign in, y aquí me debería demostrar el de edición de mi password. Bueno, ahorita lo vemos cuando ejecutemos. Ok, ya tenemos las configuraciones básicas de nuestro servicio B2C. Otra vez necesitamos configurar nuestro B2C, y una vez que tenemos la configuración, necesitamos crear los flujos que nuestros usuarios van a estar llevando o van a estar ejecutando en nuestros aplicativos. Y está bien, estamos hablando de aplicativos. ¿Cómo es que podemos utilizar esta configuración? Si bien este servicio es nativo y, como lo veremos, es configurable demasiado fácil, podemos extenderlo y hacerlo mucho más fácil. Por cuestiones de tiempo, solamente vamos a ver cómo se configura muy rápido, y ya cuestiones de detalle y demás las podemos ver offline, o las podemos ver con mucho gusto después en mis redes sociales. Entonces, lo primero que vamos a hacer es iniciar nuestro Visual Studio. Vamos a crear un nuevo proyecto. Este nuevo proyecto va a ser de tipo ASP Netcore Web Application. Le vamos a poner siguiente. Voy a seleccionar que me lo ponga en mi carpeta de demos. Y aquí le vamos a decir que es una demo para el Netcoreconf, que va a ser del tema de B2C. Y en este caso estaría yo creando la aplicación web. En el solution le voy a decir que solamente es un demo para la Netcoreconf de B2C. ¿Por qué? Porque voy a crear un segundo proyecto que es para la API. Bueno, una vez que configuramos esta información, le vamos a decir que cree nuestra aplicación, y aquí precisamente es donde vamos a ponerle cómo es que va a ser la conexión con nuestro servicio. Lo primero es comentarles que yo estoy utilizando ASP Netcore 5, sin embargo también está soportado por Netcore 3.1, que es la versión de largo soporte. En fin, podemos utilizar. Lo siguiente es decirle cuál va a ser el tipo de autentificación que yo voy a estar utilizando. Entonces, vengo aquí y le selecciono y le voy a decir que va a ser de tipo de cuentas individuales, de usuarios individuales. Y aquí es donde yo voy a venir y le voy a dar la información que nuestro Azure B2C debe de proveer, y que fue toda esta información que nosotros estuvimos configurando. Entonces, lo primero es el domain name. Nos regresamos. Como lo había comentado, esta es la información que estamos buscando. El domain name. Entonces, simplemente lo copiamos y lo pegamos. Lo siguiente es la application ID. Si nos vamos a las aplicaciones, aquí me lo están mascarando por cuestiones de seguridad, pero acá no. Qué curioso, en fin. Entonces, esta es la información de la application ID que estamos buscando. Otra vez lo copiamos y lo pegamos. Esta información la voy a poner en mi Notepad. Ups. Sí, ahí la pongo en mi Notepad porque ahorita la vamos a utilizar. Si se fijan aquí, nos está diciendo que necesitamos configurar un reply URL que apunte a esta dirección. A mí me gusta ejecutar Crestel, así es que no voy a utilizar AES. Entonces esta dirección va a cambiar. Por eso que solamente estoy copiando la parte final. Bueno, ¿cuál es nuestro flujo de sign up, sign in? Entonces nos regresamos a nuestra aplicación Y aquí en User Flows le voy a decir que este es el flujo de sign up, sign in. Entonces le voy a poner. ¿Cuál es el flujo para poder restablecer mi password? Es este. Y por último, ¿cuál es el flujo de edición de perfil? Si se fijan, este es opcional. Sin embargo, es bonito ponerlo para que nuestros usuarios tengan la opción de modificar su perfil. Si por reglas de negocio tu aplicación no necesita proveer este servicio, lo puedes simplemente quitar y no utilizarlo. Ok, una vez que tenemos esa información configurada, le vamos a ahora sí decir que cree nuestro proyecto. No debe tardar más que unos cuantos segundos. Por ahí no veo preguntas, estoy monitoreando. Bueno, si tienen alguna pregunta, por favor, háganmela saber a través del chat del canal de YouTube y con mucho gusto la atendemos. O si no, la dejamos para el final. Ok, nuestra aplicación ya fue creada. Como les comentaba, a mí me gusta ejecutarlo sobre Crestel, entonces simplemente lo voy a cambiar. Cuestión, última configuración de Azure B2C. Si nos vamos al Azure B2C, a las aplicaciones que tenemos registradas, en este caso, recordemos que tenemos los redirect URL y que le habíamos configurado el localhost 501. Nos había faltado precisamente este nombre que no me acordaba, así es que lo voy a copiar. Y simplemente voy a venir aquí a sustituirlo. Okay, le voy a decir que lo graben y ya tengo dos returns URLs. En este caso, el localhost es el que me va a funcionar para mi aplicativo. Ok, regresando a la aplicación. ¿Qué es lo que tenemos que darnos cuenta en nuestra aplicación? Lo primero es que en nuestras configuraciones de la aplicación, en este caso en el app settings JSON, vamos a ver que esa información que nosotros habíamos puesto en el wizard o en el wizard de la creación de nuestra aplicación, esa información está reflejada a este nivel. Tenemos en nuestro JSON una agrupación que va a ser para Azure Active Directory B2C, cuál es la instancia, cuál es el client ID, a qué dominio vamos a apuntar, cuáles son nuestras políticas de nuestros flujos de sign up, sign in, de restablecimiento de contraseña y de edición de perfil. Aquí está toda esa información. Lo siguiente que vamos a ver es, en nuestro startup, necesitamos configurar qué o cómo es que va a leer esta información y cómo es que nuestro aplicativo va a utilizar. Si se fijan, vamos en nuestro startup, en la parte de configurar servicios, le vamos a decir que estamos agregando autentificación, que esta autentificación es de tipo OpenID con un authentication esquema, y aquí precisamente es donde le vamos a pasar la configuración de nuestro tenant de B2C, la información que viene en nuestro app settings JSON. Esta información viene precisamente, si nos vamos a la administración de Nugget Packages, vamos a ver que tenemos dos paquetes de nuggets especial, que son los que se encargan de hacer todo el trabajo. Por eso es que B2C viene íntimamente ligado e integrado con aplicaciones.net. Estos dos paquetes nos permiten hacer la configuración de nuestro OpenID, en este caso B2C, y toda la información de configuración de User Interface. Entonces, nuevamente, estos dos paquetes son los que debemos de utilizar. Si tú creaste una aplicación y no le configuraste de inicio estos paquetes o no utilizaste el wizard de configuración de usuarios, simplemente puedes venir, agregarlos manualmente y ponerle el configuration settings y agregar este par de líneas. Y finalmente también en nuestra rutina de configuración a agregarle que estamos utilizando Use Authentication y Use Authorization. Así de sencillo y rápido podemos tener configurado una aplicación. Entonces, por ejemplo, yo puedo crear rapidísimamente, porque se me está yendo el tiempo. No, de hecho lo voy a hacer aquí. Podemos ya comenzar a utilizar el viejo y conocido Authorize. Esto lo que va a hacer es ponerle que nuestra aplicación necesita estar logueado para poder entrar a este controlador. Ya, cuestiones que si estás en este nivel ya debes de conocer. Entonces, si yo empiezo mi aplicación, está ejecutándose. Y vamos a ver que lo primero que va a hacer, como todos mis controladores están asegurados, va a ir y va a ejecutar. Tenía en mis cookies. Va a ir y otra vez. Si yo trato de entrar a mi aplicación, va a ir y va a empezar a ejecutar flujos desde B2C. Incluso si se fijan, mi dirección es la de mi B2C, no es de mi aplicativo. Entonces, si yo le pongo el sign in, va a regresar y ahora sí, estoy yo autentificado como un usuario. El flujo de actualización de perfil que les debía, si yo le aprieto aquí, algo pasó con ese flujo. Bueno, yo debería apretarle aquí y me debería llevar al flujo de edición de perfil. Algo no configuré bien ahí, me quedan 4 minutos, entonces prefiero utilizar esos 4 minutos en enseñarles cómo es que se va a configurar una API. Entonces, si yo me voy a crear un nuevo proyecto, también de tipo Web Application, API, le voy a poner en este caso, le voy a decir que ahora en vez de que sea MVC, sea una de tipo Web API, y aquí donde le voy a configurar la autentificación. Quería mostrarles esto porque aquí solamente vamos a necesitar 3 datos. Estos 3 datos son mi domain name, mi application ID, y mi flujo de sign in, sign out. Sign up, sign in. ¿Por qué? Porque desde una API no voy a registrar ¿cómo se llama? No puedo actualizar mi perfil o no puedo restablecer mi password. Nuevamente, nuestros app settings con acá. Esta es nuestra API. Le voy a decir que esta es mi proyecto de inicio. ¿Ok? En nuestras app settings es lo mismo, solamente con el flujo de sign up. En nuestro startup, otra vez, necesitamos agregar autentificación con tipo JWT Breeder Default, la authentication esquema, y con la configuración que nosotros tenemos en nuestro JSON. ¿Qué más información? Un punto importante y algo que debemos conocer, y en estos 2 minutos que me quedan voy a agregar. Aquí está pidiendo lo que son los scopes, y este scope está pidiendo por un scope que se llama Add Access as User. Entonces, tengo que venir yo acá y en mis aplicaciones, en la aplicación de web, puedo yo venir y decirle que, ¿dónde estaba? Sí, en API Permissions, no. Aquí, ¿dónde está? Owner, ahí lo perdí. Una disculpa. Certificates, Client Secrets, API Permissions. No, ¿dónde quedó? Aquí está. En Expose an API, aquí le podemos decir que agregue ese scope. Y aquí le voy a decir cuál es el scope name. Aquí le pongo más información y aquí es donde configuro esa información que una API me está agregando como extra. Se me acabó el tiempo. Creo que cubrimos la mayoría de la información que estábamos buscando. Al ejecutar una API le vamos a tener que pasar el token, ya sea con nuestro Postman, con el peer y luego poner el token. ¿Qué token es el que le vamos a pasar? Recuerdan que si ejecutamos un user flow, por ejemplo el de sign up, le digo que ejecute en JWT, me autentifico y puedo venir aquí y este es el token que yo le voy a pasar. Entonces puedo aquí copiar y eso lo voy a poner en nuestro nuestro Postman o en cualquier otro cliente de consumo de APIs que ustedes utilicen. Con eso termino así mi sesión. Es una rápida brochada de lo que es Azure B2C. Si tienes dudas o si tienes algún tipo de consulta más específico, me puedes encontrar en mis redes. También comentarles, este código que yo tengo está en este repositorio. Por ahí existe una serie de artículos por Facundo de la Roca, tipazo Facundo, de quien aprendí esta tecnología, que están en LinkU, donde los pueden encontrar. Y otra vez, terminar agradeciendo a los patrocinadores nuevamente y con mi información. Me pueden encontrar en mi blog, jorgelevi.com, en mi Twitter, KodiakMX, o en mi Facebook, facebook.com/jorgelevi.net. Sin más, yo me despido. Agradezco la organización de este evento y esperemos vernos en próximas ediciones. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Jorge, por tu sesión. Nos vemos en la próxima Netcoreconf.
Muchísimas gracias.
Hasta luego. Hello, everyone.
Hey, Rob.
Buenas.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Well, just to meet you. Thank you for joining us in this Netcoreconf, for your time to prepare this session. And now the line is people to with you all the necessary to share the presentation. Thank you, Rob. That in the next week or in the next 2 weeks, we get all the sessions live in Twitch and in YouTube, no, because after the live in YouTube is in YouTube, but Twitch, we get all the sessions live in Twitch and upload to YouTube. And tomorrow we have a more track with pre-recorded sessions.
And we're flying so close to where we belong. And we're trying to go somewhere new. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire.
Am I moving now?
Yes. One of these speakers in the past session was the installation. Now we've
well, in this track doesn't work the webcam. We can share the webcam. OBS and
Trying to step back and see the view from above, 'cause I know that nothing lasts forever. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you.
Welcome back to Netcoreconf. We have Rob Richardson, sorry if I changed her name, and talking about what talking about? Choosing for many ways to docker in Azure. It sounds great. Rob, tell me more.
That sounds awesome. Thanks for the introduction. I'm excited to get to present to you today, choosing from the many ways to Docker in Azure. There's lots of ways to host containers in Azure, and we're going to take a look at each of them and see when we can choose which. Here's the part where I tell you I'm definitely going to post the slides on my site tonight. I've been that person chasing the speaker, and I don't like it either, which is why you can go to robrich.org right now, and you can click on presentations here at the top, choosing from the many ways to Docker in Azure. The slides are online right now. While you're here at robrich.org, click on About Me, and you'll get to this page, and you'll get to see some of the things that I've done recently. I'm a Microsoft MVP. I'm a friend of Redgate. I'm a technical evangelist for Single Store. And let me tell you about AZ GiveCamp. AZ GiveCamp brings volunteer developers together with charities to build free software. We start Friday after work. Sunday afternoon, we deliver that completed software back to the charities. Sleep is optional, caffeine provided. If you're in Phoenix, come join us for the next AZ GiveCamp. Or if you'd like a GiveCamp here in Madrid or from wherever you're watching, hit me up on email or on Twitter, and let's get philanthropy installed in your neighborhood as well. Some of the other things that I've done: SQL Source Control Basics, mine is Chapter 8. I worked on the Gulp team as a core contributor in version 2 and version 3. And my claim to fame, I replied to a .NET Rocks podcast episode. They read my comment on the air, and they sent me a mug. Woohoo! So there's my claim to fame. Let's dig in. Looking at the ways to Docker in Azure. We talked about this guy. There's quite a few. We've got AKS, ACS, ACI, ACR, Service Fabric, web apps, and the options continue. There's lots of ways to run containers in Azure, and the magic question, well, which one should I choose? It depends a whole lot on the workload that you'll run. Let's dig into each one and see what we can find. Now, taking a step back just to level set, what are containers? What is Docker? Docker is an ecosystem around container virtualization. Containers are lightweight kernel virtualization. Unlike traditional virtual machines, we don't virtualize the hardware, we virtualize the operating system. So what is Docker? It's this suite of command line tools for creating, running, and managing containers. Unlike Docker didn't create containers, Docker made containers approachable. The analogy here is, what's the difference between XML HTTP request and AJAX? Well, from a technical point of view, they are the same. But from a user experience point of view, XML HTTP request powered Outlook's right-click menu in 10 years ago. AJAX is the methodology of Google Maps and Facebook and that app that you're going to publish tomorrow. Docker didn't invent virtualization. C groups, namespaces, jails existed before, but Docker built this ecosystem that made it really easy for us to use. As we look at Docker compared to traditional virtual machines, we have virtual machines here on the left and containers on the right. This is definitely not to scale, but we can see on the left that we have a copy of the operating system in each virtual machine. Now, in Docker, we're virtualizing the operating system, not the hardware, so we don't need a copy of the operating system in each spot. This is definitely not to scale, but we can see that we're leveraging the hardware a whole lot more effectively because we just have the containers on top of the hypervisor. Now, we still have the same sandbox. We still have the same isolation between processes, but these are processes, not operating systems that we're virtualizing, so that we can get a whole lot more containers than we got virtual machines. Now, containers will virtualize the operating system, the kernel. So containers must run on the operating system for which they were designed. If I have a Linux kernel, a Linux container, it needs to run on a Linux kernel. If I have a Windows container, it needs to run on a Windows Server kernel. Now, what's interesting is what's missing here is Docker Desktop and Mac OS, Red Hat and Ubuntu, GNOME and KDE. Can I host a Red Hat container on an Ubuntu host? Yes, I can. We're virtualizing the kernel, not the operating system type. And the kernel under both Red Hat and Ubuntu is Linux. So if we have a Linux container, it can run on any Linux host. Well, what if we're doing Docker on Windows Desktop or on Mac OS? Well, in development, we'll probably do something like this. On the left, we have the way that we'll do it in development. On the right, in production, we want to run as concisely as possible, as close to the metal, so that we can get the maximum amount of benefit from our hardware. But in development, we'll probably spin up a Linux virtual machine inside of our hypervisor of choice. In Windows, this is Hyper-V. In Mac OS, this is Xhive. And inside there, I'll have my Linux OS. Now with WSL2, this happens automatically from Windows, which is really nice. Inside that Linux OS, then I'll install the Docker hypervisor. And that Docker hypervisor will make it so that I can run my Linux containers on top. That's great. So now let's add an orchestrator. An orchestrator allows us to run lots of containers in context. Given a cluster of machines, we can look at the desired state that we want with these containers. Maybe I need to run 3 instances of my web server and load balance across them. Maybe I need to keep the number of machines consistent with the number of requests I have. This is the job of an orchestration engine. An orchestration engine, I will give it a desired state, and it will make that happen. Now, this is not desired state configuration in Windows. This is a desired state for the systems in my container system. So we don't specify what it does. Rather, we specify how many we want, and it makes it happen. As we're looking at orchestration systems, we can schedule and start a group of containers. We can distribute containers across all of these machines. We can do manual or automatic cluster scaling, monitor container health. Often in orchestration engines will be able to load balance across a scaled set of containers, and we'll have a management UI so that we can look in on the health of the system. Now, that isn't required, but oftentimes we'll have these behaviors. Looking at an orchestration engine, its job is to keep the containers healthy. If any container is looking like it's failing or is not starting up correctly, it can kill that process and restart it. They're just a process, so they're really easy and quick to spin up. As we look at orchestration engines, we have lots of choices. Kubernetes, DCOS, Docker Swarm, Azure Service Fabric, Amazon Fargate. There are lots of different orchestrators where we can hand our containers and they can keep them running in really elegant ways. Orchestration engines. Kubernetes is a famous choice, and if Kubernetes is the only orchestration engine that you found, then that's totally fine too. It makes a really great solution. Some of the other ones might be more helpful. For example, Docker Compose is really helpful in development and testing. Docker Swarm in production, it's a lot simpler than Kubernetes, but Kubernetes has a lot more horsepower behind it. When we look at Docker, when we look at containers, we have this ecosystem that gets us from configuration as code in a Docker file to running systems. Let's take a look at it. On the top left, we have a Docker file. This Docker file is that configuration as code. It's the steps that we need to be able to build up our image. We'll take a Docker file and we will build it into an image. Now, this image contains all of the files, all of the folders, all of the configuration details that we need to be able to start our application. We may choose to share that with Docker Hub or through another container registry. Or we may pull down an image from Docker Hub. Now, unlike GitHub, we're not sharing our source code. We're sharing our built binary blobs. We'll then take an image and we'll start it on a Docker hypervisor as a container. So in this case, I'm using Docker Machine. I plug in Ethernet, I plug in power, and up starts that process. I now have my web server or my database server or my application. I have a Docker file, I build it into an image, and I run it as a container. An orchestrator can do similar things for many containers in context. Maybe I have a Docker Compose file or Kubernetes YAML files. I may choose to build or pull multiple images and start them all together in concert on a Docker hypervisor. That's where orchestration really comes into play, where we have lots of dependent services and we want to keep them all scaled tidily and using the least costly resources. That's that Docker ecosystem. Let's do exactly that. I have here a folder, and this folder is empty. Let's build up a website and make some content there. Okay, let's start out. Let's build a .NET website. I'll say .NET New, and like File New Project inside of Visual Studio, I can create a project. Maybe I choose a web API or MVC. Let's do that. .NET New MVC. I'm going to give it a name of name site and output dot. I'll output dot to put it in the current folder. Now here inside this MVC site, we now have all of the content that we need to be able to run our application. I've opened it up here in VS Code. And so here's that website. Now we want to containerize that website. This website is a normal website. I have controllers, I have views. We can look at the content and see the content here. Welcome, .NET.NETCore. That's really cool. Now to Dockerize it. Our first step is to create a .docker ignore. Now, a Docker ignore file is much like a git ignore file where we specify all the things that we don't want to end up in our container. Bin, obj, star.user, star.suo, the .vs folder. From that list, we also want to add all the other things that we don't want to end up in our system. Here inside properties, we have launch settings.json, and launch settings.json is all of the files that we need to be able to debug our app. Well, we won't do that with a production container. We probably also don't need app settings.development.json. And these are all the files that we'll never copy into our container. even if we specify them in a Docker file. Now that I have my Docker ignore file, let's create a Docker file. Docker file. Now it's important that this is Docker file and not dockerfile.txt. If it is, it's really easy to rename. From. Now we want to stand on the shoulders of giants. Let's head out to Docker Hub and take a look at the content that we need to be able to build our container. I'm going to search for .NET and find the containers that I need to be able to build up my system. Now in this case, the .NET repo identifies a bunch of other repos that I can use. I'll choose .NET SDK, and let's start here to build up our system. Here's that base container. I'm using .NET Core 5, or .NET 5 rather, ASP.NET Core on .NET 5. So we'll start here and we'll run this. Now, scrolling down a little bit, I can see that we have some tags. Here's 5.0, and that's based on Debian, but this one is based on Alpine. Let's use the Alpine variant of it. That'll be a lot smaller. Okay, so now I've got my system built into place. I want to copy all of the content from where I'm going to run my Docker command to the current directory inside my container. What is that directory? Let's set that. Let's call it src. Now I'm going to need to do some things. If I was on the command line, I would say .NET restore, .NET build, .NET test, .NET publish. And I'm going to do this in release mode, and I'm going to publish to the dist folder. I'll also want to do this in release mode. Okay, that's all of the commands that I would do on the command line. .NET Publish is much like right-click Publish in Visual Studio, but we're doing it from a CLI inside of a build pipeline. Now I need to run these as part of a Docker process. I'll run this, I'll run this, I'll run this, and now they're Docker commands. Now I do need to copy off a few things. I need some environment variables. So let's go look at our results and we'll grab these environment variables. Great. Now that tells me that I'm going to run in production mode. I'm going to start on port 80 and I'm going to expose port 80 so that others can consume it. And now CMD, I'll say .NET and site.dll. I need to run this inside the dist directory, and this Docker file would work great. It's ready to go. But there's a couple of things that I can tidy up. Right now, I've got my build tools inside my container and my source code in my container. Let's come back to the .NET repository, and we'll look at the ASP.NET runtime. Now, this doesn't include build tools. It's only the ASP.NET runtime. And we can go grab the base repository, the base image there. We also have a Alpine variant, so let's use that. And so we'll set that here. I'm going to put that here from their Alpine. Now, now I need to copy the content into place, and I want to copy the dist folder into my current folder, but right now that would copy it from my host machine. I want to copy it from build. Well, what is build? Let's name this one as build. This will do all the building. This will do all the publishing. So I can pretend that this is my production server, and I'm misusing that term here, they're containers. And this is my build server. Totally misusing those terms, but this is one image that it's building that will do all the building. My source code ends up here. Here's my production runtime, and that's the one that I've got here. The other thing that I want to do is I want to move .NET Restore above copy. Now, .NET Restore will restore all my NuGet packages, and I want to be able to cache those so that if I change any source code, then I'll continue from here on. I do need to copy in my manifest, so I'll copy site.csproj into place, and now we're ready to go. Here's our Docker file. We're going to build up our app. We'll run .NET Restore, .NET Build, .NET Test, .NET Publish. If all of our tests pass and our build completes successfully, we'll be able to create our production app and continue on. That's great. Now, with that Docker file, I'm going to say Docker build. I'll give it a tag, and let's tag it as robrich.azure.cr.io/Docker in Azure v0.1. Oh, and I forgot the build context. Dot. So now we're going to build it, and we will tag it straight away, including my Azure Container Registry and my tag. That does all of the processes. It's going to go build my site, .NET Restore, .NET Build. Let's see, is my build going to succeed? It looks like it's doing well so far. That's great. Determining the projects to restore. Oh, my build succeeded. Very nice. Run all of my tests. In this case, there aren't any tests, so that's working out well. Let's publish it. And now we've got our content ready to go. And let's set that into our new image, the one that's the production image. We're still doing the .NET Publish right here. That looks good. And now we've got our final image. Very nice. So we've got now our image built. Now, in all of the processes that we're going to do today, in all of the places where we'll host containers in Azure, that process is identical. We will craft a Docker image. Next up, let's look at a Docker registry. Docker Hub is the most famous of these registries, but we can use other registries as well. Docker Hub is perfect for public images. Do I want to publish my application as a library to consume from others? Do I want to pull a standard library? We grabbed the Microsoft base image from Docker Hub. There are paid plans for private registries, and you can definitely go in that direction. Here on Azure, we have Azure Container Registry. Azure Container Registry is a great place for storing your private images, where you can do role-based access control to consume based on the other services. Now, this is another place where we will do it with all of the solutions. We will use Azure Container Registry to be able to host our images for use in all of the different ways. So let's do that, Azure Container Registry. Now I've tagged it correctly right here, but if I hadn't, I could say Docker tag my image as robrich.azure.cr.io/Docker in Azure, and I'll give it a version. So in this case, v0.1, or I might give it a version of latest. Now I've already done that as I built it, so I don't need to do that again. Next, I will say Docker push, and you notice when we tagged it, we put in that repository URL straight away. So I don't need to tell it where to push, I just say push it. Now I've done this previously as well, just because that'll take a lot of bandwidth, but we would push it up to the registry. Now maybe we're doing this inside of an Azure DevOps build or GitHub Actions build or through TeamCity or Jenkins. But I'll push it up to my registry, and now that I have my content in my registry, let's go to the Azure portal and we'll take a look at that content. I'm going to go into container registries, and I've got my registry, my robrich registry, and here's the Docker in Azure repositories rather. Here's the Docker in Azure container that we just built and pushed. Now in this case, I have a latest and I have a v0.1 tags, but we could over time build up lots of them. In time, when we want to, we can come in here and we can say delete a particular tag, and that will remove that content. But it's just based on top of storage, so it's quite an inexpensive resource in Azure. We've got Docker container registries. That's cool. And we used a private repository inside Azure to avoid the exposing our content. Now let's look at the ways that we can run containers in Azure. Whether we're using Azure Container Registry or Docker Hub, whatever our platform of choice, we do need to run inside Azure as well. Okay, so now that we've got this ready to go, as we look at cloud, we will look at mechanisms where we can run and host our content. And as we look at cloud, we look at models like this: infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service. The reason that we're moving in this direction is because we choose to outsource certain things. With on-premise hosting, we outsource nothing. Well, if we're moving to a co-location facility, maybe we're outsourcing building security and electricity. As we move through this process, we're choosing to outsource more. All of the blue pieces are things that we own. All of the green pieces are things that we chose to outsource. With Docker in Azure, we can run at whatever level of outsourcing that we would prefer. Let's take a look at various mechanisms and see what we outsource and what we choose to manage, and when that makes sense. We have Azure Kubernetes Service, Azure Container Instance, Azure Service, install Docker on VMs. These are all viable solutions that have various levels of choosing to outsource and choosing to own that particular task. So what do we want to outsource? All of these are real Docker. We choose what we want to outsource, and we choose our orchestrator, but we're running the same containers, the same images. That's perfect. It's not Azure brand Docker. It is Docker. That's really cool. For each item, we'll look at what we've chosen to outsource, what we've chosen to own, and the pros and cons of choosing this option. And ultimately, we'll decide when should this be the correct choice. First up, let's look at Azure Container Service. Azure Container Service was the first place where we could run containers inside Azure, and it is, well, legacy. It is deprecated. With Azure Container Service, it was an ARM template that automatically spun up our orchestrator of choice. As we spun that up, we could choose DCOS, Docker Swarm, or Kubernetes, and it would provision all of those virtual machines for us. On the upside, we didn't need to set it up. On the downside, we owned it from there on. All it did was provision a bunch of hardware for us. Now that's interesting. It got us to the point where we could run our containers inside Azure. But because we now owned everything from now on, it wasn't really easy to upgrade. It wasn't really easy to manage. And so they started to move away from this. Azure Container Service is now deprecated. It isn't the only way that we can run containers, but it was retired on January 31st, 2020. Now you still can come in here to the portal and you can say, I would like to create a resource, and you can say container service, and you still see that it is here in the list. So it's not gone, but it is deprecated. Azure Container Service. If you are on Azure Container Service, probably you can move to Azure Kubernetes Service without much pain. If you really wanted Docker Swarm or DCOS, then you have other options. Docker Enterprise is a great solution, or Mesosphere. Azure Container Service was a great experiment and got us familiar with running containers in Azure, but let's upgrade to other options. Service Fabric. Now, Service Fabric isn't deprecated, it isn't going away. It's the way that Azure runs Azure, but I would argue it is legacy, and that is the opinion of me. Service Fabric. It's Azure's own orchestrator. It's the one that they built. But provisioning services is kind of weird. It's very much hands-off. Now, that's really cool. What I'm choosing to do is create a project inside of Visual Studio. And once I have that project that describes my thing, I can come into the dashboard and I can see all of my containers running, and I can spin up new things. All of the pieces of running it are abstracted away from me. Even the machines that they're running on is abstracted away from me. This is a really great way for Azure to run Azure. And if I really want that kind of hands-off methodology, then Azure Service Fabric may be perfect. With Service Fabric, I've outsourced cluster management, virtual machine updates, node scaling, container restarts. All of that is owned by Service Fabric. All I need to worry about is the process that runs inside my container. Now, you can run other things on Service Fabric. Service Fabric can run as platform as a service, and with a little bit of effort, you can run virtual machines and functions on there as well. Service Fabric is great if you want that hands-off approach. There's no hardware to maintain. Azure manages everything. It works on both Windows and Linux. On the downside, that VS project, that's kind of a weird way to set it up. I get it, but it's a heavy focus on Windows. So if you're primarily Windows, then Service Fabric might be a more natural fit than other pieces that might have been based on Linux. So with Service Fabric, when to choose it. If you're mostly or all Windows containers, or you have an aversion to open source software, then Service Fabric might be a good choice. Next up, Azure Kubernetes Service. Azure Kubernetes Service is real Kubernetes hosted in Azure. The cool part about it, it is a free managed control plane. So with Kubernetes, I have the control plane and I have the worker nodes. The control plane is all of the pieces that make Kubernetes manage itself. That's where I have my Kubernetes data store, etcd. In Azure, that's a multi-tenant instance completely owned by Azure, and I pay for none of it. I only pay for the worker nodes that are running my actual workloads. I can choose the size and quantity of worker nodes, and those are the only pieces that I pay for. I pay for those virtual machines. So let's look at Azure Kubernetes Service. To start off, I'm going to come in here and I'm going to say kubectl config get context. Now, if you installed Docker Desktop as I did, then you have the Docker Desktop mechanism. If you're using other Kubernetes mechanisms, then you can. I needed to go authorize my Kubernetes cluster. So I will say kubectl config get use context Rob Rich. And now I'm using my Kubernetes context for my Azure Kubernetes service. So if I say kubectl get all, now I'm looking at my content inside Azure. Now this Kubernetes service is here inside the portal. I'll come here and I will say I would like Kubernetes service. And here is that Rob Rich Kubernetes service. So how do we launch our content? Well, here inside the folder, let's go grab this K8S folder. Here's the Kubernetes YAML files that we'll have. Did I not copy that correctly? Copy that again. Copy. There we go. Now here in the Kubernetes YAML file, I'll have the various Kubernetes resources. I have a deployment. In this case, I specified one replica. Here's my template, and this specifies my pod definition. I don't have a resources section, which is why it's telling me resources. There we go. Now it'll be a little bit happier. I've got this deployment, and it specifies that container that we built previously, robrich.azurecr.io/docker in Azure v0.1. This will host my container, and that wraps in a pod definition that allows me to be able to spin them up. In Kubernetes, the unit of scale is a pod, and a pod can contain a container. I'll put a service in front of that. This service will be a load balancer in front of all of the pods, and then I'll put an ingress in front of that. The ingress will hook into DNS so that I can get my content running. I'm using HTTP application routing, which is built into Azure Container Service or Azure Kubernetes Service. So now that I've got that content in place, let's say cd to K8S, and I'm going to say kubectl apply-f deployment.yaml. Now I'm, that resources section was a fail. I bet I didn't indent it correctly. There we go. Let's push that deployment into Azure. Great. kubectl get all, and now I have my deployment. My deployment spun up a replica set, and that spun up a pod. kubectl apply service, and now I've got, kubectl apply-f service, and now I've got my service in place. kubectl apply-f ingress, and now I can match DNS queries. kubectl get all, and now I see I have my service, my, let me actually grab all and ingress, my service, my ingress, and it's going to automatically provision a domain name for me. That's cool. So it takes a little bit to get this domain name in place. So if I go visit it right now, that won't work. But if I pop open my Etsy hosts, I can create a host entry to that specific IP address for that specific name, and I can rush that to the goal. That's cool. So let's come into our website and let's go to that domain. And now we can see our website is running. The beauty of Kubernetes is it will automatically keep that number of replicas going. I can automatically scale up and automatically upgrade without any downtime involved in my system. That's cool. Now I have this Azure Kubernetes service, and if I choose to come in here to node pools, I can choose to adjust the scale of this cluster. Now, right now, I'm only using one virtual machine, but I can just grab this up to as many virtual machines as I need to be able to provision all of my microservices. The number of replicas, the number of content in my deployment was specified by my deployment. And if we come in here, we can take a look at the YAML that deployed that. Oh, here's the namespace. But I can come in here and I can say I would like 2 copies of my system running. And now if I come back into my system, kubectl apply-f deployment.yaml, then I'll get 2 copies. Kubectl get all. I now have one service that is load balancing across 2 instances of my application. One that was created 4 seconds ago, one that was created 2 minutes ago. That's really cool. Azure Kubernetes service is really, really fun. Now, we did need to put in this host file entry, but I bet DNS might be upgraded by, propagated by now. So if we come in here, now we've still got our website. I am charged for as long as they're running. So let's say kubectl delete -f k8s, and it will go delete all of the files in there. Kubectl get all. I can see that my content is starting to spin down. That's perfect. Now, Azure Kubernetes service, because it is real live Azure, then that allows me to do some really, really cool things with Kubernetes. If I really like that Kubernetes orchestration experience, I'm using real live Kubernetes. Oh, one thing that I wanted to show you while I was here, if I come into my Kubernetes service, I can come into cluster configuration, and I can choose the version of Kubernetes that I want to run. Now I just choose the version and I push save, and it automatically upgrades my cluster. All of the difficulty involved in doing a Kubernetes upgrade is outsourced. That is cool. I've outsourced the control plane. I've outsourced container restarts. I've outsourced maybe even node scaling if I choose to opt into it. What I choose to own is the container process, my container, the Kubernetes version, and node scaling. I can choose to spin up or spin down the number of virtual machines, or if I want to, I can start to outsource that. Azure Kubernetes service, native Kubernetes in Azure. When would I choose this? If I have lots of microservices, this could be a really, really good choice because it's real live Kubernetes, and Kubernetes, I can use that to scale all my content and keep all of them together. That's really cool. On the downside, Kubernetes YAML files can get a little bit hairy. So if that's not your thing, maybe Kubernetes isn't a great fit. Azure Kubernetes service. When would I choose this? If I have many services, if I prefer open source, and if I have an ops team on staff that wants to manage that Kubernetes cluster, if I want bleeding edge. Azure Container Instance. Azure Container Instance is really interesting because Azure Container Instance is an API for spinning up containers really quickly. Now, as that API, it's a great platform to build on top of. In the same way that we have primitives in our development environments, like functions and variables. In the cloud, we have primitives like, well, containers. And Azure Container Instance is that methodology of leveraging this cloud primitive. It doesn't have auto restart or auto scale. It is purely a REST API and SDK for spinning up containers. So let's take a look at Azure Container Instance. And this will take a little bit to spin up, but we can get a feel for how it works. Let's go grab this command. Now I have done an AZ login and I have linked my account, but let's do this command, Azure Container Create. Azure Container Create, we'll give it a name, in this case, Rob Rich Docker in Azure. We'll give it a resource group. Let's put it in the Kubernetes resource group, only because I know that one exists. What's the image name? Well, the image that we were using, the Docker in Azure v0.1, we'll give it credentials to get at my Azure Container Registry so that it can pull it. I've crafted these variables as variables in my shell previously. What ports should it forward into my container? Well, only port 80, and I'll give it a DNS name as well. After it's done spinning up, I will ask it for that IP address, that fully qualified domain name to be able to get at that content. Now this is creating a container in Azure, and it will take it a minute, but if we come in here to Azure and take a look at that content, we can come in here and look at more services, Azure Container Instance. Here's my container instances. And I've got this one spinning up. Ooh, it's pending. Very nice. Based on this container, we can get a look at its public IP address, its fully qualified domain name, and we can take a look at other details associated with this container. It looks like it's done. Ooh, here's that domain name. Let's go hit that domain and take a look at that container. It will take it a minute to JIT the site for the first time, and now I have my container running in Azure. Now this is Azure Container Instance, so it won't automatically restart. I don't get the automatic scaling that we had previously, but I can, through this REST API, spin things up, spin things down. It might be a great platform to build on top of if I'm building a container as a service. Now inside, here's these container instances, and let's say AZ container list. I'm going to say O table. Here's the list of containers. I'm going to delete this one, AZ container delete. I'll give it the name and the resource group, and that will spin it back down. Very nice. Another way that I can create Azure container instances is I can come in through the portal and take a look at my container registry. And given a container in my registry, let's go into the repositories. I will look at the Docker in Azure, and I can just right click and I can say run instance. When I run instance, it will go spin up all of the details associated with this container. That's really cool. So Azure Container Instance. Azure Container Instance is that API that allows me to spin things up really fast. I've chosen to outsource host infrastructure and VM patching, but I own the container process, the container health and restarts, and container scaling. When would I use this? When I need to do utility billing, when I don't want to maintain any orchestrator, I want to be the orchestrator. Azure Container Instance. I can do this both on Windows and on Linux. It's great for quickly spinning up a container and taking a look at it, or to build a platform on top of it. Virtual Kubelet. Virtual Kubelet is really interesting in that it marries Azure Container Service and Azure Container Instance and Azure Kubernetes Service to make a virtual node in my cluster. This is really cool. Azure App Service. Let's take a next look at Azure App Service as a hosting platform. Typically, when we look at Azure Web Apps, we're looking to host as platform as a service, but we can deploy a single container on an Azure App Service. It auto restarts like any other IaaS app, and I can do both Windows and Linux containers. If I come in here to the portal, I can come into App Services, and I can choose to create a new Azure App Service. Now I'm going to say, let's choose a resource group. I'll choose Kubernetes just because I know it's there. And let's say demo 27. Now I could choose to do code, but in this case, I'm going to choose a container. I can choose Linux or Windows. I'll choose my my region In this case, I'm going to choose West US. And now I can choose my app service plan or use one that I've got. In this case, I'll use it. Next up, I choose my container. I'm going to choose my Azure Container Registry. And given my registry, I will pick that Docker in Azure and pick that tag. Now, one of the cool things, I'm not going to finish this up, but that creates an Azure web app that, actually I will. It creates an Azure web app that just runs that container. If I need more control over spinning up particular things, then spinning up a container rather than just pushing my code might be a really elegant solution. And I can, in the midst of my registry, or I can, in the midst of my web app, get that to automatically redeploy as a webhook if my containers change. So let's come back here and I will take a look at app services. And I've got another app already going. Here in Deployment Center, I've got it set up so that when my container automatically changes, it will go grab the new container and start it up on my site. That's perfect. So we've got Azure Web Apps. Azure Web Apps was a really elegant way to spin up just one container and scale it really easily. We just dragged the slider. We've outsourced our host infrastructure, our VM patching. That was loud, sorry about that. We've outsourced our host infrastructure, our VM patching, container health and restarts. We own the container process. Azure manages everything else. It's drop dead simple for scaling, and it's great for hosting a single thing. If I want to run more than one, though, that's when I'll need to reach into other services. When should I choose Azure Web App? When I have a monolith that I want to run in Azure containers, then this is a really elegant choice. I don't need skill in orchestration management because, well, the orchestrator is built in. That is really cool. Installing Docker and VMs. Well, I could definitely spin up a bunch of VMs. I could install my container orchestrator of choice, whatever that is, and I can manage everything. That's great. I've outsourced nearly nothing so that I can control everything, but it is in the cloud. Now that is an option, but it means that, well, I need to do it all. In some environments, when I want a lot of control, maybe I want a very specific version of Kubernetes, or I want to be able to maintain identical infrastructure across many clouds, then this can be a really elegant solution because, well, I can control all the pieces. When would I choose this? If I'm building a software as a service platform, or I'm creating a hybrid cloud together with on-premise resources, then that might be a perfect solution. So kind of summarizing all of the pieces that we've got together, let's take a look at this. From most managed to least managed. In the most managed category, Azure App Service, then Service Fabric, then Azure Container Instance, then Azure Kubernetes Service, and finally virtual machines. Looking at it a different way, how many containers can I run? If I want to run lots of containers, Azure Container Instance allows me to spin up as many as I want. VMs, Azure Kubernetes Service, Service Fabric, Azure Container Instance. In dev and test, I can just spin up one at a time. And finally, Azure App Service is only about spinning up one container at a time. So taking this and looking at it in context, I can look at all of these options. They all can run on Windows and Linux. Some of them will allow me to auto scale. Some of them will allow me to auto restart. And in some cases, I can choose to own the virtual machines. You can grab these slides from robrich.org. And as you do, all of this content is ready available. And you can grab that this graph of choosing the various pieces. So we got to look at lots of different ways that we could host containers in Azure. Now, whether you need to host a few or many, whether you want to run large containers or small containers, whatever you want to put in the containers, Linux or Windows, Docker has you set, and you can run those containers inside of Azure. For those who are watching this video later, hit me up on Twitter at rob_rich, and let's continue the conversation. You can grab these slides at robrich.org. For those who are watching here live, what are your questions?
there are any questions? No. In the chat, any questions?
Well, it sounds like Twitter might be our best place to do it. Thank you for attending this session. I had so much fun getting to show you Docker in Azure. Hit me up on Twitter or on email, and let's continue digging in. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Rob, for your session. It's a pleasure listening to you. And I hope to see you soon at the next Netcoreconf. Stay safe. Bye.
Thanks.
hay makers que tiene muchos partners, es una barbaridad. Nosotros aquí en España pues no tenemos absolutamente nada.
Bueno, es lo que pasa con la investigación en España, que no le dan un empuje cuando realmente el mejor invento del mundo ha sido español.
Eso es. Bueno, varios, el mocho, el submarino,
el talgo, las secuencias de ADN.
And we're flying so close to where we belong. And we're trying to go somewhere new. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire.
Sí. Yo, bueno, ahora me cambio de trabajo y me dedico más a la parte de Alex pero todo esto lo hago en
te tengo que dar las gracias por haber hecho la charla, por participar a un evento que es gratuito, que es un evento para vosotros. No existiría, no sería factible. Y nada, espero que repitas, que te guste y que repitas.
Sí, es la
Trying to step back and see the view from above, 'cause I know that nothing lasts forever. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you.
O si quieres, pues nos esperamos este minutito que queda para empezar a las 4, que es cuando empieza la sesión realmente. Que el reloj ha ido un reloj. Falta un poco las manos.
Vamos, esperamos un minutito. Estamos en directo en YouTube.
Sí, pero estás en YouTube, o sea, te sale tu presentación pero está no está una musiquita, está una música ahí. He aprendido a hacer eso, al menos.
Vale.
Voy a quitar la música, te presento y empiezas, ¿vale?
Vale, genial. Vamos allá.
And we're flying so close to where.
Vamos allá. Bienvenidos a otra charla de la Netcoreconf. En este caso tenemos a Xavi Portilla, como dato curioso, participó en el proyecto de Hyperloop y nada, nos va a hablar sobre Alexa y sus skills. Xavi, cuéntanos.
Muchísimas gracias y gracias una vez más por contar conmigo en esta Netcoreconf. La verdad es que, bueno, desde que empecé a hablar en la Netcoreconf ha sido como una adicción. Siempre quiero estar aquí dentro de pues, los buenos ponentes que traéis y sobre todo intentando acercar el mundo de Alexa al mundo .NET o al mundo, en este caso, la charla que os traigo hoy, al mundo de Azure. Así que para mí siempre es un placer, siempre he tenido cierto cariño al mundo Microsoft y es un placer estar aquí con vosotros. Y nada, hoy os voy a traer digamos, todo lo que he aprendido y todo el proceso que he hecho para desarrollar Alexa Skills e integrarlas dentro, digamos, del mundo de Kubernetes, que es algo que a día de hoy pues, no se ha hecho aún dentro del mundo de la voz, o al menos no hay muchísima documentación, ¿vale? Así que, bueno, os espero que os guste. Antes que nada, y antes que empezar a presentarme, dar las gracias a los sponsors que están siempre atrás, siempre ayudando. Yo he organizado también conferencias como el DevOps Days Madrid y la verdad es que son una pieza clave siempre y sin ellos estos eventos no serían posibles. Así que muchísimas gracias a todos los sponsors. Y bueno, comienzo un poco presentándome. Yo soy Xavier Portillaedo, me podéis seguir en las redes sociales, las que más activo suelo estar suele ser pues Twitter, YouTube o Twitch como @chavidop. También podéis encontrar pues todos los proyectos que suelo hacer, que el 99% son open source, enfocados a las aplicaciones de voz y chatbots, los podéis encontrar en GitHub, también como github.com/chavidop. Como he dicho, soy organizador del DevOps Days de Madrid, que bueno, fuimos la última conferencia presencial antes de la pandemia, porque fue el 21 de febrero de 2020. Y desde entonces, bueno, pues estamos con el meetup de Madrid DevOps y tal, pero no hemos vuelto a hacer la charla. Trabajo como Test Automation Engineer o SRE en VoiceFlow. Es una plataforma no-code para desarrollar aplicaciones de Alexa, aplicaciones de Google Action y chatbots. Soy un amante de Alexa. La verdad es que siempre, o sea, desde que me metí en el mundo, pues estoy siempre muy, muy activo y soy, digamos, organizador de la comunidad de Alexa en español, que luego os dejaré el link para que todos los que me estáis viendo, si os queréis unir al Discord. Es una comunidad de Alexa que hemos creado a nivel hispanohablante, o sea, no solo para España, sino para toda Latinoamérica y para todo el mundo. Cualquier persona que hable castellano, pues es bienvenido en la Alexa Community Spain, la Alexa Comunidad en Español. Y bueno, como bien han dicho cuando me han presentado, así como highlight, he pertenecido al grupo de Hyperloop dentro de la Universidad Politécnica de Valencia, pudiendo desarrollar 2 prototipos de Hyperloop y probándolos en Estados Unidos en las instalaciones de SpaceX durante 2 años seguidos, en 2017 y 2018. Bueno, para los que no conozcáis qué es el Hyperloop, lo explico brevemente, la charla no va de esto, pero os lo explico muy brevemente. Es un túnel hecho al vacío que dentro pues va un tren y al no haber aire dentro del vacío, cuando se alcanzan unas velocidades muy altas, porque está hecho para que se alcancen velocidades muy altas, de aproximadamente 1.200 kilómetros por hora, cuando se alcanza esa velocidad, digamos que se pueden apagar los motores porque no hay rozamiento, entonces la velocidad se mantiene. Eso es, digamos, el dato innovador que aporta Hyperloop. Es una idea que introdujo en 2012 Elon Musk y a partir de ahí pues, se hizo una competición universitaria y es donde yo participé. Tengo un blog personal que se llama chavido.me donde podéis ver todo lo que publico, todos mis artículos, mis charlas como esta, mis libros, que luego hablaré luego hablaré de mi libro. Todo, absolutamente todo, enfocado sobre todo a la parte conversacional, a la parte de voz, y sobre todo Alexa. Puedes encontrarlo en xavier.me, y tengo un podcast también que se llama El interior de Alexa, y lo tenéis disponible en todas las plataformas de podcast. En mayo recibí el Azure Content Hero por mi contribución a la comunidad Azure sobre el mundo de Alexa. Y ya está, ya termino mi presentación, demasiado larga. Vamos a hablar un poco sobre cómo empieza Alexa, que siempre lo suelo introducir en todas mis charlas, y sobre cómo sería una arquitectura, digamos, general o la que se suele usar en el desarrollo de Alexa, y cómo le vamos a dar, pues, digamos, una vuelta, ¿no?, a esa arquitectura para meterla dentro de Kubernetes. El Alexa empieza en 2014 en Estados Unidos, obviamente. En 2017 ya hay una primera conferencia, digamos, oficial, cuyo tema principal o main topic es Alexa. En 2018, tras 4 años de maduración, tanto del producto como la parte, pues, de inteligencia artificial, del Natural Language Understanding, del Natural Language Processing, NLU, NLP, el Automatic Speech Recognition, todos estos procesos de inteligencia artificial ya están maduros. Tanto en inglés como en la introducción para español, pues aterriza en España. En 2019 ya hay más de 135 millones de dispositivos Echo vendidos en todo el mundo, y las cifras pues no hacen más que incrementarse. Digamos que se convierte en el líder, casi en solitario, en el mundo de los smart speakers. Y a día de hoy, a día de 2021, pues ya lo tenemos disponibles en un montón de países y en un montón de lenguajes. Los tenemos en inglés, en alemán, en indio, japonés, francés, italiano, portugués, español. Este año ya ha comenzado Alexa a desembarcar por Latinoamérica, ya está disponible en Colombia, así que son buenas noticias, sobre todo para la comunidad de Alexa en español. Y bueno, ¿qué es una Alexa Skill? Bueno, una Alexa Skill, en definitiva, es una aplicación que se activan en los dispositivos Echo y le añaden funcionalidad a Alexa, porque Alexa ojalá lo supiera todo, sabe muchas cosas, pero no lo sabe todo. Entonces, lo que proporciona Amazon son Alexa Skills dentro de la aplicación de Amazon Alexa. Si, aunque no tengáis un dispositivo Amazon Alexa, os la podéis descargar y podéis utilizar Alexa dentro de la app. Y dentro de esta misma app lo que podéis ver es que hay una sección que se llama Skills, y es como una especie de, o no es una especie, es una Skill Store como la Google Play Store o la App Store de iOS. Es exactamente lo mismo, pero de Skills. Entonces son aplicaciones que desarrollan la gente, pues, como yo, que está interesada en el mundo de la voz, y nada, simplemente, pues, desde esa Skill Store puedes activar y puedes hacer todo lo que puedes añadir funcionalidad. La gente como yo, que he dicho antes, nos hacemos llamar Voice App Developers, ¿no? Es, digamos, como un nuevo rol que existe, que antes no existía. Digamos que lo empezó a introducir Google. En Google ya existen roles como Voice App Developers, ya existen roles como Conversational Designer, más allá de UX Design, más allá de todo el tema de diseño en sí, de User Experience, nace esto, ¿no? Que es que en vez de UX Design se llama CX Design, y es Conversational Designer, al fin y al cabo. Entonces, bueno, pues digamos que yo soy Conversational Designer o Voice App Developer, ¿vale? Entonces, bueno, una skill, ¿qué partes tiene? Esto es importante que se sepa. Tiene una parte que es el frontend y una parte que es el backend, ¿vale? El frontend tenemos, digamos, la Voice User Interface, la VUI, que es, digamos, todo lo que nosotros diseñamos en una Alexa Skill para que Alexa sea capaz de entendernos, ¿vale? Eso es lo que se llama modelo de interacción o interaction model, que son pues todas las intenciones, los intents que queremos desarrollar junto con todos los enunciados, junto con todos los slots, junto con todo ese diseño de la parte, digamos, conversacional, de la parte de que Alexa luego va a utilizar para aprender, para que cuando activemos la Alexa Skill y le preguntes algo, Alexa te entienda, ¿vale? Lo utilice para entrenar. Eso es lo que se llama la Voice User Interface. Y luego tenemos para los dispositivos que tienen pantalla, existe el Alexa Presentation Language, APL, también llamado. Dentro de la comunidad Alexa se suele llamar directamente APL, que es como una especie de pseudo HTML, pseudo lenguaje de marcado, ¿vale? En este caso es JSON, donde pues se especifican pues, todos los componentes visuales, cómo se van a representar, qué contenido van a tener, y todo eso se hace gracias a la APL y los dispositivos compatibles con Alexa que tengan pantalla, pues son capaces de renderizar documentos APL, que se llama, ficheros APL, ficheros JSON con formato APL. Entonces, bueno, ¿cómo funciona Alexa? ¿Vale? Lo importante es importante que lo sepáis para entender más o menos todo el proceso que he seguido yo para transformar una Alexa Skill para poder integrarla dentro del mundo Kubernetes, ¿vale? Como veis, el flujo lo que consiste es que un usuario despierta el dispositivo con la Wake Up Word, que se llama, que en Alexa puede ser Alexa, Amazon o Echo. Alexa comienza a escuchar y esa voz la transmite, digamos, a la nube de Alexa, ¿no? En esa nube lo que ocurren son 3 procesos que son muy importantes. Esos 3 procesos son el speech to text, ¿vale? El automatic speech recognition también se llama, que es el traducir directamente la voz a texto. Luego el NLU y el NLP, el proceso de Natural Language Understanding, que es extraer de esa voz que se ha pasado a texto qué es realmente lo que se está pidiendo. Es decir, cuando yo pido el tiempo en Madrid, por ejemplo, saber que estoy preguntando por el tiempo y no el tiempo de cualquier sitio, sino por el tiempo de Madrid. ¿Vale? Esto es importante que se sepa porque esto ocurre, digamos, en la nube en el cloud de Alexa, dentro del cloud de AWS, y es algo que te viene innato, ¿no? Te viene innato cuando desarrollas Alexa Skills, quiero decir. Cuando ocurre esto, digamos que ya se transforma, digamos, a un formato JSON y ese JSON ya va a un backend, ¿vale? Ese backend, ahora os enseñaré qué pinta suele tener, pero lo que hace es procesar esa petición, pues si tiene que consultar a una API, la consulta sin problema, la resuelve y le devuelve el JSON. Ese JSON, también el Cloud Alexa lo que hace es el text to speech, que es pues pasar de texto a voz. Eso se hace gracias a, bueno, o simple texto o con SSML, que también es como otro pseudo lenguaje de marcado, no es propio de Alexa, sino que es estándar, existe, creo que es desde 2003 y está disponible en todos los navegadores web desde hace pues más de 15 años y bueno, son diferentes tags que se le pueden poner cuando estás desarrollando y, o sea, cuando el backend está devolviendo información, por ejemplo, pues que sea más efusivo, que hable susurrando, que un dígito en vez de decir 900 diga 900, todo eso se hace mediante tags de SSML y luego en el cloud de Alexa se hace esa transformación de text to speech, transforma el SSML directamente a voz y es lo que nos contesta directamente Alexa, ¿vale? Si nos vamos directamente a la parte del backend, que es donde está, digamos, donde ocurre gran parte de las cosas, a día de hoy, digamos que la arquitectura básica, y también se recomienda, ¿vale? Pero es cierto que cada uno pues tiene diferentes necesidades a nivel de negocio, a nivel de seguridad, a nivel de cualquier cosa. Digamos que la arquitectura básica es una arquitectura fundamentalmente serverless y basada en eventos de usuario. Al final tiene mucho sentido que no tengas un servidor siempre levantado, porque al final tú no sabes cuándo la gente va a interactuar con tu skill Alexa, ¿vale? Por eso la arquitectura básica se basa en que el backend suele ser pues una AWS Lambda, una función serverless bien escrita en JavaScript o TypeScript o Python o Java o .NET, aunque no oficial. Ya di una charla en mi primera Netconf hace un año, que también se pueden desarrollar AWS Lambda en .NET. Y bueno, la información se guarda, digamos, los assets estáticos de imágenes, audio, todo eso se guarda en AWS 3 y los logs se visualizan en AWS CloudWatch como en cualquier función lambda de AWS. Y la persistencia se hace en AWS DynamoDB, ¿vale? A día de hoy, como os he dicho, los backends son serverless y pues se desarrollan gracias al Alexa Skill Kit, el ASK, que está para AWS Lambda. Oficialmente, como os he dicho, está en Node.js, en Python o en Java. Y no oficial está en .NET, ¿vale? Yo lo he utilizado y no funciona nada mal. Sí que es cierto que hay bastante menos documentación. Y que cuando Alexa saca una funcionalidad, pues digamos que esto, como está el .NET está mantenido por la comunidad, pues tarda un poco más en llegar a esa nueva funcionalidad, ¿no? Y también se pueden utilizar en otros tipos de backend serverless, como puede ser, pues, por ejemplo, Heroku, como puede ser Google Cloud Platform, las Azure Functions, todo eso se puede utilizar serverless y sin ningún tipo de problema. Pero ¿qué es lo que ocurre, ¿no? Que si nosotros queremos introducirlo dentro del mundo de Kubernetes, por ejemplo, imaginad que, no sé, o sea, que a nivel de negocio tenemos todo, pues en Azure Kubernetes Services, por ejemplo, tenemos todas nuestras APIs, todos nuestros microservicios, todas nuestras bases de datos en Azure Kubernetes Services y tiene mucho sentido desplegar, imaginar que a nivel de negocio se quiere hacer una Alexa Skill y se quiere, pues, digamos, en vez de desarrollar una Alexa Skill con AWS Lambda y que la AWS Lambda se encargue de interactuar con la API de nuestros microservicios en Azure Kubernetes Services o en cualquier otro cloud. Si lo tenemos todo ya en un clúster Kubernetes, ¿por qué no podemos levantar y crear una Alexa Skill también en Kubernetes? También a nivel de seguridad, pues acceder desde una Alexa Skill integrada en tu clúster Kubernetes a una base de datos dentro de Azure, a otro microservicio que necesita recuperar información, a cualquier cosa que ya está dentro de tu propio cloud, dentro de tu propia network, dentro de tu propia, pues al fin y al cabo es mucho más seguro. Y bueno, pues al final es como otro different approach que puede ser interesante pues para cualquier persona, ¿no? Y también es importante que se sepa y que se puede hacer, ¿vale? La situación actual es que, bueno, pues estamos en un punto de partida. Sí que es cierto que a día de hoy la única persona que yo he encontrado que ha hecho cosas de Kubernetes y Alexa, pues soy directamente yo. O sea, he he levantado, digamos, todo lo que os voy a enseñar desde cero. Hay mucho por hacer, obviamente, pero la documentación pues es más como, digamos que tienes que tirar un poco de imaginación, ¿no? Todo lo que os voy a presentar a partir de ahora está explicado en mi blog. Es una serie de 10 artículos que ya los tenéis disponibles, tanto en mi blog en inglés como en castellano. Y el código también está subido, ¿vale? Y lo que vamos a hacer y lo que os voy a presentar es cómo desplegar un Alexa Skill en Azure Kubernetes Services, que para eso estamos en la Netcoreconf. Sí que es cierto que en el repo que os voy a enseñar lo tengo tanto para Google Cloud Platform como para Azure Kubernetes Services como para EKS, Elastic Kubernetes Services de AWS, pero hoy nos vamos a centrar en Azure Kubernetes Services, ¿vale? La arquitectura que he implementado, que he desarrollado, es una arquitectura realmente no es muy compleja, pero sí que es cierto que hay diferentes componentes que se tienen que desarrollar, ¿vale? Desde cero. Lo que vamos a hacer es, si recordáis perdonad, que se me ha pasado la presentación. Si recordáis un poco la arquitectura que os había enseñado previamente, la arquitectura serverless, al final era, pues, digamos, un usuario que interactuaba con Alexa. Dentro de, digamos, del cloud de Alexa, lo que ocurría era que habían diferentes procesos de inteligencia artificial, de reconocimiento, y eso iba directamente al backend, que era una función simple y llanamente serverless, ¿vale? Una AWS Lambda o una Azure Function, también se puede hacer. A la hora de integrarlo con Kubernetes, pues esto se puede hacer, digamos, de diferentes maneras. Lo que os voy a presentar yo es exactamente lo mismo, pero cuando Alexa reconoce, digamos, la petición que está haciendo el usuario, en vez de hacer la request, que es una request de tipo POST con un JSON muy, muy simple, no es muy complejo, esa request, perdonad, lo que va a ocurrir es que va a ir directamente a un clúster de Kubernetes en AKS. Ese clúster lo que va a tener es un Nginx Ingress Controller, donde vamos a tener un ingress escuchando peticiones desde Alexa. Ese ingress le va a pasar, digamos, la petición a un servicio, y en ese servicio lo que va a estar ejecutándose es un deployment de un servidor Node.js. Este ejemplo lo he desarrollado yo en JavaScript, una mezcla entre JavaScript y TypeScript, el código que yo he hecho, pero todo es aplicable a JavaScript, TypeScript, Java y Python, ¿vale? O sea, todo lo que os voy a explicar hoy se puede desarrollar en estos tres lenguajes, ¿vale? Porque vamos a utilizar clases y paquetes que están en los tres Alexa Development Kits, ¿vale? Entonces, bueno, lo que vamos a tener es que cuando el ingress recibe la petición, se lo pasa al servicio, que va a estar asociado a un deployment, que va a ser un servidor Express.js, servidor súper común. Y a nivel de persistencia, si habéis visto antes, de manera, digamos, por defecto, si nos vamos al mundo de AWS, al mundo serverless, AWS y dentro del mundo de Alexa, la integración con DynamoDB es extremadamente simple. Hay un adaptador ya oficial, ya hecho para DynamoDB. Entonces, simplemente con 3 líneas de código tienes el adaptador de DynamoDB hecho, ¿vale? Yo, ¿qué es lo que he hecho? Pues he hecho exactamente lo mismo, que ahora os explicaré cómo se hace un adaptador de persistencia, pero para Mongo, ¿vale? De tal manera que en el Helm chart, esto va a estar contenido en un Helm chart, que no lo he dicho, perdonad. Entonces, en este Helm chart lo que vamos a tener es, obviamente, el servidor de Express, vamos a tener el ingress y el service, y vamos a tener de manera opcional un servidor de Mongo, ¿vale? Una instancia de Mongo corriendo. Entonces, el servidor de Express, digamos, el backend de nuestra Alexa Skill va a poder guardar información en Mongo. ¿Vale? ¿Por qué digo de manera opcional? Porque Mongo también tiene su propio cloud, que es MongoDB Atlas. Esto es importante porque lo que he hecho a nivel de Helm chart es que la instancia de Mongo sea opcional para que la gente que utilice el Helm chart, que si vosotros queréis probarlo o queréis instalarlo, cuando instaléis el Helm chart podáis elegir, digamos, si queréis levantar una instancia o simplemente no queréis complicaros tanto la vida y utilizar el cloud de Mongo, de MongoDB Atlas, que tiene una capa gratuita y no es extremadamente caro. Esto se puede hacer y el código está totalmente preparado para ello, ¿vale? Entonces, bueno, como veis, de Alexa solo utilizamos, digamos, la parte de NLP, que es lo siguiente que vamos a ver aquí, que son los cloud services, digamos, de Alexa, que son los que os he dicho, los más importantes, que son los de el speech to text, que es el Alexa Speech o Automatic Speech Recognition, que transforma la voz a texto, y el Natural Language Understanding. A partir de ahí, todo eso, digamos, la petición, o sea, la voz se transforma directamente a texto y eso va directa y llanamente a nuestro clúster de Kubernetes y a partir de ahí podemos jugar y trastear con todo lo que queramos, ¿vale? Estos son los pasos que yo he seguido y con los que voy a empezar a hablar uno por uno para desarrollar este proyecto. Lo primero es crear un web server. En este caso he utilizado Express porque yo lo he desarrollado en JavaScript y JavaScript TypeScript. Lo segundo es dockerizar ese web server, obviamente. Lo tercero es crear el adaptador de Mongo. Ahora os explicaré cómo se crea un adaptador de persistencia para Alexa. Lo cuarto es crear, obviamente, los objetos Kubernetes para que nuestro backend de la Alexa Skill sea completamente, digamos, desplegable en un clúster Kubernetes. La creación del Helm chart, es decir, crear templates de esos objetos de Kubernetes para poder soportar diferentes tipos de clouds, por ejemplo, o diferentes tipos de entornos o de configuraciones. Desplegar la Alexa Skill. Esto se refiere a la parte que tiene que ver con la Voice User Interface, es decir, desplegar a nivel de Alexa en la Alexa Developer Console lo que es la parte de la interacción por voz, es decir, el modelo de interacción, ¿vale? Eso se despliega independientemente de el backend de la skill, ¿vale? Son como dos partes, ¿no? El frontend, que es esto de aquí, y el backend, que es esto de aquí, ¿vale? Que es lo que os estoy comentando de la parte de Kubernetes. Entonces, como os he dicho, lo primero es desplegar la Alexa Skill, todo el modelo de interacción para que Alexa sea capaz de reconocer lo que le estamos pidiendo. Una vez eso lo tenemos, podemos desplegar nuestro Helm chart en Azure Kubernetes Services. Y ya pues simplemente sería testear y desarrollar y directamente publicar la Alexa Skill, ¿vale? Simplemente en la parte de la Alexa Skill hay una sección en la Alexa Developer Console donde le ponemos el endpoint, ¿vale? Ese endpoint que es a donde va a llamar Alexa cuando se haga una petición de Alexa en sí, cuando se sepa, cuando se ejecutan todos los procesos de NLP y de ASR, hay una sección en la Developer Console que es donde están donde están los endpoints a donde Alexa va a apuntar, ¿no? Cuando se haga esa resolución, donde te hago la petición. Entonces, ahí lo que pondremos será pues el backend de nuestro ingress en Azure Kubernetes Services. Así que nada, para la creación de web server, como os he dicho, a nivel oficial, Alexa tiene un paquete NPM que podéis instalar, es una dependencia que se llama ASK SDK Express Adapter, de tal manera que de una manera muy sencilla, en 3 líneas de código literal, tenemos un servidor web en ExpressJS listo para recibir peticiones directamente desde Alexa. El código es exactamente similar, de hecho os voy a enseñar una comparativa entre un código hecho con el ASDK, el Alexa Development Kit para Lambda y para Express. Se utiliza Express porque al final es el web server más famoso, digamos, dentro del mundo de JavaScript o TypeScript. Y mira, os enseño el código. Esto es, digamos, la parte, digamos, con el enfoque Lambda, con el enfoque serverless. Aquí podéis ver pues todos los manejadores de todas las intenciones de Alexa y al final, pues digamos que se le llama a punto Lambda, ¿no? Y este es el handler que se le va a indicar a AWS para que reciba todas las peticiones. Pues si pasamos de aquí a un servidor Express, lo que podemos ver es que vamos a requerir, obviamente, importar el Express Adapter y tener la dependencia en sí del propio servidor. Y como veis, en vez de llamar al método .lambda, se le va a llamar al método .create. Y ese create, el resultado de crear, digamos, este manejador, es lo que se le va a pasar como parámetro al Express Adapter, ¿vale? Aquí está a false, son 2 propiedades de validación. Una es de timestamp y otra es de SSL, ¿vale? Para desarrollo se ponen las 2 a false y para entornos productivos se ponen las 2 a true, ¿vale? Para ver que el primer parámetro es para ver que la petición que se envía es justamente de ahora y que la otra es para el tema de seguridad de SSL, ¿vale? Entonces, aquí se ve que en la URI, digamos, en el path barra, va a estar recibiendo las peticiones de Alexa con todos estos manejadores. Como veis, pasamos simple y llanamente de un punto lambda a un punto create. Y luego, con el adaptador, se lo añadimos al servidor de Express que va a estar escuchando en el puerto 3000. O sea, súper sencillo. Son 3 líneas más de código y tenemos un servidor web. Esto, como os he dicho, los SDK de Alexa están disponibles de manera oficial tanto para Java o Kotlin como para Python como JavaScript o TypeScript, ¿vale? Esto es importante que lo tengáis en cuenta porque también hay adaptadores para la parte de Java, Kotlin, por ejemplo, levantar un servidor web con Spring Boot. En mi GitHub tenéis un ejemplo. Es exactamente igual, es muy parecido. Y nada, en 3 líneas de código tenéis un servidor con Spring Boot. En este caso, para Java se proporciona un servlet y en nada lo tenéis levantado. Y para Python se tienen, como también es un SDK, digamos, oficial, en este caso tenemos 2 implementaciones, 2 paquetes PIP oficiales soportados, que son el Django y el Flask, ¿vale? Que son, digamos, los 2 frameworks para crear tanto APIs como aplicaciones web más usados e importantes dentro del ecosistema Python, ¿vale? El código lo tenéis en JavaScript, pero que sepáis que podéis usar todas estas tecnologías. Lo siguiente que sería, bueno, pues obviamente desarrollar una pequeña imagen Docker, ¿no? Que lo que se encargue sea de coger todo el código y pasarlo a un simple contenedor, ¿vale? No enseño el código porque es muy simple. Si estáis empezando dentro del mundo Docker o dentro del mundo Kubernetes, os lo recomiendo para aprender y sobre todo si seguís los pasos que yo os voy a decir, también podéis aprender de una manera muy sencilla Kubernetes y Helm, que es un mundo, digamos, totalmente nuevo que está irrumpiendo a día de hoy y que no es muy sencillo, digamos. ¿Qué pasa con la base de datos? ¿Vale? Como os he dicho antes, Alexa, el equipo de Alexa, dentro del SDK tiene su adaptador súper chulo de DynamoDB, funciona muy bien. Estamos dentro de, digamos, del ecosistema de AWS. En una arquitectura lambda serverless, la lambda consulta a DynamoDB, muy rápido, eso es cierto. Pero ¿qué ocurre? En Kubernetes sería un poco locura, ¿no? Que el Alexa nos envíe la petición a nuestro clúster de Kubernetes y luego tengamos que salir otra vez a AWS, a DynamoDB para hacer una consulta, ¿no? Lo más sencillo es, pues yo en este caso he utilizado MongoDB, para directamente dentro de tu propio clúster, pues guardar la información, ¿vale? La información son... en Alexa tenemos 3 tipos de información. Una es la información que persiste en la petición, ¿vale? Es decir, te envías una petición, puedes guardar algo para reutilizar entre los diferentes manejadores y cuando la devuelves el resultado, esa información se pierde. Otra es la de sesión, que es cuando activas una skill, cuando le dices, Alexa, ábreme, por ejemplo, Pokédex, porque yo tengo una que es de Pokémon. Desde el momento en el que abres esa skill hasta que le dices Alexa para, eso se llama, ahí es donde entra, digamos, la persistencia a nivel de sesión. Y luego está, digamos, la persistencia que se guarda siempre, ¿vale? Siempre entre comillas, que es que persiste entre diferentes sesiones y entre diferentes peticiones, ¿vale? Que es, digamos, la persistencia en sí, que es la que se guarda en DynamoDB utilizando el adaptador de persistencia, ¿vale? Yo lo que he hecho es que ese tipo de, la última persistencia, la persistencia que va directamente a base de datos, he utilizado MongoDB. Para ello he creado un adaptador de persistencia, ¿vale? Dentro del core de la ASK, del Alexa Development Kit, hay una clase que se llama Persistence Adapter, ¿vale? A partir de, no es una clase, perdón, es una interfaz, cualquier persona que quiera crear un nuevo adaptador de persistencia simplemente tiene que implementar esta interfaz que se llama Persistence Adapter, ¿vale? Yo lo he hecho en JavaScript o TypeScript, pero recordad que también está para Java Kotlin o para Python, ¿vale? Entonces, tiene 4 métodos que cuando se implementan estos 4 métodos, pues tienes, digamos, tu nuevo adaptador de persistencia. Estos son los 4 métodos que se tienen que implementar o que tiene el Persistence Adapter, la interfaz Persistence Adapter. Lo primero es el Get Persistent Attributes, que es, digamos, la consulta a base de datos. Esto en cada base de datos con sus diferentes clientes es lo que cambia, pero eso es lo que, digamos, lo que se tiene que desarrollar, lo que he hecho yo con el Persistence Adapter de Mongo. Luego tiene el Set Persistent Attributes, que digamos que es guárdame estos y cuando llame al método Save Persistence Attributes, cuando llame a este método, es cuando, perdonad que se me va, es cuando los atributos, lo que yo quiero guardar, que le he dicho en este Set Persistent Attributes, en este método, es cuando se van a guardar, ¿vale? En base de datos, en este caso en Mongo. Y el borrado, ¿vale? El Delete Persistent Attributes, que es el borrado. Al fin y al cabo, lo que se va a desarrollar es un CRUD, ¿vale? Un Create, Read, Update and Delete. Y ya está. Y con esto tendríamos digamos, el adaptador de persistencia y Alexa funcionando de una manera súper chula y súper guay con MongoDB en vez de DynamoDB para nuestro backend de Alexa que está ejecutándose en nuestro clúster de Kubernetes. Como os he dicho, aquí es donde entra el mundo de la comunidad, ¿no? Que a día de hoy pues tenemos DynamoDB, yo he hecho el de Mongo y mi intención es pues crear más adaptadores de persistencia, o sea, uno quiere crearlo, pues para eso está la comunidad, para, pues, por ejemplo, para las bases de datos no SQLs más importantes, ¿no? Como puede ser Redis, Couchbase, CosmoDB para de Azure, es la no SQL de Azure, o Firebase. Así que nada, el siguiente paso, cuando ya tenemos el servidor web, tenemos el adaptador de persistencia, lo tenemos dockerizado, oye, pues vamos a crear ya en la parte de Kubernetes, ¿no? Como os he dicho antes, en la parte de Kubernetes lo que vamos a tener es un ingress controller yo he utilizado en este caso Nginx, es uno muy, muy sencillote. Y el ingress lo que va a hacer, va a actuar como load balancer para el deployment del backend del Alexa Skill. Os voy a poner la siguiente slide mejor para que lo entendáis. Esta es. Entonces, los clientes, digamos, va a ser, pues digamos, va a ser el cloud Alexa, va a hacer las peticiones a nuestro ingress, que va a tener pues el load balancer de Azure. Ese load balancer se va a encargar de implementar, o sea, de desviar el tráfico al deployment, que solo tiene un pod del ExpressJS, ¿vale? Con horizontal pod autoscaler, dependiendo de las peticiones, pues puede haber un pod o más pods. Y ese pod va a estar conectado internamente. Al Mongo solo se puede acceder de manera interna al cluster Kubernetes, expuesto como cluster IP a una instancia de MongoDB. Todo esto está en un mismo Helm chart y en el caso en el que no se quiera utilizar MongoDB, pues se puede utilizar el cloud de Mongo, ¿vale? La aplicación, el servidor express del backend de Alexa que os he enseñado acepta lo mismo, acepta ambas configuraciones. Entonces, bueno, lo siguiente sería crear el Helm chart, ¿vale? El Helm al final es una manera de empaquetar de una manera sencilla todo el tema de todos los objetos Kubernetes, de tal manera que los objetos Kubernetes se transforman en templates de Kubernetes y lo que ocurre es que, pues con ficheros de tipo que se llaman values, con diferentes valores, para diferentes, pues como os he dicho antes, para diferentes environments, para diferentes clouds, puedes tener, digamos, tus aplicaciones listas para desplegar en estos diferentes sitios, en vez de tener diferentes Kubernetes manifest por environment o cloud, lo tienes directamente templatizado gracias a Helm, ¿vale? A la hora de desplegar, pues os lo he hecho muy sencillo y también lo he utilizado como para aprender, yo de manera propia, que he utilizado Terraform, ¿vale? En ese repositorio también tenéis un apartado que se llama Terraform, donde tenéis, digamos, los Terraform files para desplegar tanto el clúster como el backend del Alexa Skill para Azure Kubernetes Services. Te despliega el chart del Nginx Ingress Controller, el Helm chart de MongoDB y el Helm chart del Alexa backend de la aplicación Express, ¿vale? Todo esto lo tenéis y está todo totalmente automatizado gracias a Terraform y tenéis lo mismo, tenéis dentro de la carpeta de Terraform, tanto para, en este caso, el día de hoy, Azure Kubernetes Services, pero también lo tenéis para Google Cloud Platform y AWS EKS. Simple para rellenar un poquito, dentro del mundo de Kubernetes el desarrollo local es un poco tedioso porque digamos que estamos dentro de una perspectiva cloud native, entonces desarrollar microservicios de una manera local cuesta, la verdad es que cuesta, entonces para tener, digamos, un entorno híbrido entre desarrollo local y desarrollo en la nube, desarrollo en el clúster de Kubernetes, en este caso yo he utilizado devspace.sh, es open source, y al final es un YAML declarativo donde se especifican diferentes cosas. En ese YAML lo que se va a desplegar es, lo que se describe es la manera que se tiene de desplegar el microservicio que estás desarrollando. En este caso es nuestro backend de la Alexa Skill con la instancia de MongoDB. El ciclo de vida de desarrollo, es decir, pues tiene sincronización de ficheros con la nube y tiene hot reload de la imagen Docker para cuando hayan cambios, por ejemplo, en la imagen Docker o en las dependencias. Todo eso se especifica en el YAML, os enseñaré el YAML y luego tiene interfaz web súper sencilla donde con diferentes clics pues los developers pueden ver los logs de los pods, del Alexa Skill o de cualquier microservicio que se utilice esta herramienta. Y muy guay. Al final lo que hace es que, digamos que acerca al developer, en este caso un desarrollador de Alexa, al mundo de Kubernetes sin necesidad de tener, digamos, un conocimiento extenso en Kubernetes, ¿vale? Esto es lo que hace DevSpace. El YAML tiene esta forma, ¿vale? Como os he dicho, hay varias cosas que se especifican. Lo primero es la imagen que se quiere utilizar. Esa imagen se especifica, digamos, el directorio, el nombre y si quieres hacer un override del entry point, ¿vale? En este caso yo hago un override porque en Node.js hay una librería que se llama Nodemon, que se encarga de hacer un hot reload continuo cuando se detecta un cambio de un fichero, ¿vale? Lo que hace es que pues detecta el cambio y el servidor se reinicia, ¿no? Entonces, por eso, eso es lo que tengo yo cuando ejecuto npm run dev y lo sobrescribo, ¿vale? No hace falta tener dos Docker files diferentes, sino que con una sobra. El deployment es el Helm chart que está dentro del mismo repositorio y lo que se utiliza es que al indicarle que la imagen está ahí, cuando utilices el comando devspace dev, lo que te va a hacer va a ser generar una imagen Docker que lo va a subir a un repositorio. Ese repositorio le va a dar un tag específico y ese tag es el que va a utilizar cuando se despliegue el Alexa Skill. En la parte de dev lo que se le especifica son los ficheros, las carpetas que se quieren sincronizar, que se crea un túnel seguro entre el cloud de AKS o de tu clúster Kubernetes con tu máquina y se le especifica la parte de auto-reload, que es la parte en la que se quiere que se haga un rebuild de la imagen Docker, ¿vale? Y la interfaz gráfica donde queréis que se levante, la interfaz gráfica de DevSpace. Esto mola mucho porque es cloud agnostic. Eso quiere decir que esto depende de a dónde estás apuntando tu kubectl, ¿vale? Tu kubectl, si está apuntando a un AKS, pues todo esto se hará y se desplegará en tu AKS. Si estás en un EKS o un GCP, pues lo harás. Si estás en un KN local, pues exactamente igual, ¿vale? Yo lo recomiendo mucho, a mí me ha facilitado mucho el desarrollo. Y esta es, digamos, la aplicación web que tenéis disponible cuando levantáis DevSpace. Como veis, tenéis aquí en el apartado de logs, podéis seleccionar tanto el contexto de Kubernetes como el namespace y luego los diferentes pods que están ejecutándose. Aquí podéis ver pues la Alexa Skill con el MongoDB, ¿vale? Y veis, pinchando, veis los logs de los servidores, o sea, de los microservicios, y aquí podéis implementar comandos y veis el stack. Y ya está, me quedan 5 minutos. Os voy a enseñar un poco la parte de AKS. Aquí en Azure Kubernetes Services no lo tengo desplegado porque desafortunadamente se me han acabado los créditos gratuitos de Azure. Pero, bueno, que lo tengáis en cuenta. Para que veáis, estos son la parte de Terraform, pero os quiero enseñar los screenshots, ¿vale? Cuando hacéis el Terraform Apply, lo que ocurre es que se crea el Kubernetes Cluster, es un Kubernetes súper sencillo, súper básico, no tiene mucha historia. Y aquí, a ver si lo puedo abrir. Aquí podéis ver, por ejemplo, en los pods, podéis ver que está la Alexa Skill y la Alexa Skill con el Mongo, ¿vale? Cuando lo desplegáis el Helm chart. Aquí, dejadme que os lo enseñe. Open image in a new tab. Aquí veis la parte de los services and ingress y como veis aquí está la IP externa del Nginx Ingress Controller, ¿vale? Aquí tenéis los cluster IP de la Alexa Skill del backend y del MongoDB que está en el propio Helm chart. Y simplemente haciendo una petición con Postman, este es un ejemplo que hice, que también os lo voy a enseñar. Como veis, la IP es la 51.143.242.234. Aquí, haciéndole una petición a esa IP con una petición de Alexa, vamos a recibir información y va a estar accediendo al Mongo, ¿vale? Todo esto lo tenéis en el repositorio que se llama, dejadme que os lo enseñe, en GitHub. Lo tenéis en, aquí es de lo último que tengo, aquí, en Alexa Node.js Kubernetes Hello World, os lo enseño, os lo paso. Y nada, aquí tenéis en la parte de Terraform, tenéis toda la parte de Azure, dentro de AKS tenéis la parte, digamos, de tanto el clúster como el despliegue de todos los Helm charts. Y en la parte de Helm, pues tenéis todos los, digamos, el deployment, el ingress, el service, todo eso está en la carpeta de Helm. Dentro de la app en la carpeta app tenéis, digamos, el backend del Alexa Skill. Aquí en el index.js vais a ver dónde está toda la información hecha para que funcione. Aquí es donde creo, por ejemplo, el Persistence Adapter de MongoDB que he hecho yo y que lee de una variable de environment que digamos que se les setea gracias al Helm chart y a los Helm values, ¿vale? Entonces, simplemente aquí, si tuviéramos el adaptador de persistencia de DynamoDB, pues sería instanciar, por ejemplo, el new DynamoDB Persistence Adapter y luego en el manejador de la skill, con el with Persistence Adapter se le pondría el adaptador de DynamoDB. Gracias a la implementación del Persistence Adapter para MongoDB, pues en este caso el Persistence Adapter que le vamos a meter es el de MongoDB. Entonces, es genial, es súper sencillo. El adaptador de persistencia de MongoDB lo tengo en otro repositorio, que lo tengo por aquí también, que es el SKSDK MongoDB Persistence Adapter. Os lo paso también. Y aquí tenéis toda, digamos, toda la utilización. ¿Vale? Tienes toda la documentación para que le echéis un ojo. Es muy sencillo crear adaptadores de persistencia, yo lo recomiendo bastante. Y dejarme que os enseñe un poquito más porque me voy a quedar sin tiempo. Voy a ir con las conclusiones. Simplemente, como habéis visto, hay muchísimas soluciones para el backend de Alexa, también para diferentes bases de datos. Todo es que la gente comience a desarrollar, como he hecho yo para el adaptador de persistencia de MongoDB. Obviamente, las respuestas pueden que tengan un poco más de delay porque Alexa va a ir a un clúster Kubernetes, ese clúster va a ir a un ingress, ese ingress va a ir a un pod, entonces, bueno, pues ya no es una AWS Lambda que accede a un DynamoDB y ya está, ¿no? Tiene que salir fuera, pero bueno, para eso también hay soluciones y también hay tanto soluciones a nivel de performance como soluciones a nivel de seguridad. Al final es exactamente lo mismo, pero con different approach y depende, digamos, de las necesidades o de los requerimientos del negocio. Tiene mucho sentido cuando tienes todo tu stack desplegado dentro del mundo de Kubernetes, pues tiene bastante sentido. Así que nada, yo lo recomiendo. Ha sido un proyecto que me lo he pasado bastante bien haciéndolo y lo recomiendo para que lo probéis. Y ya como últimas recomendaciones, simplemente que sigáis a los Alexa Champions, que es como los MVP, los Azure MVP, pero de Alexa. A Joaquín Engelmo, Nieves, Javi y Lucio. Joaquín Engelmo lo tenéis en Twitter como @KiniSoftware, Nieves como @Nieves_S, Javi como @JaviChur o Lucio como @LucioMSP, ¿vale? Que sigáis nuestro Twitter de nuestra comunidad de Alexa que se llama @comunidadAlexa, También podéis seguir mi blog, chavido.me, el podcast de Interior Alexa mensual, mi canal de YouTube, que podéis encontrar charlas tan chulas como esta, Twitch, que lo tengo un poco parado, pero bueno, ahí podéis estar, Twitter, GitHub, la comunidad oficial, digamos, de Alexa Developers en Twitter, Twitch y YouTube, hay mucho contenido también. Y que sigáis nuestro Discord, por favor, de nuestra comunidad de Alexa, que está súper guay, en bit.ly/Alexa-es-únete, ¿vale? Uniros a ese Discord donde pues cualquier duda, cualquier cosa que queráis compartir, ahí vamos a estar, toda la comunidad detrás para ayudaros. Y ya lo último, durante 2020 he escrito un libro tiene 18 capítulos, 500 páginas, está disponible tanto en Google Books como en Apple Books, como en Amazon Kindle y en Amazon formato físico de tapa blanda, donde podéis aprender Alexa desde 0 a 100. Podéis aprender tanto cómo desarrollar una Alexa Skill como diferentes maneras de desarrollar o de hacer, digamos, diseño conversacional. Lo tenéis disponible en todas las plataformas y lo podéis encontrar simplemente pues, buscando el nombre de los autores, que lo hemos hecho Vicente Guzmán Lucio y yo, Xavier Portilla Edo, y el libro se llama La Revolución de Alexa. Si tenéis cualquier pregunta, no dudéis en consultarme, voy a estar ahí en Twitter, en YouTube ahora contestando preguntas, y muchísimas gracias a todos los que me habéis seguido y a todos los que habéis estado ahí en esta charla. Muchísimas gracias y una vez más gracias a la Netcoreconf por darme la oportunidad de volver a hablar aquí. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Xavi. Nos vemos en la próxima Netcoreconf.
Seguro, seguro.
We belong, now we're trying to go somewhere new. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. Trying to step back and see the view from above, 'cause I know that nothing lasts forever. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you.
os veáis en las próximas Netcoreconf.
Buenísimo.
Así será.
Si compartís y pongo la pantalla de speaker intro y me queréis decir algún dato curioso sobre vosotros y así os presento con ese dato curioso y luego empezáis ya vosotros la charla.
Bueno, puede ser curioso que somos los dos uruguayos viviendo actualmente en países diferentes. Gastón está en Seattle, Estados Unidos, yo estoy en Paraguay, un poco más cerca de Uruguay.
So close to where we belong, and we're trying to go somewhere new. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burned. And I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire.
Estoy compartiendo mi pantalla.
Buenas, bienvenidos a otra charla de la Netcoreconf. En este caso vamos a hablar sobre AI Power y Cognitive Services con Alex Rostan y Gascón Cruz, ambos uruguayos, ambos en dos puntos diferentes del planeta, pero que se han unido fuerzas para darnos una mega charla. ¿Qué nos contáis?
Buen día, buenas tardes, buenas noches, donde sea que estén cada uno. Gracias por invitarnos. Y bueno, es un placer para nosotros poder dar la charla. Y bueno, vamos a por ello. Un poco esta charla que se llama justamente AI Power, Cognitive Service y Power Platform. Justamente ese nombre de AI Power va de la mano justamente de hacer el mix de lo que es inteligencia artificial y Power Platform, ¿no? Y bueno, juntando un poco las áreas de estudio de Gastón y mías, que bueno, un poco ahora van a ver que la charla va a tocar los puntos de interés de ambos y vamos a recorrer un buen tramo desde un virtual agent, por ejemplo, con inteligencia o procesando datos hasta llegar a algo más bien específico que puede ser Power BI, y bueno, por ahí vamos a ir recorriendo y lo más interesante va a ser ver un poco la demo, así que bueno, vamos a presentar a nosotros, obviamente gracias a los sponsors, sobre todo a los organizadores, por un lado, que estas charlas sin los organizadores y sin toda la logística no son realmente posibles, más allá de obviamente uno pone su tiempo y sus ganas de compartir, pero también los organizadores de realizar todo, ese es un punto súper importante para que todo esto llegue al fin y que todos ustedes que están del otro lado puedan tener ¿no? el cronograma, puedan tener las charlas, que estén armados, que tengan un hilo conductor y que no sean charlas tiradas al azar en diferentes temas, y creo que todo eso lleva a una organización que es bien importante, y obviamente los sponsors para que pueda esto salir adelante, ¿no? Y bueno, antes de ir con la charla me voy a presentar y luego se va a presentar Gastón. Mi nombre es, como ya lo decía, Alex Rostan. Soy uruguayo, actualmente viviendo en Paraguay, relativamente cerca de mi país de origen, en Sudamérica. Soy MVP en Business Applications. Actualmente trabajo como Power Platform Architect, o también podría ser Cloud Architect en lo que es un poco de Azure, lo que es Office 365 y al lado de Power Platform, realizando justamente Enterprise Solutions. Desde el lado de la comunidad, soy líder de la comunidad Power Platform en Paraguay, sobre todo en su versión Meetup. Y bueno, y justo con Gastón, Cristóbal y Javier, tenemos una comunidad que llamamos hace un tiempo Azure en el Bar, donde intentamos unir a toda la comunidad de Latinoamérica, de Europa, con España, Estados Unidos, y bueno, y Get Close y tener cerca a todas las comunidades y a las personas acercando hacia todas las comunidades. Gastón, ¿qué nos cuentas de ti?
Bueno, buenos días, buenas tardes, buenas noches a los que nos puedan estar escuchando desde diferentes lugares del mundo. En primer lugar, gracias Sema por la invitación, por la participación en este evento, que está súper bueno poder estar conectados con público de diferentes lugares del mundo. En mi caso, soy MVP de la categoría Data Platform, trabajo con básicamente plataforma de datos hace muchos años. Estoy actualmente otro uruguayo perdido por el mundo, viviendo en Bellevue, en el estado de Washington, Estados Unidos, hace ya un par de años. Me desempeño como Senior Principal en la empresa Slalom, aquí en Estados Unidos. Básicamente arquitectura de plataforma de datos en general, con tecnologías Microsoft variadas. Y a su vez también soy líder del grupo de usuarios de Power BI aquí en la ciudad de Seattle, con otros coorganizadores, y disfrutamos también con Alex poder compartir un momento en Azure en el bar cada 2 semanas con invitados que tenemos normalmente de todo LATAM, y bueno, que próximamente vamos a estar teniendo a Bob Ward, una Super Goal Edition que tendremos en breve, el 18 de marzo, que se viene a nuestro Azure en el bar. Así que bueno, una vez más, gracias a los organizadores por hacer este gran evento que tiene difusión a nivel global.
Buenísimo, gracias Gastón. Bueno, entonces, ahora sí vamos a arrancar la charla. Si bien esta frase, bastante utilizada, bastante común, la inteligencia artificial no es el futuro, y la deben haber escuchado capaz que 2 o 3 millones de veces, fácil, pero es algo que me gusta decir y nos gusta decir, que en realidad viene de la mano de AI, inteligencia artificial. Yo digo que soy un entusiasta de lo que es la inteligencia artificial y la utilización de los modelos que ya están prearmados, sobre todo la integración de servicios cognitivos. Entonces, algo que repito, me van a escuchar en todas las charlas que tengan que ver con algo tema de esto, me van a repetir lo mismo. O sea, la inteligencia artificial debería ser nuestro nuevo normal, desde el punto de vista de a cualquier tipo de aplicaciones que estemos haciendo, justamente en este caso, por ejemplo, una aplicación que sea Netcore, una aplicación a gente que usa Xamarin, aunque sea que alguien use Java, no importa, o sea, uno puede integrar inteligencia artificial, puede integrar modelos, o sea, no tengo que ser un data science, no tengo que por qué hacer un modelo de machine learning y entrenarlo y tener el set de entrenamiento y demás, eso lo dejamos para otra instancia, para otra charla, pero en este caso es... los animo a que empiecen a pensar en cómo puedo hacer esas aplicaciones más inteligentes. Yo tenía un área en la empresa anterior en la que trabajaba que le llamaba Smart Applications, y esas Smart Applications no era que fueran aplicaciones inteligentes desde el punto de vista de que fueran porque trabajaban en un teléfono inteligente, sino que lograban integrar modelos de inteligencia artificial que podrían ser un modelo de OCR o un modelo de procesamiento del lenguaje natural, y no necesariamente tenía por qué ser algo súper wow, pero ya empezaba a empezar a hacer un procesamiento de los datos sin necesidad de que tenga que venir alguien en el back office a hacerlo. Y creo que eso es un poco este tema que hace un año, va a ser un año exactamente, nosotros por aquí, por Sudamérica sobre todo, me acuerdo de la fecha, el 11 de marzo fue el día del lockdown, o sea que estamos cerquita de cumplir un año y todavía seguimos medios encerrados, así que bueno, esto nos ha acelerado un poco más. Entonces, habiendo dicho esto, hoy justamente, ¿qué es lo que vamos a intentar ver por aquí? Y es justamente, ¿no? Vamos a utilizar dentro de lo que es el Azure Data Landscape. Esta slide también siempre me gusta ponerla como para que estén las personas que no tienen claro en su cabeza todo lo que hay, que es un montón de cosas, que es donde vamos a estar parados. Y hoy vamos a ver 2 puntitos chiquitos de esto, y que son lo que es Cognitive Service, con Bot Service, que en realidad, como lo adelanté al principio, vamos a utilizar Virtual Agent como para que sea un poco más simple y un poco más divertido. Y luego vamos a ver un poquito Power BI, el tema de, bueno, cómo facilitar el uso, integrarnos con su API y vamos a jugar un poco con Luis para entender la intención de un usuario y ver qué datos quiere entender de Power BI y por ahí vamos a ir y espero que se diviertan un poco con ese tema. Ok. Ahora sí, no quería pasar la slide. Como les contaba, en realidad vamos a utilizar lo que son Cognitive Service, servicios cognitivos. Para aquellos que no están bastante adecuados, los servicios cognitivos justamente nos permiten aplicar de alguna manera inteligencia artificial a un montón de casos o escenarios en diferentes oportunidades, ¿no? Y justamente los servicios cognitivos, para aquellos que ya conozcan y para los que no, que pueden ingresar a lo que son los Cognitive Service de Azure y ahí van a tener una página donde un montón de ejemplos, casos, test para probar, un montón de pruebas para hacer. Están separados en categorías que son súper interesantes, ¿no? Porque hay categorías de visión, de voz, de lenguaje, de decisión, donde yo puedo ir viendo, bueno, a ver qué puedo hacer y siguiendo con el razonamiento de lo que decía antes, ¿no? O sea, por ejemplo, a ver, en visión, ¿qué puedo identificar? Y bueno, puedo identificar un cierto caso, puedo clasificar objetos, puedo decir si las personas que hay en una imagen son la misma, ¿no? Haciendo reconocimiento facial. Puedo hacer un montón de cosas que a veces uno las prueba y me acuerdo hace unos años en una AI Tour de Microsoft, donde lo que estaba de moda en ese iTour era una pantalla, un monitor, donde tú te parabas adelante, te sacaba una foto y te decía qué edad tenías a partir del reconocimiento de la imagen. Y eso era súper innovador hace un par de años atrás. Y me acuerdo estar en un stand al costado y la gente se paraba y se miraba y si algunos se enojaban porque le daba 5 años más y otros 5 años menos y así iba y estaba súper interesante y esos servicios cognitivos que en aquel momento eran muy pocos hoy evolucionaron y podemos hacer infinidades de cosas, o sea, sin aburrir. Los invito de vuelta a que prueben, a que ingresen, a que intenten hacer cosas, pensar casos que capaz que lo estoy teniendo en la vida cotidiana y que, mira, si pudiera utilizar esto e integrar, ¿cómo podría solucionar? Que es un poco la idea de esta charla, por eso viene la idea de Power, es integrar diferentes servicios con la plataforma, en este caso Power Platform, para hacer diferentes cosas. Bueno, algo interesante que tienen estos servicios cognitivos es que la mayoría, no digo el 100% porque hay algunos que no específicamente, pero la mayoría son expuestos vía API REST. Entonces yo los puedo, por eso decía, en cualquier tipo de aplicación los puedo consumir. No importa la aplicación que tenga, no importa cuán legacy pueda ser mi aplicación. Capaz que si estoy trabajando en algo súper viejo, capaz que no lo puedo integrar con un servicio web, pero vamos a poner en un contexto donde puedo integrar esos servicios cognitivos a cualquier tipo de aplicación que yo esté corriendo, ¿no? Entonces, esto queda súper interesante. Hace muchos años atrás, no voy a decir cuántos, integrábamos con Gastón diferentes tipos de aplicaciones. Si algunos se acuerdan, utilizando Vistock y bueno, era un tema poder encontrar un servicio para integrar y no tener que hacer un conector y ejecutar código por ahí abajo. O sea, si en aquel momento hubiese habido todo puesto vía servicio web, creo que nuestra vida tendría un poco menos de arruga en este momento, así que está bueno aprovechar esta evolución que hemos tenido hacia este momento. Y bueno, y dentro de esos servicios cognitivos, que vengo dando vuelta y van a decir, qué pesado, Alex, con los servicios cognitivos, cómo aburro. Bueno, uno de los servicios cognitivos que vamos a utilizar en el día de hoy para mostrar en la demo es Luis, es Learning Understanding, y lo que vamos a hacer justamente, Learning Understanding está pensado en poder hacer el procesamiento del lenguaje natural, pudiendo extraer palabras claves de un texto o de la entrada de texto de una información, predecir la intención del usuario. O sea, ahí dice predecir el significado global, pero que en realidad si uno lo baja a la práctica, uno lo que quiere entender es lo que el usuario me está diciendo, ¿no? ¿Cuál es la intención del usuario? ¿Qué me está preguntando, no? O sea, así siempre lo pongo como persona y digo que Luis es Luis. Y si alguien me está hablando en otro idioma, yo le diría, Luis, ¿qué me está diciendo? Como uno cuando va a un país donde no entiende el idioma y quiere que alguien le diga qué le están diciendo. Bueno, imagínense el Luis desde ese lado, o sea, un traductor que me entienda, en este caso, el lenguaje natural, que para la máquina, o en este caso, si estamos haciendo un chatbot, por ejemplo, tengo que decirle lo que me están diciendo. Y desde ahí es que utilizo lo que es el Language Understanding. Luego vamos a justamente dentro del AI Power, ¿no? Que hablamos y decíamos que era Cognitive Service y Power Platform, vamos a usar la Power Platform. Y hoy vamos a ver dentro de la demo, y esto que hacemos siempre de entrada con Gastón significa como un marco teórico, ¿no? Como que estuviéramos dando una clase y bueno, contando un poquito qué es la tecnología que vamos a usar después, porque no en todos casos tienen todo el conocimiento. Y dentro de lo que es Power Platform, dentro de la plataforma, como ustedes, algunos sabrán, y para los que no, existe lo que es Power BI, Power App, Power Automate y Power Virtual Agent, que son como las grandes cuatro plataformas dentro de lo que es Power Platform, las grandes aplicaciones dentro de lo que es Power Platform. Vamos a utilizar justamente Power Virtual Agent, Power Automate para orquestar todo el flujo de la conversación y el procesamiento de datos, y Power BI, que va a ser como, de alguna manera, nuestra excusa para utilizar un bot y pedir información de Power BI. Así que vamos a ir por ese lado. Justamente Power Virtual Agent es una forma súper rápida de construir una aplicación de mensajería. Yo digo que hoy los chatbots son las nuevas aplicaciones, ¿no? O sea, hoy día estamos evolucionando a que uno quiere resolver todo en una conversación. Entonces, si yo le podría decir cuando hago el pedido del supermercado, poder hablarle al bot y decirle, necesito que me traigas 3 de esto, 4 de lo otro, 5 de aquello, 7 del otro, le doy, le hablo, como le mando un audio, le puedes mandar un audio a un amigo por WhatsApp, pudiera hacer eso con un bot y mandárselo al super y que me venga el pedido, sería lo ideal. Entonces, hoy todos pensamos en primero, bueno, algo que me atienda, algo que tenga un agente conversacional, algo que le pueda escribir y me responda, y desde ahí la excusa de utilizar un Power Virtual Agent, porque es una plataforma. Si bien, como les decía y como les mostré en la primera slide, teníamos lo que era el Azure Data, el Data Catalog, de alguna manera, o lo que era la infraestructura de datos, y estaba Bot Service. Uno podría todo resolver a partir de lo que era Bot Framework y hacer agentes. Bueno, Power Virtual Agent es como la evolución desde eso para hacerlo dentro de lo que son las aplicaciones low code. Entonces nos permiten rápidamente poder construir conversaciones y un asistente virtual sin necesidad de tener que andar codificando ni ser ninguna persona que entienda de lo que son sí tengo que entender un poco los agentes conversacionales, pero que de alguna manera lo puedo empezar a hacer entendiendo un poco más del negocio, que es un poco a donde apuntamos. Y bueno, y por último, ahí le voy a dar un poco más voy a callar yo y le voy a dejar un poco hablar a Gastón, que lo tengo bastante callado, el tema de Power BI API. Ahí, Gastón, cuéntanos un poquito más, por favor.
Bueno, ahí con la excusa un poco de enlazarlo, la charla y de justamente vincular los servicios de los cuales Alex está hablando, de Power Platform, de Power Virtual Agent, de los servicios cognitivos. Una de las modalidades, y justamente vinculando lo que es Power BI y lo que es la REST API de Power BI, lo que vamos a ver justamente es, utilizando la REST API de Power BI, uno puede acceder a todo el conjunto de artefactos y objetos que se encuentran en Power BI. Entonces, lo que hablamos, lo que nos referimos con esto es a una persona, un usuario de negocio que va a utilizar Power BI, puede acceder a cualquier tipo de objeto que se encuentre en Power BI, desde lo que son los reportes de Power BI, desde lo que son los conjuntos de datos, lo que son los data flows, lo que son los dashboards. Yo puedo acceder directamente vía la REST API. Y un poco contándoles, y en esta slide lo que tratamos de hacer con Alex es un poco contar en Power BI en general qué es lo que se puede lograr, ¿no? Hoy en día ha cambiado mucho en lo que es hace 5 años atrás la plataforma Power BI. Hoy en día el usuario de negocio tiene la posibilidad de hacer esa experiencia de punta a punta, una solución de end-to-end directamente en Power BI. Ya no hace falta el tema de, como hablábamos antes, en un dashboard in a day, en un entrenamiento básico de Power BI, que lo primero que hacíamos era partir de la base de, bueno, descargar Power BI Desktop como herramienta para poder utilizarlo. Hoy en día puedo directamente desde el servicio nube vivir toda esa experiencia, o sea, ir directamente al servicio nube de Power BI y empezar, por ejemplo, armando un data flow que va a ser justamente el disparador de la extracción de información, extraer información de 5, 10, 20, 30 fuentes de datos diferentes, vincularme a un Salesforce, vincularme a una base de datos de SAP HANA, vincularme a un Oracle, a un SQL on-premise y vincular justamente los datos entre sí para armar esa extracción de información a través de esta herramienta DTLs, Data Flow, en Power BI, y hacer todo el recorrido, desde un Data Flow, conjunto de datos, dataset, ¿no? O sea que todo esa vorágine de poder conectarnos a diferentes servicios, a diferentes bases de datos, a diferentes plataformas, se puede hacer directamente hoy en día 100% nube, y simplemente abrir un Chrome, un Edge, un navegador, y empezar a vivir esa experiencia directamente desde ahí. O sea que a lo que voy con esto es, Power BI nos provee justamente de todo este tema de extracción de información, de armado de conjunto de datos, armado de modelos, armado de reportes, empezar a compartir esa experiencia, y lo que intentamos hacer aquí o en esta charla, justamente con la demo se va a poder ver un poquito más explícitamente, es darle una experiencia al usuario de negocio donde el usuario tiene Power BI, el usuario tiene otras plataformas como pueden ser Microsoft Teams, como pueden ser Power Apps, como pueden ser Power Virtual Agent, y que el usuario interactúe directamente desde ahí. Entonces, lo que estamos viendo ahora, por ejemplo, es a través de la REST API, la REST API de Power BI, podemos acceder a todo tipo de método dentro de Power BI. Métodos que nos den, bueno, yo puedo pedirle a Power BI, dame los dashboards que tengo en mi plataforma, quiero ver el reporte de ventas que no me acuerdo en qué workspace está, quiero ver la última vez que se refrescó un dataset, cuál fue la última actualización de mis datos, cuál fue la última extracción de información que hice desde mi base de datos de SAP HANA. Entonces, todo este tipo de información, si bien yo lo puedo pedir a través de la REST API, lo que puedo también hacer es, me creo un Power Virtual Agent que pueda acceder a todos estos objetos, y yo puedo interactuar en lenguaje natural. Y puedo tener justamente esa interacción entre el usuario de negocio que quiere averiguar dónde está mi último reporte, dónde está mi último reporte de ventas, dónde está mi información de mi dashboard de supply chain. Entonces, toda esa información que se encuentra en Power BI, nosotros lo que estamos haciendo aquí es tratando de lograr esa interfaz entre Power Virtual Agent y Power BI, para que el usuario no se tenga que preocupar justamente de hacer un recorrido y hacer una búsqueda, o de poder tener, por ejemplo, preguntas frecuentes en Power BI, sino que lo pueda resolver de una forma mucho más simple a través de Power Virtual Agent. En eso vamos a hacer justamente foco, y esto es una excusa simplemente para poder conectar Power Virtual Agent con Power BI, pero en realidad la excusa es válida justamente por el caso de negocio que estaríamos resolviendo. Estamos resolviendo el caso de preguntas que todo el tiempo un usuario de Power BI se hace y las puede resolver a través de un Power Virtual Agent. Ese va a ser el objetivo global de nuestra sesión del día de hoy.
Buenísimo, Gastón. Bueno, entonces justamente para cumplir con la promesa vamos a arrancar con la demo. Si esto me deja sacarle esto, les prometo que le voy a hacer la demo. Si no, va a quedar el video con las nubecitas ahí durante todo el día. Muy bien. Le gustó. Capaz que no le gustaba. Bueno, entonces, como dijimos, vamos a hacer... Tengo dos browsers abiertos porque hay un tema de, no sé, de cookies o algo, y no me dejaba abrir lo que era Virtual Agent en la otra sesión de Edge. Tuve que hacer un invento, pero la demo va a salir bien igual. Entonces, vamos a empezar por aquí. ¿Qué dijimos que íbamos a hacer? Dijimos que íbamos a crear un asistente virtual con Power Virtual Agent. Lo íbamos a conectar, ¿no? Utilizando LUIS, entendiendo la intención del usuario, que era lo que el usuario necesitaba de mi Power Virtual Agent. Y luego ese Power Virtual Agent, que nosotros lo vamos a entrenar o que lo vamos a mostrar, hecho para poder crear o poder entender peticiones sobre Power BI, como por ejemplo decía Gastón, cuáles son mis data flow, cuál es mi workpage, cuál es mi dataset, última fecha de refresco. Imagínense la infinidad de cosas que puedo hacer. Y voy a hacer un paréntesis, y esto también siempre lo digo, la excusa de la demo es hacer un poco Power BI y demás, porque nosotros para divertirnos un rato es que hacemos esta demo, pero imagínense todo lo que pueden hacer, porque si se pueden conectar con la REST API de Power BI, se puede conectar con la REST API de lo que ustedes quieran y se les antoje, con cualquier servicio, y conectarse y traer datos y hacer un montón de cosas. Entonces, desde ahí es que los invito de vuelta. Si ustedes se acuerdan cuando hice el monólogo de por qué utilizar inteligencia artificial y por qué los cognitive service, desde este lado es que imagínense el montón de oportunidades que tengo de poder conectar Power Virtual Agent utilizando Power Automate y todo lo que puedo llegar a hacer, y ahora voy a profundizar un poco más, desde Power Automate hacia el mundo, ¿no? Básicamente con todo lo que me puedo conectar, y cada día hay más y más y más y más y más y más conectores al cual me puedo integrar y puedo hacer y puedo traer información y si no existe el conector, y ahora también vamos a ver ese caso particular, si no existe lo creo, ¿no? Es como, bueno, y si no está, lo hago y lo dejo pronto. Así que bueno, vamos por partes. Voy a crear un nuevo Virtual Agent para que todos vean cómo es. Esto va a demorar unos minutitos, pero creo que vale la pena que vean qué simple que es y cómo queda. Algunos que ya hayan visto algunos de charla van a decir otra vez, Alex, con lo mismo, pero van a ver qué rápido que queda. Vamos a ponerle Netcoreconf Power BI Virtual Agent. Tengo una imaginación para los nombres que ustedes no lo pueden creer. Vamos a ponerlo en español. Ahora que tenemos todos los idiomas, aunque algunos no me crean, hace menos de un año atrás estaba solo en inglés y uno tenía que empezar a traducir todo a manito. Ahora tenemos todos los idiomas, así que español, italiano, portugués, inglés, sueco, chino, mandarín, lo que quieran pueden hacer un bot y empezar a crear en diferentes idiomas mi bot. Bueno, esto me va a crear, y ahora vamos a ver, me va a crear un bot por defecto que viene armado en Power Virtual Agent. Lo que hay son los topics, en español temas. Nunca logro mapear topic con tema, pero sí, tal cual es eso. Los temas del bot, donde yo lo que voy haciendo es entrenando mi Virtual Agent, entrenando mi bot para que entienda justamente diferentes temas o diferentes topics como aparecen. Entonces, ella viene con topics o temas por defecto creados. Ahora vamos a ver, por ejemplo, ya nos viene creado con un saludo, con una despedida, donde yo puedo ya, ni bien lo creo, ustedes vieron que no hice nada, fui acá arriba, aquí, fui aquí y di crear un nuevo bot, no hice más nada que eso, y esto me creó por defecto. Le di un nombre y elegí el idioma, no hice más nada, ¿ok? Entonces, esto ya viene armado. Si yo vengo y lo saludo, ¿no? Si lo creé en español, me debería saludar. Ella me dice, hola, soy un agente virtual, puedo ayudarte con preguntas de las cuentas de pedir. Esto es porque el bot en español, por defecto, ya viene creado como que fuera una atención al cliente, ¿no? Si yo hago clic en cualquiera de los textos, él me va a abrir ese topic o ese tema que en ese momento quedó, y a medida que yo voy teniendo las conversaciones, puedo ir haciendo clic en las respuestas del bot, y el bot me va a ir mostrando. Yo le digo los flows del Virtual Agent, pero de alguna manera son justamente las conversaciones o el flujo de la conversación, que es cada uno de los topics. Justamente el topic cuando uno lo saluda es el topic que se llama, que le pone por defecto ¿qué tal? Que está bien, es bastante mnemotécnico desde el punto de vista también. Si el topic se llama ¿qué tal? Debe ser porque es un saludo. Y como ustedes ven aquí, lo que son las frases desencadenadoras o trigger phrases, si alguno lo tiene en inglés, son todos los saludos que me hace el bot, ¿no? Entonces aquí el bot te dice, hola, soy un agente virtual, puedo ayudarte con preguntas. Nosotros vamos a cambiarle aquí para que vean qué rápido que esto lo podemos hacer. Y acá voy a hacer otro paréntesis, y es, no importa lo que estén creando, para cualquier bot que estén creando, yo tengo que dar el contexto en el que estoy, tengo que evitar la frustración del usuario, entonces tengo que setear las expectativas. Entonces, si ya acá el bot me dice, hola, puedo ayudarte con consultas, por ejemplo, consultas. Sábado mis dedos ya no funcionan, sobre Power BI, no, yo le estoy diciendo al usuario final, te voy a responder consultas sobre Power BI, capaz que podría ser más específico y voy a hacer consultas sobre tu tenant y capaz que le erro alguna palabra, pero específica sobre lo que tengo en mis workpage o en mi espacio de trabajo de Power BI. Entonces, si yo le pongo estoy seteando la expectativa del usuario, y lo que podría hacer, lo que hago justamente es eso, y que no me pregunten cómo va a estar el clima mañana domingo si puedo ir a la playa, justamente porque no estoy hablando sobre si mañana podemos hacer un weather bot, pero no es este caso, entonces tengo que setear esa expectativa. Entonces aquí fácil guardo eso, para que vean que fácil puedo ir cambiando las conversaciones del bot. Le doy guardar, y si este bot hubiera publicado, yo automáticamente, una vez que recarga y que lo republico, vengo aquí y yo lo saludara de vuelta y me debería responder eso, y si no, soy un mentiroso, pero no, ok. Me responde eso que estoy haciendo. Ok, esto era como para un tema de el que nunca le haya entrado a un Power Virtual Agent o a este lado, es re simple. Vengo aquí a lo que son los temas, puedo ir creando diferentes topics y agregando las frases desencadenadoras o las trigger phrases de, no sé, lo que sea que necesito. Necesito resetear una contraseña, necesito saber cómo pido las vacaciones, necesito saber, no sé, pónganse que es para recursos humanos, todas las consultas que nos pueden llegar a hacer en una empresa, las personas de recursos humanos, de diferentes consultas que tienen las personas del entorno, ¿no? A quién le tengo que reportar si tengo una enfermedad. Bueno, en este año tan particular donde las personas, todas, a quién le pregunto, a quién le digo, cómo hago, a quién aviso, podría resolverlo rápidamente con un Virtual Agent. En Teams, y acá viene lo bueno, para que siempre me dicen, sí, Alex, todo muy lindo vos porque estás usando un tenant que tiene Power Virtual Agent, pero esto hay que pagarlo. Bueno, hoy, desde hace unos meses, pero si yo uso Power Virtual Agent en Teams y para Teams, no tengo que pagar una licencia. O sea que cualquier persona que tenga una licencia de Office 365 que tenga un Teams, puede agregar la aplicación de Power Virtual Agent a Teams y utilizarla sin ningún inconveniente. O sea que desde ahí eso es una muy buena acción. Les voy a mostrar un segundito aquí, esto rápido que a veces ustedes tienen un Teams, aquí se agrega la aplicación de Power Virtual Agent y le va a cargar aquí dentro, ahora cuando lo cargue se los muestro y sigo hablando, les va a cargar esto mismo que estamos viendo en pantalla y pueden trabajar de la misma manera y es súper interesante. Ahora cuando cargue les prometo que se los muestro de vuelta y así no perdemos tiempo. Bueno, ok. Mira, aquí me cargó el home, tengo los chatbots que tenga creado, about, pero básicamente funciona de la misma manera y está súper bueno para cualquier persona que tenga. Y de vuelta, Power Virtual Agent, puedo usar Power Up, puedo usar Power Automate, puedo usar Power BI, todo desde adentro del mismo Teams y sin necesidad de tener diferentes cosas. Miren, acá tengo un bot que había creado para una prueba donde lo creo aquí, hago lo mismo, pero es exactamente lo mismo que crearlo desde la página. No muestro la página porque me resulta un poco más, el entorno es un poco más intuitivo también y un poco más gráfico. Entonces, no pierdo más tiempo, no nos va a dar el tiempo. ¿Qué es lo que queríamos hacer? Queríamos mostrarle cómo crear, cómo pedirle cosas sobre Power BI. Entonces, ¿qué voy a hacer? El bot, como yo les decía, está entrenado por defecto, en este caso, para que le pregunten hola, ¿qué tal? Adiós, volver a empezar, muchas gracias. Entonces, lo que voy a hacer lo que le voy a decir es, todo lo que te pregunten, y yo lo hago como que fuera una persona, como le expliqué a Luis, le voy a explicar al bot. Entonces le digo al bot, que imagínense que es nuestro asistente, todo lo que te digan que vos no entendés, ¿no? Preguntáselo a Power Automate, que él te va a saber responder y te va a decir, consultando con Luis y con la Power BI API, él te va a dar una respuesta. Entonces, vos olvídate. Entonces lo que vengo aquí lo que es la configuración, la ruedita como me gusta llamarle, y vengo aquí a alternativo del sistema, que en realidad, si está en inglés, se llama System Fallback. Creo un System Fallback, las traducciones son geniales. System Fallback, y vengo aquí y le doy a agregar. Esto me va a crear un System Fallback. Vamos a decirle System Fallback porque el alternativo del sistema es algo que entrevera más. El System Fallback justamente lo que hace es eso, es cuando el bot no entiende, lo que va a ir me va a llevar a este System Fallback o a este topic por defecto con todo lo que no entendió. Entonces, lo que él va a agarrar es algo que le llama en inglés unrecognized trigger phrase, ¿no? La frase no reconocida justamente. Y esa frase no reconocida es lo que me dice, mirá, me están preguntando sobre esta frase reconocida en este topic, que acá le pone por defecto reserva, pero no le hagan caso al nombre, puede ser lo que sea. Entonces yo acá lo que tengo que hacer es, ¿qué hago justamente? Vengo aquí, agrego un nodo, ¿no? Y voy a llamar una acción. Llamar una acción, ¿qué significa? Voy a llamar un flujo de Power Automate, ¿no? En este caso ya tengo uno creado y ahora se los voy a mostrar porque si no, podríamos estar hasta las 10 de la noche creando todo esto. Entonces lo que voy a venir aquí es, voy a buscar mi flujo, que en este caso yo le puse Get Power BI Information, justamente porque lo que quería es traer información de Power BI. Le voy a decir, mirá, me están preguntando esto, que yo como bot, imagínense, paren de ese lado, no estoy entendiendo, ayúdame, dame una respuesta. Bueno, él lo va a procesar, te va a dar una respuesta, y en definitiva esa respuesta es lo que yo le voy a mostrar al usuario final, y voy a decir, ok, la salida es esa respuesta que me dio el bot, ¿ok? Entonces, aquí lo que hicimos es simplemente, de alguna forma, delegar Bueno, ok, bot, si te preguntan, cuando te preguntan algo que no entendés, anda y preguntarle al Power Virtual Agent. Entonces, anda a preguntarle al Power Automate. Entonces, ok, yo voy a venir, ahora sí voy a cambiar la pestaña. Voy a venir aquí. ¿No? Ay, voy a ir al flow, ya voy. Esperen que se me cerró. Voy a ir... Ay, ¿dónde están mis flows? No, acá, las solutions. Tengo una parte de la cámara que me estaba tapando esa parte y no la encontraba. Sí, estaba atrás de la cámara, no la iba a ver. Voy a solutions. Voy a buscar esa solución específicamente. Que yo ya la tengo creada, ya la vamos a ver. Bueno, cuando esto quiera.
Ahí en el medio voy comentando,
Sí,
para la gente que un poco va siguiendo, y en mi caso particular, que soy Power BI y no soy tanto Power Virtual Agent y Power Automate, para que se vaya entendiendo el enlace que hizo Alex entre la creación del Power Virtual Agent y el flow es automático. O sea, no tengo que salirme de Power Virtual Agent e irme a la pantalla de powerautomate.com o Flow, sino que automáticamente desde Virtual Agent se dispara automáticamente la creación del flujo en Power Automate. O sea, ya se vinculan en forma automática cuando yo le digo al bot, bueno, este mensaje no lo entendí y tenés que ir al Power Automate, ese disparador y ese vínculo entre Power Virtual Agent y Power Automate es automático.
Tal cual. Está todo integrado, está todo integrado. Justamente cuando uno desde Power Virtual Agent crea, si yo, y lo voy a mostrar un segundo, también es buena Gastón esa porque yo me asumo que todos sabemos todo. Cuando yo vengo aquí y agregué esta acción, yo le podría haber hecho perfectamente en llamar una acción, podría haber hecho crear un nuevo flujo directamente y eso ya automáticamente, ese flujo que me va a poner aquí, que yo aquí le puse Power BI Information, lo que va a hacer él por defecto, me va a crear un flujo donde el desencadenador va a ser la llamada de Power Automate y la salida va a ser el retorno al bot. Obviamente todo esto del medio no va a estar y yo ahí tengo que empezar a construir mi flujo, en este caso es como el procesamiento de esa conversación. Podría ser lo que yo quiera, ir a buscar información, como decía Gastón hoy, a Power BI, podría ser un SAP, podría ser a la conexión que yo quisiera, a un SharePoint, a lo que yo tenga a la mano y ya todo se conecta automáticamente. Bueno, entonces, ¿qué fue lo que dijimos que íbamos a hacer? El usuario me escribe, necesito obtener mis workspace. Obviamente, hasta ahora nadie entendió qué significaba obtener mis workspace porque yo no hice un topic específico o un tema específico que dijera, bueno, ¿cuáles son los workspace? Lo que dije es, lo voy a delegar al Power Automate. Y este Power Automate lo que hace es seguir delegando. Y tenemos aquí, como ustedes ven, tengo una conexión a Luis, al servicio de Language Understanding del que hablábamos hoy, de Cognitive Service, donde lo que tengo entrenado es para que entienda las intenciones de ese Language Understanding justamente son entender peticiones de Power BI. Quiero obtener los dashboards de un cierto workspace y él tiene que poder entender, y ahora voy a ir abriéndolo aquí. Él tiene que poder entender, justamente, él tiene que poder entender. A ver si ya estaba abierto aquí por defecto. Sí. Sí, aquí. Así ya lo abre, no tengo que andar cargando todo. Él tiene que poder entender que le estoy pidiendo el dashboard, los dashboards de un cierto workspace y que tiene que poder identificar quién es ese cierto workspace para de alguna manera extraer la información, por ejemplo, identificador del workspace y de ahí del workspace y de ahí poder decir, ok, me están preguntando por un workspace que se identifica de esta manera. Ok, yo aquí entré rápidamente, así no perdemos tiempo, entré lo que es luis.ai, donde nos va a abrir el sitio donde tenemos las aplicaciones creadas. Aquí, para poder crear una aplicación, obviamente voy a tener que tener una cuenta en Azure, voy a tener que crear el servicio cognitivo en Azure y estar relacionado. Lo puedo crearlo desde el portal de Azure, crear el servicio cognitivo, después venir acá y decir, este es el que yo quiero, o puedo directamente hacer una new app desde aquí y crear todo desde el portal. Lo pueden hacer desde los dos lados. Y aquí lo que ven que tengo son intenciones, las intenciones de usuario. Aquí creé unas rápidas para poder mostrar justamente dashboard de un workspace, dataset de un workspace de un usuario. Y un pasito más, como para que entiendan, sí, vos lo decís tan fácil, ¿te parece? No, es muy fácil realmente. O sea, más allá de que hay que tener un contexto, crear las intenciones, es escribir en lenguaje natural lo que yo me imagino que el usuario va a pedir. ¿Cuáles son los dashboards del WordPress de un cierto ID? Dame los cuáles son los dashboards. Voy a escribir, dame los, si yo pusiera acá, no sé, dame los dashboards del workspace. No sé, me voy a copiar este ID, voy a copiar un ID así acá como para darle el contexto y que esté todo lo mismo. Pero ustedes, mira, van a ver, no van a ver nada. Vamos a ponerle no sé, vamos a ponerle algo así por el estilo, un GUID, y si yo hago el submit de esa uteran como le llamo, ustedes ven, no hice nada, pero como yo ya vengo entrenándolo, yo ya lo tengo entrenado y más o menos es parecido, obviamente si le hubiese puesto algo tan loco, ella entendió la intención, hasta reconoció de que esa forma de escribir tenía que ver con la entidad WordPress que ya lo veníamos entrenando, que tenía que reconocer. Obviamente sí me pueden decir, sí, sos muy vivo porque estás escribiendo el formato de guía, el tipo al tercero que le pones y dice, todo lo que viene aquí de este tipo es un identificador, pero ok, pero normalmente la forma de identificar las cosas tienen una forma, entonces cuando uno entrena, lo va a entender. Uno que tiene que evitar cuando hago Luis es que no colisionen. Acá me voy a poner un poquito más técnico, pero ¿qué significa colisiones? Cuando yo tengo las intenciones, lo único que tengo que tener en cuenta es que el tipo entienda cuando estoy pidiendo por un dataset o cuando lo estoy pidiendo por un dashboard y no que se entrevere. Pero cuando empiezan a colisionar y el tipo cree, le estoy diciendo tipo a Luis, por eso le dije, yo le pongo, no, lo trato como que fuera una persona, y él cree que es una cosa o la otra, eso es lo que tengo que evitar. Entonces, con la parte de test, yo pruebo y me fijo que específicamente lo que me está respondiendo está teniendo un nivel de confianza de mayor al 80%, y desde ahí voy dándole. Bueno, no aburro más con esto, pero estaba bueno que conocieran lo que era Luis. Entonces, ¿qué hago en el Power Automate? El Power Automate en realidad es bien simple, lo que vamos a hacer, pero estaba bueno que conocieran. Le pregunto a Luis me va a responder. Aquí, con esto, acá lo que hace simplemente es procesar el JSON que me responde Luis, no se asusten por los pasos. Acá lo que hago es establecer una variable, inicializarla, modificar el JSON, y después lo que hago es, vengo aquí en un conmutador o en un switch, lo que hago es entender esto, que como ustedes vieron es justamente la intención del usuario. Entonces, Luis me dice, mira, lo que te están dando, te están pidiendo por el dashboard de un cierto WordPress. Entonces vengo aquí, le pregunto a Luis, bueno, Luis, vos que sos tan vivo y entendiste que estaban pidiendo por los dashboards de un WordPress, decime cuál es eso que yo recién entendí, el identificador del WordPress, y el de aquí lo extrae como una entidad y me va a dar ese GUID, por ejemplo, en este caso que yo extraje. Y aquí lo que hago, vengo y le pido a la Power BI API, le digo, mirá, justamente invoco la API, le digo, dame los dashboards de este WordPress, y él me los va a responder, me los va a retornar, y por último lo que hago es, se lo retorno a mi Power Virtual Agent, y el Power Virtual Agent lo va a desplegar en pantalla en el formato que yo le diga, ¿ok? Eso es lo que hace el Power Automate. Básicamente, el bot le pregunta, va con Luis le trae la información, le dice qué es lo que me están preguntando, y voy y se lo pido a la Power BI API. ¿Qué nos pasa aquí? Ustedes ven este conector y dirán, les parecerá raro porque está la cara fea de Alex ahí. Bueno, porque en realidad ese conector es un custom connector, es un conector que hicimos para conectarnos con la Power BI API, porque no existe un conector, o por lo menos no existía hasta hace una semana. Capaz que hoy alguno dice, mira, ayer lo lanzaron, yo no lo vi, pero está, y lo que hicimos es un conector custom para poder conectarse. Y un poco lo que les decía Gastón, y ahí voy a ir, justamente, o sea, esto de conectarse, yo no estamos conectando a la Power BI API mediante un conector custom, pero me podría conectar a la API de cualquier servicio, de cualquier sistema, y la información que estoy extrayendo y que le estoy dando al Power Virtual Agent, en este caso desde Power BI, podría ser de un SAP, podría ser de un sistema X que tenga con servicios expuestos, podría ser, y me tocó en estos días estar jugando, podría ser de un CRM y traer información, y de lo que fuera, podría sacar. Entonces, esta Power BI API, y acá le voy a dejar un poco más a Gastón, yo vengo y lo que tengo que crear es un custom connector, ¿no? Es un custom connector. Si yo vengo a las conexiones custom, vengo aquí, le doy crear uno nuevo, y le doy crear. Para crear, acá le voy a dar editar, que son los mismos pasos, ¿tá? Yo vengo, cargo unos datos, pero tengo que hacer un paso antes, que es súper interesante, que es registrar mi aplicación en lo que es Power BI. Entonces, a ver, Gastón, acá contanos un poquito más, vos que tenés más conocimientos que yo de qué estoy haciendo acá y cómo viene la mano con el registration de Power BI.
Bueno, ahí un poco desde el punto de vista de Power BI, lo que sucede es que no puedo permitir que cualquier persona o cualquier agente externo acceda a los datos de Power BI, de mi tenant en particular, ¿no? Entonces, existe justamente esta URL que está mostrando Alex por ahí, dev.powerbi.com/apps, que lo que nos permite básicamente es registrar una aplicación. ¿Y por qué queremos registrar una aplicación para poder conectarnos? Justamente el objetivo acá es poder pedirle información a Power BI. Para pedirle información tengo básicamente dos opciones. O tengo un usuario de Power BI que tiene una licencia propia, que justamente no queremos ir por esa ruta porque primero, porque no queremos una licencia adicional, y porque segundo, porque no está bueno tener una cuenta nominada, ¿no? O sea, no quiero que sea Gastón el que acceda a los datos de Power BI, sino que quiero que sea una cuenta de servicio. Es lo que estamos haciendo justamente ahora. Registrando la aplicación, lo que estamos haciendo en Power BI es, en esta pantalla se registra una aplicación, esto lo que me genera es un service principal. El service principal lo que hace es, en nuestro tenant de Azure, particularmente lo que va a hacer es crearnos una aplicación y delegar los permisos de esa aplicación. O sea, nos está creando una cuenta de servicio, esa cuenta de servicio está asociada a un registro de aplicaciones, ese registro de aplicaciones tiene delegado determinados permisos, que es lo que podemos ver justamente ahora en esa pantalla que Alex está mostrando, ¿no? Yo puedo ser muy cauto y decir, bueno, esta cuenta solamente puede leer dataset, puede leer dashboard, puede leer reportes, o si queremos ir un poquito más allá y tomar un poquito más de riesgo, podríamos decirle, esta cuenta puede hacer todo, puede leer, puede escribir sobre nuestro tenant de Power BI, puede inclusive escribir y decirle, imagínense que desde el Power Virtual Agent yo le puedo decir, créame un nuevo dataset, créame un nuevo gateway, créame un nuevo reporte. O sea, no solamente el tema de leer datos de Power BI, sino escribir a través del registro de aplicaciones. O sea que básicamente, y yendo un poquito más al detalle de lo que estamos logrando con esta opción de dev.powerbi.com, nos va a crear nuestro registro de aplicaciones, va a crear una aplicación nueva, va a generar ese registro adicional, va a delegar los permisos sobre Power BI, y después finalmente lo que vamos a poder o lograr hacer es que esa aplicación tenga el permiso de llamar a cualquier tipo de objeto vía la REST API de Power BI. O sea, a lo que me refiero con esto es, puedo pedirle lo que sea a través de mi workspace, lo que sea a través de mi data flow, lo que sea a partir de cualquier reporte, lo que sea a partir de información de nuestro tenant. Puedo decirle, bueno, cuál es la capacidad de nuestro tenant, cuántos vcores tenemos, cuál fue el query wait time de nuestra RAM. O sea, podemos ir muy específico a las preguntas que podemos hacer, porque justamente todo lo que está expuesto a través de la REST API, y esto sirve para no solo Power BI, ¿no? Cualquier REST API que podamos ir hablando por allí de sistemas legados, hablemos de Salesforce, hablemos de SAP, hablemos de Dynamics, todo lo que sea expuesto a través de la REST API es algo consumible desde nuestro Power Virtual Agent y preguntas que nuestro usuario de negocio puede llegar a hacer. Entonces, podríamos decir, vamos a crear un Power Virtual Agent que se conecte a la REST API de Power BI para el usuario de negocio, pero podríamos crear otro Power Virtual Agent que sea específico para un administrador de Power BI y para poder hacer preguntas específicas de la administración de Power BI, como por ejemplo saber el último refresco de este dataset, cuánto tiempo llevó, cuántas licencias Pro tengo en mi empresa, cuánto es mi capacidad premium en Power BI. O sea, todas preguntas que tienen mucho más que ver a un administrador de Power BI que específicamente a un usuario de negocio. Eso es un poquito lo que quería comentar con respecto a este tema.
Excelente. Excelente por ahí. Bueno, y como nos contaba Gastón, en realidad yo acá lo que hago cuando voy a crear el Custom Connector, sobre todo para Power BI, y acá sí, esto es específico para Power BI, para otra REST API o para otros servicios web, posiblemente haya otra forma, pero en este caso particular, lo que yo vengo, cuando voy a crear un Custom Connector, y vamos a ir apurando un poquito, en este último es, justamente, yo vengo aquí, le digo el esquema que voy a consultar, que es HTTPS, le digo que es API Power BI.com, la base URL, ¿no? Y la parte importante es justamente la parte de security, que es eso que estábamos registrando recién. Una vez que cuando yo aquí vengo y registro, me va a dar unos ciertos datos, donde justamente me va a dar el client ID, el client secret, que es lo que yo tengo que registrar aquí. Después van a venir justamente el login URL, el tenant ID, el resource URL, el scope, la redirect URL, donde justo estos datos tengo que poner específicamente, ¿no? Login, Windows Net, Global Consent, Azure, APInet. Si ponen esto diferente, no les va a funcionar. Siempre repito lo mismo. Busco en Google, el tercer link me va a dar las respuestas, pero si alguno lo quiere hacer, tengan claro que son específicamente esas URL y que si no le funciona, no diga, ay, esto está mal, sino que posiblemente le haya errado en algún slash, en alguna letra, por eso no le funciona. Y luego voy a las definiciones. Las definiciones que yo hago acá, estas definiciones, estas acciones, son las que justamente cuando yo uso un conector de Power Automate y yo lo busco, después me da todas las acciones que están disponibles para él, ¿no? Justamente aquí, si yo vengo aquí al Power Automate, esto es una acción. Si yo vengo acá y voy a agregar una nueva acción, ¿no? Y voy a Custom, que justamente es el que tengo que creamos, y vengo aquí, hago clic, me van a aparecer todas las acciones que yo tengo registradas en ese conector. Get Dashboard, Get Dataset, Get Gateways, Get Dataset Refreshes, que era lo que decía Gastón recién y contaba, y va a tener un montón que son esas que yo estoy registrando. Entonces, justamente aquí las voy creando, ¿no? Y crear una nueva es súper fácil, sobre todo la Power BI API. Les voy a dar un nombre. ¿Por qué? Porque esto es exactamente la definición que tengo en la documentación. Si tengan aquí, miren, la documentación de Microsoft de lo que es la Power BI, REST API, la documentación oficial. Ok, no sé, get data flow, data source. Vengo aquí, la copio. Vengo aquí, ¿dónde estoy? Aquí, la copio. Vamos a ponerlo así. Get data source. Vamos a ponerle el mismo nombre a todos y lo hacemos rápido. Ok. Digo, ¿qué es eso? Voy acá de vuelta porque claramente perdí lo que había copiado. Y veo, ok, el request, ¿cómo se hace? ¿Cómo tengo que hacer? Tengo que crear request y ver cómo funciona y los datos que le paso. No, miren. Ver, get. Le pego acá esa URL que copié recién. Le doy import. Y él ya me creó el request, ya me dice cuáles son los parámetros que le tengo que pasar, que son los que justamente después, cuando yo vengo aquí al workspace, justamente en el caso del dashboard para un workspace, me va a pedir el group ID, que es el identificador del workspace, y se lo voy a dar, y justamente es eso, cuando lo estoy creando, son los datos que me piden. Le doy guardar, y eso ya queda creado en mi conector, y ya queda disponible. Entonces, después vengo aquí, una vez que yo definí, y puedo probar, por ejemplo, no sé, obtener los gateways, ¿no? Les doy test operation, si está todo bien, me va a traer, me va a dar el resultado, miren qué bonito, y acá me dice cómo viene el resultado, me muestra el JSON que me devuelve, que es importante porque yo cuando vengo y lo tengo que procesar en el Power Automate, voy a tener que entender qué es lo que me están dando para poder darle el resultado al Power Virtual Agent de alguna manera, y está bien. Entonces, rápidamente, ya nos quedan 2 minutitos, aquí cuando yo le pido y me restaura el Power Virtual Agent. En Power Virtual Agent, ¿qué pasó? Se fue la sesión. Bueno, vamos de vuelta.
Dos minutos, chicos.
Sí, ya era lo último. Mostrar que definitivamente todo ese camino que hicimos realmente funcionaba. Están dándome a llamar la página de Virtual Agent desde hoy de mañana. A ver si ahora logra conectarse. Era esa parte, y si no, ya vamos. Pueden ir, no sé si hay consultas por ahí. En realidad era hasta ahí lo que queríamos mostrar. Como ustedes ven, aquí yo tengo el Power Virtual Agent con el Get Information. Vamos a saludarlo. Acá le puse. A ver si me entiende, me va a decir que no. Creo que no me va a entender, me va a traer cualquier cosa. Ok, vamos a recargar esto. Ok, entonces, ¿no? Como hablábamos, ¿no? El saludo, lo saludamos. Me saluda, me entiende, y no sé, y acá le digo, dame mis workspaces, por ejemplo. ¿No? Entonces le pido los workspaces, y en definitiva, ahí va, me dice que va a buscar los workspaces, los trajo y los encontró aquí. ¿No? Y me mostró unos workspaces que yo tengo en este sitio de prueba, que no son más que exactamente los workspace que yo tengo dentro de lo que es mi Power BI. Y bueno, hasta ahí lo que les queríamos contar en el día de hoy con Gastón. Quedamos, si hay algunas consultas por ahí, Chema. Si no, aquí llegamos, no les robamos más tiempo. Les damos nuevamente las gracias a todos los que han participado, a los sponsors. Bueno, gracias. Aquí de vuelta les dejamos nuestros datos personales, cualquier consulta que tengan de todo ámbito, desde Power Virtualization, Power Automate, Power BI, nos pueden consultar con Gastón y estamos siempre disponibles para las respuestas. Así que sin más, muchas gracias. Gracias, Sema, y nos despedimos.
Creo que estás on mute, Sema. Bueno, buenísimo. Gracias a todos y dejamos los contactos.
Muchísimas gracias a los dos por esta pedazo de sesión. Espero veros en la próxima Netcoreconf y que tengáis un muy buen día.
Bueno, que pasen muy bien.
Gracias.
Saludos.
Hasta luego. Chau, chau.
Trying to step back and see the view from above, 'cause I know that nothing lasts forever. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the winds flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you.
Pero que en el YouTube pone track.
Hay otro canal, Track 3, que está ahora mismo la de Track. Están en espera. Pues pásale el enlace correcto. Mira, te lo paso por aquí por el Teams. Vale. Yo ya he puesto ya el para... Lo voy a hacer un segundito. Y pongo aquí el weekend. Y no me fastidies. Sí, pero no se está viendo.
And we're flying so close to where we belong. And we're trying to go somewhere new. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the winds flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. And I know I'm only getting
Pues muy buenas, estamos aquí en otra conferencia más de la Netcoreconf. En este caso nos va a hablar Mar Pedroche y Vicente Solanes sobre cómo configurar el sistema telefónico en Microsoft Teams. Mar, Vicente, ¿cómo estáis?
Muy bien, muy bien. Muy bien, la verdad. Interesante la Netcoreconf de este año.
Pues nada, todo vuestra.
Bueno, pues vamos a ir presentándonos. Somos Vicent, ¿vale? Que veis ahí, que es mi compañero. Los dos trabajamos en Encamina. Nos encontramos porque justo empezamos el mismo día y bueno, hemos empezado juntos a hacer cositas en la comunidad. ¿Vale? Pasa al siguiente. Y esta soy yo, que soy Mar Pedroche. Y nada, pues bueno, como veis allí, pues también trabajo en Encamina. Tenéis ahí nuestros twitters por si nos queréis seguir. Lo primero es agradecer a nuestros sponsors que nos hayan ayudado en estos proyectos de comunidad, ¿vale? Que son al final los que están llevando a cabo todo el soporte económico de todo este evento y que son al final los que también han aportado los premios o los regalitos que tendremos al final de todas las sesiones. Bueno, pues vamos a empezar con lo que vamos a ver hoy, ¿vale? Que hoy es cómo se configura un sistema telefónico en Microsoft Teams, ¿vale? Ahí tenéis la agenda de todos los puntos que vamos a ver. Y nada, si quieres, Vicent, pasa a la siguiente, la parte que vamos a ver, que es cómo crear un sistema telefónico, ¿vale? Que hay dos formas de hacerlo. Tenemos la parte del enrutamiento directo. El enrutamiento directo sería cuando nosotros tenemos un proveedor de terceros a nivel telefónico, que tenemos ya una centralita contratada con otro proveedor, y nosotros queremos integrarla dentro de Teams. Para eso se hace un enrutamiento directo y es necesario un SBC que se debe configurar dentro de la administración de Teams. Esa parte no es la que vamos a ver. La que vamos a ver es los servicios de telefonía en nube dentro de Microsoft Teams. ¿Vale? Si quieres, dale más hacia adelante. Y las consideraciones que tenemos que tener aquí. ¿Cuándo podemos hacer uso de esos servicios de nube de Microsoft Teams? Pues lo primero es que toda nuestra organización haya migrado a Teams Only, ¿vale? A solo Teams. Es decir, que ya hayamos abandonado Skype, que no lo tengamos ni en modo islas, ni que tengamos una coexistencia con Skype for Business. Como sabéis, le quedan 5 meses, así que si no lo habéis hecho, os animo a que lo hagáis. Y la otra es que tengamos Skype for Business Server y ya tengamos ahí toda nuestra centralita y la queramos utilizar en Microsoft Teams. Ahí tendremos que utilizar enrutamiento directo, no valen con los servicios en nube. ¿Vale? Las ventajas de hacer este tipo o bien hacer el enrutamiento o bien contratar los servicios de nube, básicamente es que nosotros vamos a tener toda nuestra telefonía integrada en la solución de Teams y con el tiempo en el que vivimos y el teletrabajo va a ser bastante importante porque las personas no necesitan tener un teléfono en casa que aparte del ordenador le hayamos dado el teléfono, el móvil, ¿vale? Entonces simplemente teniendo un dispositivo como un ordenador ya tendrían toda su centralita o todo su móvil, todos sus teléfonos de la empresa dentro de Teams, ¿vale? Y aparte, todas las llamadas se enrutarían por la misma vía, es decir, nos pasa muchas veces que tenemos las llamadas que entran desde Teams y las llamadas que nos entran por el móvil y como no se sabe que estamos ocupados porque nos está entrando por otro teléfono, ¿vale? Y no está enrutado con Teams, pues nos está entrando la llamada otra vez, ¿vale? Cuando a lo mejor estamos en una reunión, ¿vale? Entonces, esa es una gran ventaja. Y la ventaja de tener los servicios en nube es que además no necesitamos ningún tipo de infraestructura. Necesitamos contratar una serie de servicios dentro de Microsoft Teams y configurarlos, ¿vale? Si tiras hacia adelante, ¿vale? Bueno, también hay una posibilidad y es que si ya tenemos teléfonos de empresa, es decir, lo ideal sería no tener teléfonos y montar todos los teléfonos en Teams. Bueno, pues si ya tuviéramos, podríamos hacer incluso una portabilidad a Microsoft, ¿vale? Pero hay una serie de excepciones, ¿vale? No se pueden hacer una portabilidad de teléfonos que sean estén asociados a líneas de teléfonos o sean teléfonos que tienen tarifas de datos, ¿vale? Tampoco se puede hacer teléfonos de fax. Bueno, sí se puede, pero en realidad no vamos a tener fax, ¿vale? Y luego, si tuviéramos una empresa donde hubiera varias sedes y esa sede estuviera en un país o una región que no está admitida dentro de los servicios de nube de Microsoft Teams, tampoco podríamos hacer la portabilidad de esos teléfonos.
Comentar que estos países o estas regiones, bueno, ya sabéis que Microsoft siempre va ampliando los servicios y el listado va creciendo, ¿vale? Esto hay que tenerlo en cuenta. Vale, pasaríamos a componentes del sistema telefónico de Teams. Comentar que en esta slide aquí vemos todos estos componentes, pero que en realidad hay algún componente que nosotros no vamos a ver hoy, que serían pues, los de enrutamiento directo, por ejemplo, ¿vale? Nosotros lo que sí que vamos a poder ver y escuchar, esperemos que funcione correctamente la demo, sería el operador automático, que el operador automático es lo que nosotros, cuando estamos llamando a una centralita, poder redirigirla a un sistema u a otro. Por ejemplo, tú llamas y lo típico, ¿no? Que pulse 1 y vas a una opción, pulsas 2 y vas a otra opción, ¿vale? Teniendo en cuenta esto del operador automático, vamos también a utilizar las colas de llamadas, que las colas de llamadas vamos a ver cuando hagamos la prueba, pues que vamos a saludar a la Netcoreconf 2021 y esto lo que hace es, tú cuando llamas a una centralita, pues puedes configurarte una cola de llamada, ¿vale? Puedes tener desde 2 personas hasta X personas, ¿vale? Nosotros aquí podemos poner la música de espera mientras te están esperando a poder atenderte, ¿vale? Ponernos en contacto con la integración del centro. Nosotros vamos a poder tener un centro de contactos favorito. Incluso también vamos a poder tener llamadas de emergencias. Nosotros vamos a poder configurar un número para si hay alguna emergencia. Imaginad que estamos en una fábrica. El otro día comentando con Mar, comentó un ejemplo bastante bueno que era pues una fábrica. Imaginad que pues ocurre algo y, por ejemplo, un incendio, pues podrías llamar directamente al número del responsable dentro de la fábrica para que pues poder controlar pues ese desastre, ¿vale? ¿Qué nos encontramos también? Planes de llamadas de Microsoft. Ahora mismo, lo que os comentaba, hay una serie de países y regiones, ¿vale? Y ahora mismo, pues bueno, hay disponible 18 países. Comentar que los planes de llamadas son nacionales e internacionales. Y dentro de los nacionales y los internacionales vamos a ver exactamente en qué se diferencian y cómo se configuran, cómo sabe Microsoft que estás en una ubicación u otra, ¿vale? Esto depende en realidad por la licencia del usuario que tiene asignada. Nosotros cuando asignamos la licencia de 365, nosotros seleccionamos en qué país está el usuario y ese será el país de la llamada nacional que digamos, el plan de llamada nacional que tiene, ¿vale? Vamos a ver que hay 2 tipos, de 120 minutos y de 1200 minutos, ¿vale? Y ahora después os contaremos un par de trucos sobre estos planes. Correo de voz en la nube, tener acceso al buzón de voz y poder hacer la transcripción, ¿vale? Que aquí se puede configurar el propio usuario si quiere montar el buzón de voz o no, ¿vale? Dispositivos certificados de Microsoft Teams, como ya sabéis, hay una serie de dispositivos que están certificados para Teams, ya no solo para usuarios de oficina, sino también pues los frontline workers, ¿no? Que también tienen pues incluso cascos de trabajo de la obra, etcétera, que están estos dispositivos certificados por Microsoft para poder utilizarlo en Teams, ¿vale? Tanto en dispositivos personales como en dispositivos compartidos. ¿Qué más tendríamos? Audioconferencia. Esto de la audioconferencia, vamos a ver una de las características, ahora cuando vayamos a la parte de la demo, que mostraremos una cosilla que es sobre lo de la audioconferencia, y es que se permiten a las reuniones poder unirse usuarios no autenticados mediante llamada telefónica, y esto necesitan es un componente, necesitan un plan de audioconferencia, ¿vale? ¿Qué nos encontramos? ¿Qué licencias son necesarias para nosotros montarnos, el sistema telefónico? Poder hacer llamadas desde Teams. Lo hemos dividido en 2 partes. Una que serían los usuarios, personas, usuarios de Teams, que necesitaríamos, aquí no lo hemos puesto, pero necesitamos la licencia de 365, evidentemente, y después necesitaremos un sistema telefónico, un plan de llamadas, audioconferencia, aunque la audioconferencia no es necesaria para poder tener el usuario que pueda utilizarlo. O sea, simplemente con el sistema telefónico y los planes de llamadas ya sería suficiente, ¿vale? La audioconferencia, y después tendríamos usuarios virtuales, que nosotros en la demo vais a ver, la demo se va a dividir en dos partes. Una, vamos a mostraros lo que ya tenemos montado, y después vamos a mostrar cómo montar el autotendant y las llamadas, ¿vale? El operador automático y las colas de llamadas. Y esto es muy divertido, porque aquí vamos a ver, primero en la cola de llamada, vamos a poder hacer saludos, vamos a poder indicar cuántas personas queremos que se puedan unir, indicar realmente qué personas queremos que puedan estar en esa cola de llamadas, y en el operador automático, lo que antes hemos comentado, podríamos configurar opciones, podríamos configurar que directamente se vaya a un número de teléfono a un compañero específico, etcétera, etcétera, ¿vale? La verdad es que es bastante interesante, ¿vale?
Una cosita que me gustaría remarcar aquí es qué significa el sistema telefónico, ¿vale? Para que no, ¿por qué tenemos que comprar esa licencia, ¿no? Digamos que el sistema telefónico lo que está haciendo es simular como si tuviéramos un terminal, ¿vale? Es lo que simula el terminal, es el que al final nos va a dar ese marcado, ¿no? El dial pad, ¿vale? Para poder marcar el número de teléfono, ¿vale? Y el plan de llamada sería como nuestra tarifa plana.
Sí, que después de esta tarifa plana, está muy bien que lo hayas dicho esa palabra, tarifa plana, tenemos, va por usuario. O sea, si nosotros tenemos 10 usuarios licenciados y tenemos el plan de 120 minutos, tendríamos 1.200 minutos en total. En realidad, esos 1.200 minutos se van a poder dividir. O sea, no es necesario que se van a poder compartir. No es necesario que yo gaste los 120 minutos y Mar gaste sus 120 minutos, sino que yo a lo mejor puedo usar 60 y Mar pues tendría pues 180 minutos para poder utilizarlos, ¿vale? Es bastante... Hay que tenerlo en cuenta, sobre todo cuando estamos licenciando, y porque después está el plan de llamadas nacional o internacional, que son 1.200 minutos, y a lo mejor reutilizando esos planes de 120 minutos ya es suficiente, no necesitaríamos ir adquiriendo más. Después hay otra cosa que lo vamos a ver en la siguiente, que es Business Voice. Créditos de comunicaciones. Los créditos de comunicaciones, esto lo vamos a ver posteriormente, está perfecto. ¿Por qué? Porque es cuando antes se terminaba el saldo de nuestra tarifa, podíamos solicitar que nos pasasen saldo, ¿no? Pues más o menos sería esto. Lo único que esto hace es el administrador puede hacer una política en la cual, pues por ejemplo, indicar que si le quedan menos de 30 minutos, automáticamente que se le sume crédito, ¿vale? Pasando a esta diapositiva, tenemos la diferencia que siempre hemos tenido en Teams, ¿no? Que serían planes empresariales de menos de 300 usuarios y planes Enterprise de más de 300 usuarios. Aunque aquí, si os fijáis en esta diapositiva, tenemos añadido también los planes Enterprise, L1, L3 y L5, ¿vale? Las diferencias son que nosotros, si tenemos menos de 300, vamos a poder adquirir cualquiera de estos planes, ¿vale? Si vamos a más de 300, ya son planes Enterprise y ya no podríamos adquirir, por ejemplo, los planes Business, el básico, el estándar o el Premium. Vale. Si nos fijamos en el Business y en el Enterprise E1 y E3, tenemos la necesidad de adquirir el Business Voice, ¿vale? Y esto, el Business Voice, ¿qué es? Esto es el sistema telefónico propiamente dicho, las llamadas nacionales y la audioconferencia, ¿vale? O sea, contratando esto, el Business Voice, tendríamos estas tres características, ¿vale? Que estábamos comentando. Comentar también que hay diversos planes. Está el Business Voice con llamadas internacionales, está el Business Voice con llamadas y audioconferencia y los créditos de comunicación, o bien con audioconferencia y los créditos de comunicación, ¿vale? Si os fijáis, en el plan E1, en la columna de la derecha, aquí sí que aparece el sistema de audioconferencia, el sistema telefónico, el sistema de llamadas nacional, el sistema de llamadas internacional y los créditos de comunicación. Como veis, en este esquema de licencias se puede ir adquiriendo, la verdad es que diversos planes, ¿vale? También, aparte de los planes de las licencias estas de comunicación, pues bueno, tenemos la flexibilidad, pues si necesitamos un e-discovery avanzado, que tendríamos que utilizar el E5 o otro tipo de planes, ¿vale? Pues el E1, el E3, o por ejemplo, si estamos utilizando nuestra empresa, tenemos usuarios que son frontline workers, pues tendríamos las Microsoft 365, la F3 y la Office 365 F3. Teniendo en cuenta que de frontline workers, por ejemplo, no estaría el F1, ¿vale? No podríamos montarlo sobre el F1 porque no tiene estas características. No tiene la posibilidad de montar las llamadas telefónicas, ¿vale? Pues bueno, lo he comentado. Business Voice sí que nos incluye el sistema telefónico, lo que ha comentado Omar. Y aquí, si nos fijamos, tenemos las características de teléfono estándar, incluyendo el correo de voz y identificador de llamadas. Después, en la demo, vamos a ver cómo podemos nosotros bloquear llamadas, lo típico, ¿no? Llamadas de spam telefónico. Podemos incluso bloquear esas llamadas que son con número oculto, lo vamos a poder hacer. ¿Por qué? Porque tenemos identificador de llamadas, podemos hacer menús de llamada, líneas telefónicas compartidas y pues lo de las llamadas de emergencia. Que en las llamadas de emergencia, después vais a ver que incluso nosotros hay una característica muy, muy potente, y es que a las personas se nos olvidan los números o no sabemos qué números son los de emergencia de cada país, con lo cual nosotros internamente vamos a poder enrutar que, por ejemplo, el 911, que es de América, si un usuario que está en América viene a Europa por lo que sea, pues trabajo, etcétera, él llamaría al 911, pero en realidad internamente estaría llamando al 112, ¿vale? Esto son con directivas que se pueden hacer de manera muy sencilla en Teams, ¿vale? Llamadas nacionales, fijaros en lo que comenta. Llamadas desde su mismo país y región son gratuitas. Los planes internacionales y los números gratuitos también están disponibles, ¿vale? Vamos a poder contratar esos planes. Ahora en la demo vamos a ver exactamente cómo se contratan, cómo se asignan, etcétera, etcétera, ¿vale? Y bueno, lo de la audioconferencia, lo que comentaba, nos va a permitir realizar llamadas en conferencia con personas que no tengan Teams, que no están autenticados. Y para ello, nosotros lo que sí que vamos a modificar es en la directiva de reuniones, vamos a habilitar que aquellos usuarios que no estén autenticados, que se puedan saltar la sala de espera, ¿vale? Para que se puedan unir automáticamente a la reunión, ¿vale? Vale. Bueno, antes hemos visto el plan empresarial, que eran menos de 300 usuarios. Aquí tendríamos más de 300 usuarios. Comentar que el plan E5 pues, ya tiene todo lo que es el sistema telefónico incluido. Ya nosotros directamente casi que podríamos ir ya a montarnos todo el entorno, solamente necesitaríamos pues pagar, ¿no? Que serían las llamadas, el plan de llamadas nacional o internacional, ¿vale? Y si lo necesitamos, pues los créditos de consumo, ¿vale? Vale. Lo que os comentaba, lo de la audioconferencia. Aquí hemos querido explicar un poco más. ¿Por qué? Porque a lo mejor no queda 100% claro, pero con algún ejemplo pues es mucho mejor. Imaginad que vosotros estáis haciendo una reunión o os llaman en un momento en que estáis en el coche. En vez de utilizar vuestro internet, que a lo mejor puede tener, imaginad si estáis por túneles, ¿no? Pues, o estáis en una zona que podéis perder la comunicación, pues es mejor utilizar la llamada telefónica, y esto nos lo permite con esta licencia de audioconferencia, ¿vale? Importante, la audioconferencia nos permite hasta 250 asistentes telefónicos, ¿vale? Son algunas de las reglas del juego que tenemos con la audioconferencia, ¿vale? Sí que es verdad que la calidad de la llamada aquí en la audioconferencia es mejor a veces que cuando estamos llamando. Las personas pueden unirse pues con el manos libres, lo que comentábamos, con el coche, cosa que pues bueno, está muy bien, está genial el poder estar en una reunión utilizando pues el manos libres del coche, ¿vale? ¿Qué más teníamos? Los créditos de comunicación. Que los créditos de comunicación es lo que os he comentado. Un administrador puede especificar pues, cuando nos estamos quedando sin saldo en las llamadas, en esos planes, y automáticamente que se nos recargue, ¿vale? Si esto que nos garantiza los créditos de comunicación, pues justamente eso, lo de la audioconferencia, que nosotros no nos quedemos sin poder unirnos a llamadas nacionales o a llamadas dentro de Teams, ¿vale? Y aquí, pues bueno, se llama y se paga por minuto cuando tú ya has terminado tu asignación de minutos mensuales, ¿vale? Pasamos al tiempo que es más divertido, que es el tiempo, vamos a hacer la demo, ¿vale? Aquí, vale, vamos a ver si vemos la pantalla. ¿Veis ya la pantalla? No. No, todavía no, ¿verdad? Vale. No sé por qué. No está tardando. Aquí. No, pero esta. No, pero esta no es. Esta no es. Un segundo. Que como tenemos varios tenants, porque aquí hay que mostrar varios tenants. Vale. Así, aquí ahora sí, ¿no? Vale. Disculpad. Vamos aquí a ver primero que nada lo que serían, pues bueno, aquí tenemos una serie de usuarios y como veis hay usuarios que son personas y hay usuarios que son usuarios virtuales, ¿vale? Tendríamos las centralitas, que estos serían colas de llamadas y después tenemos el operador automático, ¿vale? Esto se le asigna directamente una licencia de usuario virtual y esto lo que hace es creamos un usuario, valga la redundancia, virtual y después nosotros vamos asignándole, pues bueno, aquí como podéis ver, asignamos este. Importante, aquí seleccionamos la ubicación donde está este operador, igual que cualquiera de los usuarios que tenemos, ¿vale? Nosotros, lo que os comentaba antes, es que lo que es el plan de llamadas nacional, Microsoft lo coge de la ubicación en la que nosotros estamos, ¿vale? Vale, pues comentar que en las licencias hay, bueno, nosotros hemos adquirido el plan de llamadas nacional y el usuario virtual, pero que si vamos a comprar servicios en componentes, en los complementos, ¿vale? Vamos a ver ese plan de llamadas nacional de Microsoft 365 de 120 minutos o el que no tiene, bueno, tiene 1200 minutos, ¿vale? Además, nosotros podríamos añadir también el plan de, a ver, créditos de consumo, a ver si lo encontramos.
Ahí,
dime.
Izquierda, lo tenías a la izquierda. Izquierda abajo. Ahí está, créditos de comunicación, RTC.
Sí, y aquí, bueno, si os fijáis, tenemos gratis y fijaros en lo que nos indica. Como tenemos una versión de prueba gratuita, pues tenemos pues 10 millones de usuarios y lo tenemos para 9.999 meses, ¿vale? O sea que aquí podemos hacer un poco de
spam telefónico,
¿vale? Para esto no está pensado la demo, ¿vale? Bueno, pues ya básicamente iríamos ya a la administración de Teams, ¿vale? Comentaros que lo primero que tenemos que hacer aquí en Teams, pues bueno, serían asignar los teléfonos y lo primerísimo que nos va a decir una vez ya arrancamos aquí en voz, en números de teléfono, es... si nosotros intentamos agregar un número de teléfono, esto está vacío, ¿vale? Imagina que aquí no hay nada. Cuando le damos a agregar, lo primero que nos va a pedir es una dirección de emergencia, ¿vale? Las direcciones de emergencia son aquellas llamadas aquellas ubicaciones en dirección física con un domicilio empresarial en el cual nosotros, si pasa algo, vamos a hacer que se llame, ¿vale? Pues aquí pues llamaríamos los usuarios de Valencia llamarían a la Netcore de Valencia y a mí me llamarían aquí en Mallorca, ¿vale? Bueno, antes de empezar con todo lo que es de voz, comentaros que aquí en lo que antes estábamos comentando, en las directivas de reuniones, ¿vale? Nosotros, en el apartado global, tendríamos que, para poder usar los usuarios, la audioconferencia, tendríamos que admitir las personas automáticamente, todos, ¿vale? De hecho, aquí nos lo indica. Permitir que los usuarios de acceso por marcado omitan la sala de espera nos indica que tenemos que hacer lo que todo el mundo esté, para que cualquier usuario que llame telefónicamente no se quede en la sala de espera y que nadie no se pueda unir a la reunión, ¿vale? Vale, pues bueno, dicho esto, vamos a ver de qué componentes, cómo están los componentes, ¿vale? Primero que nada tendríamos los números de teléfono. Nosotros, por ejemplo, pues hemos unido usuarios de Islas Baleares. Sí, quien no conozca o quien no llame a Islas Baleares, pues se va a sorprender un poco del 871. Comentar que yo cuando vine aquí a Mallorca eran 971 y 871. Eran los dos prefijos y ahora, pues bueno, solamente esta centralita nos monta 871, ¿vale? Tendríamos después llamadas de Madrid, que esto nosotros lo hemos hecho para las colas de llamadas y para los operadores automáticos, y también tendríamos en Valencia, ¿vale? Que nosotros después pues vamos a poder asignar a los usuarios, ¿vale? Nosotros podemos asignar este teléfono a un usuario en concreto, ¿vale? Vale, ¿qué más nos encontramos después de los números de teléfono? Esto después Mar os lo va a mostrar rápidamente cómo montarlo todo, ¿vale? Tendríamos planes de marcado, y aquí en los planes de marcado serían pues reglas que un número, pues cómo podemos hacerlo, ¿vale? Pues por ejemplo, esto sería...
Esos son para las extensiones de teléfono, los cortos. ¿Vale? Lo típico que en una empresa tiene todo el mundo el largo y el corto, pues sería para establecer los cortos.
Sí, que de hecho aquí si queréis os podemos pasar este enlace. Esto va con expresiones, ¿vale? Pues aquí Microsoft da cómo se montan estos números cortos y pues bueno, aquí tenéis los ejemplos de cómo se utilizan, ¿vale? Vale. El apartado de enrutamiento directo nos lo saltaríamos porque aquí no lo vamos a comentar, igual que las directivas de enrutamiento. Ya pasaríamos a colas de llamadas. Y aquí en colas de llamadas nosotros lo que hemos hecho es, esto es un usuario virtual, ¿vale? Y esto nosotros lo que hacemos es, vamos desde la parte de arriba, nosotros a la cuenta de este recurso asignamos este teléfono, ¿vale? No sé si alguno de vosotros, si alguien quiere probarlo, le va hay un teléfono detrás real que se va a poder unir. De hecho, nosotros lo hemos puesto en castellano, le hemos puesto una música de espera y, pues bueno, si alguien quiere comprobar la música, pues está, ¿no? Y después el contestador automático, ¿vale? Pues se pueden agregar usuarios o grupos de usuarios que pueden ser agentes de llamadas y recibir estas llamadas. Es decir, en esta cola de llamadas, tanto yo como Mar vamos a poder contestar, ¿vale? Y nosotros podemos indicar también cuánta gente o cuánto tiempo queremos que esté en espera, ¿vale? Si hay un desbordamiento de llamadas, ahora os ponéis todo el mundo a llamar justamente, pues las dos llamadas nosotros lo hemos puesto en la cola porque como somos dos, pues hemos puesto 2 personas. Pero aquí podrían haber hasta 200 llamadas, ¿vale? O sea, como veis, es muy sencillo. Como veis, es muy sencillo poder configurar esto, una cola de llamadas, ¿no? Lo típico que tú llamas para un seguro o lo que sea y te ponen en la cola, pues nosotros aquí veis cómo se puede configurar, ¿vale? Y sí, lo que decía Mar, imaginad que ahora os llamáis y empezamos aquí, pues 200 personas en lista en la llamada, ¿vale? Cuando se alcanza el número máximo de llamadas, nosotros hemos puesto 2, pues desconectamos, ¿vale? Nosotros podríamos desconectar o podríamos redirigir. Aquí a lo mejor pues podríamos redirigir a otra centralita o a un operador en concreto o a un número de teléfono adicional, ¿vale? Cosas que podemos indicar, pues por ejemplo, si no se responde la llamada dentro de este tiempo de espera máximo, que nosotros hemos puesto pues 2 minutos, vamos a redirigir la llamada a un correo de voz, ¿vale? A un contestador. Hay más opciones. Nosotros podríamos redirigir la llamada a personal de la organización, aplicación de voz, a un número de teléfono externo, etcétera, etcétera, ¿vale? Aquí, bueno, si os fijáis en el correo de voz, es un grupo de Office 365 que está en modo contestador, ¿vale? Y bueno, aquí
digamos
nosotros...
que ahí si hay los correos de voz se almacenarían para todo el grupo de Office 365, ¿vale? Todo el grupo podría ver todos esos correos de voz que llegan al voicemail que se almacena en Azure, ¿vale? Que es el mismo que tenemos ahora mismo. Si no tenemos plan de llamadas, no tenemos ningún sistema telefónico Microsoft Teams, ya tenemos activado por defecto, ¿vale?
Sí, sí, sí. Vale, pasaríamos al operador automático, que este operador automático, la verdad es que aquí es donde es un poco más divertido de la configuración de las llamadas, ¿vale? Aquí nosotros asignamos un número de teléfono, primero que nada, y a un operador, ¿vale? Aquí nosotros indicamos si queremos configurar a otra persona, pues, por ejemplo, aquí nosotros lo que hacemos es la centralita, ¿vale? Nosotros indicamos la zona horaria, el idioma y ahora nosotros vamos a configurar el flujo de llamadas, ¿vale? Nosotros aquí en el flujo de llamadas lo que hace primero que nada es cuando lo descuelga, lo que va a hacer es bienvenidos a la Netcoreconf 2021 y después va a enrutar la llamada. ¿Y qué vamos a hacer? Nosotros podríamos, igual que antes, desconectar, redirigir la llamada o reproducir opciones de menú. ¿Vale? En las opciones de menú nosotros podríamos haberlo grabado en voz y que se reprodujese en un archivo de audio. Si no, nosotros lo que hemos hecho es pues con un mensaje, ¿vale? Si conoce la extensión, márquela. Si no, pulse 1 para organización. Pulse 2 si quiere realizar una consulta sobre las entradas. Y pulse 3 si tiene cualquier otra consulta y esto lo que te va a hacer es pasar a esa cola de llamadas, ¿vale? Nosotros aquí en la búsqueda en el directorio, pues bueno, podemos hacer que se marque por extensión, ¿vale? Vale, aquí, importante, bueno, comentar que nosotros antes lo teníamos puesto para un horario, pero si ahora cualquiera de vosotros llama, pues para que lo podáis usar. A partir de las 8, pues ya saltaría el fuera de oficina y lo que saltaría sería este mensaje. Nuestro horario de atención es de 9 de la mañana a 8 de la tarde. ¿Vale? Después lo que te va a hacer es, si estás llamando en horario no laboral, no de atención telefónica, te va a desconectar, ¿vale? Incluso nosotros podríamos haber configurado llamadas en vacaciones, imaginad una urgencia, un teléfono de emergencias, por ejemplo, pues podríamos poner que cuando estamos de vacaciones, pues que llamen a un número en concreto, ¿vale? Esto imaginad, por ejemplo, pues a lo mejor un sistema en una empresa que sea de ascensores, ¿no? Pues saber a quién tiene que llamar de manera automática, ¿vale? Buscar personas, nosotros se pueden configurar, pues, quién puede buscar usuarios, qué usuarios estarán disponibles. Aquí nosotros hemos puesto todos los usuarios que estén en línea, ¿vale? Esto después lo vais a ver, Mar os lo comentará, de que nosotros podemos restringir que los usuarios que no están disponibles, pues que no se puedan pasar las llamadas, ¿vale? Y podemos excluir, pues, ninguno. Finalmente, aquí en cuentas de recursos, pues nosotros vamos a agregar una nueva cuenta de recursos y asignamos el teléfono que sería este, ¿vale? Vale. Esto...
Cancelar a la derecha para no hacer cambios.
Sí, que justamente estabas tú ahí. Vale, aquí tendríamos directivas, importante, hay que tener también un control, ¿no? Directivas de emergencia. Y en las directivas de emergencia nosotros podemos hacer que, la directiva global, podemos hacer personalizaciones, podemos hacer que se envíe solo notificación, ¿vale? en una conferencia con audio silenciado o en una conferencia con audio activado. ¿Vale? Nosotros podemos especificar a qué usuarios pues, le van a llegar esas notificaciones de emergencia. ¿Vale? Después tendríamos...
Lo más importante de aquí, lo más chulo, es lo del enrutado, ¿vale? Si pasas a la pestaña que pone directivas de enrutamiento de llamada en las directivas de emergencia, ahí arriba a la derecha. Arriba a la derecha, donde pone directivas de llamada, directivas de enrutamiento.
Sí, sí.
No, la de arriba. Pon
vale.
directiva de emergencia. Directiva de emergencia.
¿Es dónde estabas?
Sube. Ahí, ¿lo ves? En directivas de enrutamiento de llamada, la pestaña dentro de directivas de emergencia.
No lo veo, estoy ciego ahora mismo.
Lo hiciste ayer.
Sí, ya. Vale.
Ahí,
Aquí,
vale.
si no te entendía. Sí. Sí, esto es lo que antes he comentado. Lo del 911, pues podríamos pasarlo directamente al 112, ¿vale? Esto es lo que... Disculpa, es que no te entendía. Vale. Bueno, sería esto, ¿vale? Bueno, finalmente tendríamos directivas de llamadas y aquí hay una cosa importante y es esta. Esta hay que tenerla activada por regla general cuando habilitamos cualquier tenant, esta está deshabilitada, ¿vale? Y es que si no nos van a poder pasar llamadas, ¿vale? Y finalmente, pues bueno, tendríamos directivas de identificación que nosotros podemos hacer automáticamente que se bloquee el identificador de llamadas entrante o invalidar la directiva de llamadas, ¿vale? Y podemos incluso reemplazar el identificador de llamada por el número de usuario, el número de servicio o ponerlo como anónimo, ¿vale?
Eso básicamente sirve para que cuando tú devuelves una llamada, tú eres un operador de centralita y tú devuelves una llamada, que no salga tu número y se lo queden, sino que salga el número de la centralita, por ejemplo, para que si vuelven a llamarte, vuelvan a pasar por centralita.
Efectivamente.
¿Vale? Y luego lo más importante de la directiva de ocupado, bueno, la directiva que le he puesto de mensaje de ocupado es que cuando nosotros ya hemos establecido el plan de llamadas, el problema que tenemos ahí es que nos llaman internamente y nos llaman por centralita. Y entonces si no hemos establecido el que te dé el mensaje de ocupado, es como que te empiezan a llegar llamadas por todos los sitios, ¿vale? Entonces la persona empieza a decir que empieza a saturarse de llamadas. Entonces eso viene deshabilitado por defecto en los tenants, ¿vale?
Sí.
Si quieres lo puedes mostrar otro tenant para que lo vean. Lo normal es que lo habilitemos para que si ese operador está llamando internamente a otro, si llamaran a su número de teléfono, que saltará el típico mensaje, bueno, mensaje de ocupado es el pip, de esto ocupado, este teléfono, ¿vale?
Sí,
entonces, eso es un tenant que no hemos configurado y estaría así, ¿vale? Es lo que se suele encontrar.
Sí, esto hay que tenerlo en cuenta, ¿vale? Porque si nos pasará lo que os estaba comentando más, ¿vale? Y es bastante importante.
Es muy molesto para el usuario.
Ya pasáramos a la... Sí.
Voy compartiendo yo. Vale, pues yo comparto. Vale, pues vamos a ir ya a la parte de cómo se crea todo esto, ¿vale? Lo primero que comentaros es que habéis visto que aquí hay una serie de usuarios activos que os ha enseñado Vicent, ¿vale? Que son este tipo de usuarios de servicio. No se crean desde aquí. Curiosamente, descubrimos el otro día creándolos que se ven solo si los creas desde el panel de Teams, ¿vale? Si no, no sé por qué no los acoge. Yo imagino que es porque él hace alguna configuración interna para que se sepa que estos son números de usuario virtual al final. Luego sí que es verdad que tenemos que asignar la licencia desde este panel, ¿vale? Entonces, lo primero que vamos a hacer es... Lo primero que haríamos, ¿vale? Si es la primera vez que lo hacemos, es irnos a nuestras ubicaciones de emergencia, ¿vale? Estamos aquí, ¿vale? Direcciones de emergencia. Y crear las direcciones de emergencia en base a nuestras oficinas, ¿vale? Para cuando vayamos asignándolas a esos usuarios, si hacemos una llamada a un número de emergencia, ya sea, si lo llamamos internamente, pues bueno, ya sabemos que llamaremos y estableceremos cuál es el teléfono de emergencia de esa oficina. Pero imaginaos que llamamos al 112. Vosotros no sé si sabéis que si llamáis al 112, el 112 sabe dónde está ubicado ese teléfono o saben rastrear dónde estás, ¿vale? Entonces, como estos son números que son virtuales, por así decirlo, que no están en ningún sitio físicamente o enrutados, pues hay que establecer esa ubicación de emergencia para que ellos sepan dónde es ese teléfono, ¿vale? O de dónde está. Entonces, aquí agregaremos nuestras ubicaciones inicialmente y luego tendríamos que irnos a números de teléfono. y agregaríamos. No lo voy a hacer ahora la agregación porque tarda un poquito en cargarme los números de teléfono. Entonces yo ya he hecho un aprovisionamiento de números. Lo primero es elegir el español, bueno, España en este caso, si lo veo. Aquí, que está la España. Y nada, el tipo de número. Importante aquí, números de usuario, vamos a poder establecer ubicaciones de oficina, ¿vale? Es decir, como habéis visto, Islas Baleares o Valencia. Y ahí podemos elegir, pues, coger lo que es el 96 o el 871, ¿vale? Pero si vamos a coger un número de servicio que sería operador automático con la llamada, nuestras únicas opciones van a ser en España, Madrid o Barcelona. ¿Esto qué quiere decir? Que imaginaos que yo tengo una centralita, tengo usuarios en Valencia y decido que cuando llamen por teléfono a un número, le salga el número de la centralita. Vale, pues ese usuario, el número que va a recibir al usuario que llame es un número de Madrid o Barcelona, depende de donde hayamos dicho que es este número de servicio. ¿Vale? Lo digo porque eso tenéis que tenerlo en cuenta también cuando establezcáis esa política. ¿Vale? Entonces, luego estableceríamos, por ejemplo, Barcelona si queréis y cantidad. Bueno, primero aquí como hay dos prefijos podemos elegir. Y luego la cantidad, ¿vale? Y nada, le daríamos a siguiente, le aprovisionaría unos números y nos deja 10 minutos para decir si ok o no ok, ¿vale? Si no, después de esos 10 minutos lo que haría es liberarlos, ¿vale? Para que cualquier otra persona los pueda contratar. Vale, por eso veis aquí que hay dos tipos de números. Tipo de usuario, ¿vale? Que tienen 871 y esos 919, ¿vale? Que son números de servicio de Madrid, ¿vale? Yo he aprovisionado varios. La diferencia es que los primeros que he aprovisionado aquí, que están sin asignar, son para una cola de llamadas y estos son para un operador automático, ¿vale? Simplemente eso. Y estos son números de Valencia. Vale, cuando ya tenemos todos nuestros números pedidos, lo que tenemos que hacer es asignarle a los usuarios. Para eso nos tenemos que ir a usuarios y, por ejemplo, creo que todos los usuarios tienen asignado. Bueno, Mariví no tiene asignado. Perdón. Vale, editar configuración. Vale, perdonad, que no es aquí. Es en el teléfono. Es aquí. A ver, por ejemplo, creo que este no estará asignado. Vamos a ver, editar.
Sí, este no está asignado.
No está asignado, ¿vale? Pues entonces aquí pondríamos a Mariví. ¿Vale? Le asignaríamos el teléfono y luego aquí pondríamos, por ejemplo, Palma, ¿vale? Y diríamos, está en Palma, ¿vale? Y esto le envía un correo electrónico al usuario diciéndole, oye, que este es tu número de teléfono, ¿vale? Entonces, nada, aplicamos la configuración y ya la tendríamos, ¿vale? Entonces, luego vamos a entrar a Teams, ¿vale? Para que veáis cómo ese usuario tiene un número de teléfono. Este es mi usuario, ¿vale? Que sería el de Mar, por eso no veis que el número es diferente. Y tengo este telefonito para poder marcar, ¿vale? Yo aquí marcaría un número de teléfono y llamaría, ¿vale? De hecho, si me dejáis un momentito, no sé si habéis... Voy a descompartir y voy a compartir compartiendo el audio, ¿vale? Porque lo que voy a hacer es, ya que estoy, llamo a mi usuario de, por ejemplo, el autoatendan que habéis visto que os ha enseñado Vicent, ¿vale? Estaría aquí, mi operador automático. Esto de que salgan dos, no os preocupéis.
Esto es un misterio. Esto es un misterio porque hay solo
uno. Es un poltergeist, no solo hay uno, ¿vale? Bueno, entonces llamaríamos. No sé si vais a poder escuchar el audio. Yo estoy llamando.
Se escucha.
Bienvenidos a la Netcoreconf 2021. Si conoce la extensión, márquela. Si no, pulse 1 para hablar con organización. Pulse 2 si quiere realizar alguna consulta sobre las entradas. Si tiene cualquier otra consulta, pulse 3.
Si pulsamos 3.
No he encontrado.
Me lo está mandando a mi centralita. ¿Vale? Bueno, era para que vierais que está operativo, ¿vale? Y simplemente lo que está haciendo es llamándole. Tiene un desbordamiento de 2 minutos. Si esperáis a los 2 minutos, os salta el contestador para que nos dejéis un mensaje, ¿vale? Así que si alguien lo quiere hacer, ahí está la centralita y puede hacer uso.
Sí, todo esto es lo que antes hemos visto en la configuración.
Sí, entonces lo que quiero enseñaros de aquí, por ejemplo, es que tú, cuando tienes o sea, nosotros internamente es raro que nos bloqueemos usuarios, ¿vale? Pero cuando tienes números de teléfono puede ser que alguien te llame constantemente y quieras dejar porque se confunde constantemente. De hecho, a mí me pasó hace un tiempo que tenía una persona que me llamaba constantemente preguntando por la misma persona. Y yo le decía, no, es que te has equivocado. Entonces, si llega un momento en el que decides bloquear ese número de usuario o ese número de teléfono, aquí os he puesto un usuario de test. Dándole a los puntitos, esto sería, os lo he puesto aquí, ¿vale? En la marcación rápida, pero en el historial de llamadas lo podéis hacer igual y le dais a bloquear, ¿vale? Podéis decir que es usuario test, aquí podríamos poner ya, decir, me guardo este teléfono para saber que no es persona que no me tiene que estar llamando y luego lo bloqueáis, ¿vale? Entonces pasaría a estar un usuario bloqueado, ¿vale? Y luego lo podéis volver a desbloquear.
Aquí Mar comenta también que desde la configuración del usuario de Teams, si pulsas sobre MP a la derecha, aquí también se puede bloquear y podemos controlar la privacidad, ¿vale? Aquí incluso también podemos especificar, si nuestro administrador no ha configurado la política, podemos bloquear todas aquellas llamadas que no tengan identificador de llamadas, ¿vale?
Exacto. Por ejemplo, también la política de correo de voz, aquí la tenemos establecida para que el usuario lo determine, pero en realidad el administrador también puede decidir que todos los usuarios tengan habilitado el correo de voz, sí o sí, ¿vale? Se puede habilitar por defecto. Bueno, pues siguiendo con la parte de la demo, vamos a ver cómo se configura esa cola de llamadas, ¿vale? Bueno, pues lo que voy a hacer es, me voy a mis colas de llamadas y le doy a agregar. Lo que quiero que veáis sobre todo es qué ocurre cuando yo voy a meterle un teléfono, que primero no me lo encuentra porque yo tengo que crear una cuenta de recurso, ¿vale? ¿Vale? Le pongo recurso demo, ¿vale? Y vamos, que va a ser una cola de llamadas, ¿vale? Entiendo que esta es la configuración interna que debe hacer él, por la que no lo puedo hacer desde el panel de administración y lo tengo que hacer desde aquí, ¿vale? Entonces, nada, yo le digo que va a ser esta cuenta de recurso, la agrego, ¿vale? Pero este recurso demo no tiene teléfono, ¿vale? Lo primero que tengo que ir a hacer aquí es coger a mi recurso demo y asignarle la licencia de usuario virtual, ¿vale? Porque si no, él no sabe esto qué es todavía, ¿vale? Entonces le asigno a mi usuario virtual, guardo los cambios, ¿vale? Y me voy otra vez aquí y entonces en teléfonos, número de teléfono, me cojo un servicio y
lo asignamos a cuenta de recurso y aquí buscamos.
A ver si me deja quedar un poquito. Hola.
No, tardaba un momento, ¿eh?
Bueno.
Es la demo, es normal.
Sí, es demo, ¿vale? Si queréis voy a seguir avanzando por no perder el tiempo, pero simplemente aquí ya asignaríamos el número de teléfono, ¿vale? Voy a irme para atrás, voy a quedar la cola sin número de teléfono asignado. Espérate que ahora quiera volver. Vale. Nada, pues entonces voy a seguir, ¿vale? Como si nos hubiera dejado crearla. Voy a poner aquí recurso demo, aunque no tiene teléfono. Esto de agregar ahí al lado no me termina de gustar mucho, pero bueno. ¿Vale? Y esta le voy a poner demo. Como esta no le vamos a llamar, no pasa nada. Vale, entonces ya me voy a crear uno en español. Le podemos decir que haga un saludo o no, sino directamente lo que va a hacer, pues nos saludará y entrará directamente por música. Puede ser que le quiera reproducir un archivo, ¿vale? Es decir, grabo a alguien que diga algo y lo pongo ahí para que se escuche. Y luego la música de la cola. Aquí podemos poner la música predeterminada, Microsoft ya tiene una, o lo que hemos hecho, que nosotros lo que hemos hecho es cargar un archivo de audio, ¿vale? Que tiene que tener un formato de MP3 y demás, ¿vale? De hecho lo pone aquí. Inferior a 5 megas y de este tipo de formatos, ¿vale? Y bueno, podemos agregar a qué usuarios o qué grupos de usuarios queremos que accedan. Pues aquí vamos a poner a Maribí. ¿Y ahora por qué no quieres agregarte? Si no, me pongo a mí y ya está. Si vemos que fallan, como estamos creados
Ponme a mí también.
Sí.
¿No?
A ti tampoco te puedo agregar. Eso es porque yo creo que se me está liando algo, porque no sale el agregar. Bueno, pues agregamos a marzo. Mira, ahora sí. Poltergeist, no sabemos, ¿vale? Nos pasa desde que estuvimos probando el otro día. De hecho, yo ya estoy seleccionada. Pues nada, agregamos. Pero no me he agregado. Vale. También esto no tiene mucho tiempo. No me deja.
No, déjalo porque ya te indica que ya está seleccionado, déjalo.
Agregamos a Mariby, ¿vale? A mí no sé por qué, no estoy. Vale, pues bueno, nada, agregaríamos. Si no, lo que os recomiendo es que refresquéis la página, ¿vale? Porque esto sí que nos hemos dado cuenta que refrescando se van algunos de estos errores que están apareciendo. Y bueno, sobre todo esta parte de modo de enrutamiento que es muy importante es cómo se va a enrutar la llamada. Enrutamiento de operador es que va a llamar a todos, es decir, va a llegar la llamada y le va a entrar a Vicente y a Mariby y el primero que lo coja, ¡pap!, la ha cogido, ¿vale? Luego, enrutamiento en serie significa que primero le entra a Vicente y luego le va a entrar a Mariby. Y distribución equilibrada es que va en función del número de llamadas que va cogiendo cada uno. Si hay que coger 10 llamadas al día, 5 serán para Vicente y 5 serán para Mariby, más o menos. No sé si es si lo cuadra tan al detalle, o sea, tan al límite. Pero que intenta que sea equilibrado entre todos los operadores, es decir, que todo el mundo coja el mismo número de llamadas.
Aquí lo intentamos, pero no nos dio tiempo a hacer todas las pruebas de si era por número o por cantidad de minutos, ¿vale? Que estaba atendiendo cada uno de los operadores.
Sí. Y luego el de máxima actividad, que suele ser el normal, es que le entra a aquellos que están disponibles. Es decir, si tú estás no disponible, estás ocupado porque estás en otra cosa, no te entra a ti como operador, entrará al que esté disponible, ¿vale? Bueno, voy a poner por operador y bueno, nada, aquí lo mismo. Los agentes pueden optar por no contestar la llamada, pues esto depende del tipo de centralita que sea, ¿vale? Si queremos podemos ponerlo que sí, si no que no, ¿vale? Ellos podrían decidir no contestar y que conteste otro. Y luego el tiempo de que le está sonando la llamada, pues hemos puesto 30 segundos, ¿vale? Pero bueno, podríamos establecer menos o más, lo que queramos. Y luego el número máximo que ha comentado Vicente, que quedan en espera, es decir, no sé si alguna vez habéis llamado a alguna, no sé, algún hospital, alguna empresa, algo así grande, que tienen centralitas y que llamáis y llega un momento que pensáis que os están colgando, no es que os cuelguen, es que ha llegado un momento de desbordamiento y a lo mejor sois la llamada número 51 en este caso y entonces lo que hace directamente es desconectar, te cuelga, ¿vale? Hasta que no libera a alguien de esa llamada o no se libera de la cola, tú no puedes entrar y quedarte en cola esperando, ¿vale? Y nada, el tiempo de espera de las llamadas, si vosotros llamáis a nuestra centralita, veis que son 2 minutos, ¿vale? Entonces, a los 2 minutos, lo que hace es desconecta, ¿vale? Lo que podríamos hacer también es redirigir. Vale, guardaríamos y ya tendríamos nuestra cola. No tiene más.
Un detalle es que si lo que ha comentado, a primera persona que sería llamar sería a mí, pero si yo quiero, yo puedo internamente transferir la llamada a otra persona, ¿vale?
Sí.
Esto desde el telefonillo lo podemos hacer súper sencillo. Cogemos la llamada, no nos interesa o está buscando a otra persona, cogemos y la otra transferimos a otro.
Sí, exacto. Vosotros en los puntitos tenéis la opción, cuando entra la llamada, de hacer la transferencia. Y esa transferencia se puede hacer a modo interno y no tiene por qué tener, o sea, la persona que se lo transferís no tiene que tener precisamente un plan de llamadas, es decir, no tiene por qué estar dentro de este sistema telefónico, ¿vale? Lo podéis transferir internamente. Bueno, vamos a ver la parte de operadores automáticos. Aquí le pondríamos demo. ¿Vale? Y nada, opcional, el operador opcional es básicamente que si al final si no se coge el operador, al final, en última instancia, ¿vale? Llega a ese operador o a esa persona de organización o esa aplicación de voz o hasta un número de teléfono externo, ¿vale?
Sí,
en este caso, si ponemos aplicación de voz, sería, por ejemplo, nuestra centralita que tenemos por ahí.
Sí, a ver, nosotros antes lo hemos puesto como que la tercera opción nos iba a la centralita, pero si no hubiésemos puesto nada, lo normal es que si no pulsas ninguna opción, espere y será atendido por un operador y te pasa ya directamente con el operador.
Exacto, con esa otra persona que pone aquí. Sí, cuando se llama y se quiere hablar con otra persona, es decir, no dentro de esas opciones. Y luego la zona horaria es importante que se la establezcáis porque luego, como habéis visto, establecemos también las horas en las que está disponible este operador, ¿vale? Y él hemos hecho las pruebas y justo sabe perfectamente que son las 8 de la tarde de aquí, porque tiene esta zona horaria y entonces te salta directamente el contestador como diciendo que no estamos disponibles y que nuestro horario de atención es el siguiente. Y lo de habilitar entradas de voz es para que en lugar de pulsar vía teclado, nosotros le demos las entradas por voz, ¿vale?
Un minuto, chicos.
1 o 5.
1, os había escrito por el chat que quedaban 5.
Vale.
Vale, pues.
Bueno, pues nada.
Muéstrase casi lo de los informes si quieres también.
Sí, voy a si queréis, como esto ya lo ha comentado Vicent, ¿vale? Nada, esto también lo vamos a pasar porque lo ha comentado Vicent, que ya tenemos poco tiempo, y lo que ha comentado Vicent de las vacaciones. Si tuvierais un horario establecido de vacaciones, desde aquí, ¿vale? Cuando termináis le dais a enviar y con esto ya se ha configurado vuestro operador, ¿vale? Y como último punto importante es los informes, ¿vale? Solo voy a mostrar 2. El informe de minutos, ¿vale? Que este básicamente nos dice los minutos consumidos de toda la organización, porque como hemos dicho, se comparten los planes de llamada. O sea, los minutos, si no los consumo yo, los puede consumir otro operador, ¿vale? Entonces, se verían aquí para controlar los consumos. Y luego tenemos otra que está en versión preliminar, que básicamente nos dice, bueno, las llamadas que se han ido ejecutando, en este caso, los últimos 7 días, ¿vale? Y dónde han ido entrando, ¿vale? Y números de teléfono vienen aquí un poco con asteriscos, ¿vale? Bueno, pues con todo esto ya hemos visto cómo se configuraría de forma sencilla y a base de clics todo un sistema telefónico en Microsoft Teams. Espero que os haya gustado. Y nada, por último, como siempre,
dar las gracias
a nuestros sponsors.
Sin ello, imposible. Y a la organización. Pues, muchas gracias a todos. Y a los asistentes.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias por asistir y por darnos esta mega charla.
Gracias a vosotros.
Hasta luego.
Hasta luego.
Hasta luego.
Trying to step back and see the view from above, 'cause I know that nothing lasts forever. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you.
About you, about the session, and all you think. 2 minutes, I stop the music and we're ready to start.
And we're flying so close to where we belong. And we're trying to go somewhere new. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna ocean current till the winds flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire.
Welcome to the next session of Netcoreconf. Now we stay with Don Bieber as a DevX Press developer and technical evangelist. Sorry, Don. And how are you?
Yes, I'm fine. Thank you very much. And as was already announced, my name is Don Wibier. I'm technical evangelist with DevExpress, and I am happy to present today. And in this session, we're going to talk about having fun with generics and abstract classes in C#. And it's not a particularly new topic, but as my role as technical evangelist, I talk with a lot of developers and talk about what they do, and I'm always interested in what kind of applications you're creating. And I noticed that a lot of you guys are using generics and maybe some abstract classes as well, but to set up like your own little framework or your own base foundation for your application and use generics and abstract classes in that, that's a bit of a different thing. So I thought, you know what, I'm gonna do an example on how to get started with your own generic classes and generic interfaces as well. And yeah, I hope that you'll learn some tips and tricks here. And what you'll see is that Visual Studio gives you a great assistance on these generics and abstract classes. So let's get started and first check and see what is an abstract class. Well, an abstract class is basically a class that you know it's going to do something, but you don't know what. Yeah, so as I described it here in the bullet point, it's a class which contains member definitions without the actual implementation. So it's a class that's not finished yet. And also it serves as a base for a class hierarchy. Yeah, and when you set up a big application, yeah, you'll have some sort of a base to ease up your work. And this is where an abstract class can help you with. And as a result, because it's a class that is not finished yet, I mean, it's described like it should do this and that and so on, it cannot be instantiated directly because it's like half a class. And to give you an example, I've put up a small piece of code in Visual Studio which will show you exactly what it does. And for this, by the way, the demos that I will be showing today are also available on GitHub, so you can download them, you can play around with them and see if you can even, yeah, make it better or use it as a starting point. No problems there. But yeah, the abstract class here. So it's actually quite a simple thing. For instance, I need to deal with a collection of shapes, and I have a rectangular shape, and I also have a circular shape. And as you all know, if I want to deal with the area of a rectangle, it's different as calculating the area of a circle. Yeah, so what I can do is I can define a base shape, which is an abstract class. I mark it as abstract. And what I also do is, because I know that the area calculation is different, I'm gonna create an abstract property. In this case, it's a property with only a get. I could also create a method from it as well, but as long as I mark it abstract. Then I'll give it a shape name, and I'll do a constructor here, which requires me to enter the shape name. And then I will override the toString method. But what you see here is that I am already using that area thing. And that area property, I marked it abstract, so the compiler won't complain, and it will just do its work. If I now scroll a bit down, I have created a rectangle shape. And the rectangle shape is derived from shape. It's got a couple of extra properties here. It's got a width, it's got a height, and here I am overriding the area because that is the abstract property in this case that we need to implement, and I'm just doing the simple calculation here. I'm also overriding the constructor because I want to pass in the width and the height on go. Right? So next I have also defined a circle. And the circle is having its own constructor. The circle only has a radius property which I pass in the constructor. I'm calling the shape name as well in the base constructor. And it's got a property radius. And what you see here is I'm overriding the area as well to calculate the area of the particular circle. So this is how you can use an abstract class. And this is pretty much all it is. A bit more interesting is the generics pattern. And let's talk about that one as well. I'll do a brief introduction and then we'll start doing a bit of coding. What is a generic type? Oh, and by the way, an abstract can only be applied to a class, and a generic can be applied to an interface as well as a class. But you'll see that in the demo that I will be pulling up any minute now. So a generic type is a definition which holds a type declaration which contains one or more placeholders for types used in the implementation. So I'm creating this class or interface. I'm going to work with particular types, but I'm not sure what kind of types these are. It is a compiler code template, and this is also how it works in C# and .NET. I mean, .NET does a great job with generics, and what it does is it pre-compiles the generic code up front, and afterwards it will compile the derived classes, or at least the implementation which uses generic types. And another thing, and that is absolutely one of the cool things, it is an efficient way for reusing code in a type-safe way. Well, what is type-safe? For instance, take this. If I do this, I mean, it is giving an error, but it is type-safe. So if I try to do this, well, you don't even need to compile it. It will already have the red curly line underneath it. You can't assign a string to an integer. So this gives an error. But with this construction, the compiler won't complain. But we could have some fun runtime, because an object can contain pretty much anything. And this is a bit in the direction of JavaScript and those kind of languages, so this is unsafe. The compiler won't complain, but you'll have fun at runtime when you put stuff in that object which you weren't expecting. And with generics, we can overcome these kind of issues, what you'll see. All right, so a really quick introduction, and it's time to actually apply some of these techniques in a small demo project. So again, I've set up another application here, and let me pull Visual Studio up, and let's see what I have constructed. I've set up a small web application. It's got a couple of things here and there. And if I run the application, I'll show you what it is. Actually, a bit of a real world example. So this project has been created, obviously, with the DevExpress project template, and it holds a data grid. It connects to a database, and it shows some data in a data grid. So here I have this data grid. It connects with Entity Framework to a SQL Server database, in this case a Chinook database, and I can do all kinds of stuff. And the nice thing with this is that I have used DevExpress project template to create that application, and yeah, we happen to have some scaffolding procedures as well. And the page that you just saw has been scaffolded. And to show you how that works, I'm going to set up another one, just to give you an impression how the scaffolding works and what the result is. So what I can do is I'll add a new Razor page. In this case, I will use the DevExtreme one. And again, this is not like the topic of this presentation, but I do want to show you that scaffolding is great, but if you're going to make modifications to scaffolded work, you might run into some maintenance issues here and there. So I want to create a similar page which displays the customers out of the database. I'll controller. And what the scaffolder does, it checks the database, it checks the entity models, and it will create a page. It will create a web API controller, and it sets it all up. So here we are. It did put the customer controller in the wrong folder. Let me move that quickly over here. That was not the plan. Here. And let me do that again because this was not what I wanted to show you. Let me quickly create another page here. I'm going to create a Razor page, and I'm going to call this page a Razor page with DevExtreme control. This is the one that I needed. It will partially do the same, but it will set up my page as well. So that is a bit nicer. So I will call this one customer. And this is okay. I'm going to select the data grid here. I'm going to do the same pretty much here. So I'm going to do the customer, and I'm going to create the new controller, which is going to be the customer controller. Just like this. Let me see everything set up correctly. I want to have all columns. I want to allow updating, deleting, and inserting as well. And yeah, we do the same. So within a couple of seconds, as I set up a page, it has put up a data grid control, and it will connect the data grid control to the web API controller that it is creating in the controllers folder. All right, this is... I shouldn't have done that. I will leave it what it is. I'll get back to that a bit later. Let us take a look at the code that has been created in the invoice controller, because I scaffolded that up front in case things on the presentation didn't work. So I wanted to have at least one that works. So what I have here is the result of the scaffolder, and what you see is quite a bit of code. It's not really difficult, and that is obviously a thing with the scaffolder. It can create as much code as you want, and it can look like the same with another one. It doesn't matter. It's scaffolded. But as I mentioned, if you want to start modifying it slightly to your needs, you might need to change code on a whole bunch of controllers in this case. So what we see is we have a get method it returns a selection from the invoices, from the DB context. This is not a strongly typed object, but it is a dynamic object which will be returned. And in the end, it will return the JSON. Right, so next it's going to do a post. It's the same pretty much. The only thing that we should be aware of, this is a string with values that are being posted back. So this is a JSON feed being posted back. It's being converted to a dictionary. We're doing a bit of validation here, and we do the actual update inside the database, and we return the new ID. And so it's not really rocket science here. Same for the update. Here we're going to look up this object. If it's not found, we'll return an error. We'll create that dictionary again from the values. And I do have to mention the reason that we do a JSON string here is because the data grid only sends back the changed columns on the client. So it's not an entire object unless you change all the properties. We're going to populate the model here. We're going to do some validation here. And if that's all okay, we're going to save it. Not really a big deal. Then we have to delete. It does the same. So it's looking up the entity and it's removing it. It's going to update the model and we're all done. There is also another thing I did show that there is a relationship with customers and it's creating a method to get lookup data for customers as well to populate a drop-down box in the grid. Then we're going to have some code, and again for a scaffolder this is perfect, but I think this is not really nice, but this is my personal opinion. It's going to check whether that property is in the JSON and it's going to put it in the object. But you'll see this is quite a bunch of code. We'll have an error message here and that's about it. So a couple of things that I want to do is, because this can be done perfectly with generics and abstract classes, and I'm going to do something for that. There is also another thing that I like to do. I don't like the fact, if I scroll up again, that this is not a strongly typed object, but a dynamic object instead. And in a real world application, you probably want to do some DTO pattern. So you'll have a bunch of objects from Entity Framework. You'll transform it into another object, which is returned as a result of the API controller. And for that, if you're talking about DTO and you want to do that efficiently with C#, there is pretty much one library we're going to use, and that is AutoMapper. AutoMapper does a great job in mapping properties from one type of object to another one, which is convention-based, based on property names, and you can do some funky stuff there to, copy properties to another object. I won't go too deep in the into the AutoMapper stuff, but there are a couple of things that I've already prepared. The AutoMapper needs a profile. So I have an invoice, which is Entity Framework, and I have a DTO invoice, which is my target object. And this is how you describe how properties are being copied over from one object from a different type to another one. It can also reverse it. So if you want to copy properties from a DTO invoice back into an invoice, you can do it as well. So I've set up this map up front, and you can check it out. You can check out the documentation as well on AutoMapper. It has a great site with documentation with all kinds of tips and tricks there. And another thing that you need to do when using AutoMapper is in the startup, you need to configure AutoMapper and specify where it can find that mapper profile. And so that's what I've been setting up here. Obviously, I have also set up the SQL Server connection with Entity Framework and so ever. So that's pretty much all that's in here. All right, so what I've also set up are the DTO classes. In this example, they're pretty much the same, but the only interesting thing here is that if I take a look at the DTO customer or the DTO invoice, it is pretty much the same one-on-one as the entity framework model, except for the item count. And maybe I put something extra in there as well, but it is just what you see here is it is not related in any way with any other object. And this is where AutoMapper kicks in. Same for the customer. So I have a lookup customer, which holds like a key and a value, which we can use on the main grid. And I have a complete customer. Well, that was the scaffolding action that just failed, but we'll have that fixed afterwards. So this is pretty much what I've prepared. And now we're gonna set up some stuff. So we want to deal with the scaffold, with the DTO, and we need to deal with the generics. For that, I have defined a public abstract class EF data store, and I've also set up an interface because I want this class to implement an interface as well. And you'll see at the end why we are going to do that. So to start, well, this is the abstract part. I'm going to create a generic class out of this. So how am I going to do that? Well, this class pretty much needs to do everything that deals in a controller with looking up data, returning data, updating, deleting, and inserting data. So all the data related stuff is being handled by this data store class. So there are a couple of things that I need to have access to. And the first thing is the entity framework context. And that context is obviously for every application, it's different. So this would be a perfect example to specify as a generic type. So how do we do that? Well, quite simple. I'm going to specify a TEF. And it's a bit of a naming convention that if you use generic types that you start those type names with a capital T. The other thing that I need is a key type. So in some entities, you'll have a string as a primary key. Maybe in others, you have an integer or a globally unique identifier and so on. So I'm going to specify a T key as well. I can specify that type. Then we're going to be dealing with a model class, but not the DB model, but the model that is returned. So the result of that DTO transformation. I'm going to name that T model, and then the last one, I'm going to do the TDB model, and that is the entity framework class that we're dealing with. I will also do the same because iData store, but I want to have that iData store to be generic as well. So the only things I need there deal with the text or with the DB model. So this is another advantage that we'll be solving as well. We'll put it there either way. Controllers. And well, what you see here is this is not good, and that is because we need to make this one generic. With this, I have a generic interface as well. This brings us to a couple of things here, because the TEF context, that should be a database context, and it can't be anything, but it should be something which is derived from the DB context from entity framework. So we might want to put in some restrictions on what you can pass in as a generic type. And this is one of the things that we, which is also very powerful. That those are restrictions on the generic types. What I can do now is TEF context can only be a type derived, and it should have a constructor. So this is a restriction on TEF context. I can also do the same for the other ones. For a key, it is quite logical. That would be implement the equatable. And this is a generic interface as well. Look what I'm doing right now. It should implement the equatable. So this means that this key should be able to be compared with another key from the same type. So I can't compare a string with an integer, obviously. Well, not directly. I'm specifying this type here as well on this constraint. So that's also possible. Then I want to make sure that my model should be a class, not a structure, not a simple object, but a simple type like an integer or string. Now it should be a full model, a full class, and it also should have a constructor, and that is done by the new. Because I need to create those things without passing in parameters and etc. So same goes for the entity framework model. I can't actually check something with it because that the entity framework models are not derived from any class whatsoever. So I'm doing the same here, and because I put up these restraints, I also should do the same restrictions on the interface. Those here. We're only be dealing with E and the model, so I only need these two. All right, if we quickly have a look back at the slide deck, I want to stay in sync. I always keep running ahead on the slides here. So I have some particular examples. I'll skip over it, so I was too fast already. But I'll cover most of them except for the span of t, because that doesn't have a goal in this application. But these are some typical classes implemented in the framework that do the generics. Well, we've already done the classes. We're going to talk about the methods and the properties in a second. Lambdas is going to be covered as well, and interfaces we've touched already. And constraints, we were just talking about that. So I'm still in sync with my slide deck. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is that data store. I need to pass in a couple of things because I need them. And if we do it like this, we can also use dependency injection later on to have access to those data stores, which is quite cool. So here I'm going to pass in the DB context, but I don't know what kind of type it is because it's generic, remember? So what I can do now is I can just specify the TEF context as a type, call it context. And I also need to have access to the automapper because I need to map things in this class. And automapper has an interface IMapper. Specify, and I will put it like this. And with this in place, I can initialize a bit of code here and there. So let me, once I'll declare them here. And I do this as well. Like this. And now I've set up my constructor and I have actually used generic types. I don't know what it is yet. But because of the constraints, I can do a couple of things that what you'll see. One of the other things I'm going to implement is I need to have a way to get the key out of a model. So remember, if I go to this DTO invoice, I know this is the key. But the store needs to know it as well. Oh, this would be an excellent candidate for an abstract method. Public, abstract. I don't know the type of the key. Direct type. And I pass in a model. So I'm having this method where I can pass in a model of this particular type, and it will return the key value, strongly typed, because this is, yeah, things that happens with generics, like this. There is another method that I'm going to need, and that method is I need to have the DB model key as well. So I'm going to expect key will be, and I'm going to say key. And here I'm going to, it can be modeled as well. Obviously, I know that at a certain stage I need to set a model key as well on the model. So not the DB model, but the model. So I'm going to need a method which does that, and that can also. So in this case, it's going to be a void, and it's going to be, and it receives. And it receives.
John, excuse me. Yeah. There are times when the sound is not good and you can hear very little.
Oh, is that so? Yeah. Let me put my mic a bit closer. Is this better?
Yeah, better. It's better.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. All right, so we're gonna need the key value as well. So this is going to be a strongly typed value once we're gonna implement a derived class from this store. Then we want to have a couple of other things here as well, and that is I will need to have access. Well, it's convenient to have access to the mapper, the auto mapper instance. So in this case, I can do this, and I will mapper. I could obviously also set this property directly. The same goes for the DB context. It could be convenient to have access somewhere to that context. So I'm gonna make a read-only. This is going to do the same pretty much as the mapper one. So what you've seen here now is that I've already used some of my generic types. Yeah? And maybe it doesn't make complete sense yet, but once we start implementing this invoice store, then you'll see how powerful these tricks are. I've set up a couple of properties here, and I've done some abstract classes as well. So I can use these methods, but they're not doing anything. But you'll see that a bit later. All right, so with this in place, we can do a couple of things. We need to be able to locate an entity out of the collection that we're dealing with, located by key. So one of the other things that we'll do, I'm going to create, in this case, I'm going to create a protected method, and you'll notice why I'm doing this protected. TDB model. This is pretty much what we're doing right now. I'll show you in a minute. Let me finish method get key. I'm going to pass in the key again, and yeah, what this method is going to do is pretty much the same. If I go back to the invoice controller, and I'm going to go to the update and the delete, by the way. This generic method that I just put up is pretty much doing this. Instead, it doesn't know that we're dealing with invoices, and we don't know that it's dealing with the invoice ID, but we'll define that in the derived class of the invoice store later on. So this is going to be made generic because we need this here, and we need it in the delete as well, right? We need to locate those objects. All right, so I was at the store, and what we're going to do here is slightly different from what was shown in that original. I am now going to use the DB context, so that's going to be this one, and it can do find, which is a generic method itself. And now I can like this, and this is the whole thing here. Now I can pass in the key, and well, when it's found, it's going to return this particular thing. So instead of this strongly typed invoices, I'm going to use this find method, which accepts the entity that we want to find, and that was generic, and it's going to return it. Another thing we want to do is we need to deal with something to return an iQueryable out of entity framework. And because this is data access, we want to create these ones protected instead of public, because we don't want to from within the controller or something. This should all go by itself. So in this case, I will put up the iQueryable TDB model, and here it's going to do a similar thing as what we've done above. In this case, doing DB context, it's returning a set of this type, and it's going to return that. So some base work being done here. Now we're going to do the same, but instead of returning a DB model, we're going to return a model. So we're going to introduce the automapper functionality here. And that method is going to be made public. It's going to look like this. And what you'll see is it's now a public method, and it's returning a T model instead of that DB model. You see? And what we can do now is use the protected methods. I'm gonna get a DB model in return by calling the EF get by key, and I'll do a bit of checking if something was found here. Yes, I'll do this. If it's unequal to null, it found something, and I can now use mapper. Specify map T model, and I pass in the. This is one of the things how automapper works. Automapper will check the type of the result. It will check this generic type. It will look in the mapper profile here to see if there is a map set up, and it will act accordingly. And this is why automapper is a great job if you want to apply DTO, which you probably want in real world. If nothing was found, and this is something that you should do, is I'm going to return default, and that is going to be the default value of an empty T model, which is pretty much, yeah, a new T model, but then nothing initialized, basically. That's what default does. So now we're going to take it a step further, because we also need to query certain things, and this brings us to one of the things that is done in the invoice controller. This get method receives a data source load options object, and this is something which comes from DevExpress and DevExstream, and the way that we have set this all up. This load options is basically the state of the data grid, which is sent over to the server. And if you check it out here, we are calling another method which works with the load options to make sure that if you request page 2 of the data grid, it will only fetch the page 2 records. So it will only fetch 20 records or whatever the page size is, and only return that. But also the load options include sorting, filtering, grouping, also whatsoever. And the data source loader makes sure that only the records are fetched which are currently needed to be displayed. So the grid won't fetch the 1 million records and filter it client side. No, it will handle it very efficiently. And for this, we need to be able to query those invoices. So we can do that by using another method here. And this is also a method. It uses another feature of AutoMapper. Put it in here. So I'm returning an iQueryable T model. This is query. It returns the EF query. So that was this one. But I'm calling the AutoMapper project 2. And I pass in the mapper configuration. And that will return an iQueryable. And this is very cool with AutoMapper because it returns these properties, but it's using these. So it's using the DB model to query, and it's returning the model in the iQueryable. I'm also going to put up a similar method actually. I'm going to paste it in, and I'm going to tell you what this one does. Because what this does, I'm introducing a new generic type, which is just a T. And this is necessary for the customer store. Maybe you've seen it. I want to have a lookup customer and I want to have a full customer. And with this, I can do the same, but now I can specify which type to return. So I can have the lookup customer, which is a small one, but I could also have the complete one. So this is a small customized feature that I know I'm going to need a bit later. And this generic type is only for this method, basically. All right, so we're pretty much on our way now. What we can also do is I want to be able to execute some code inside a transaction. So that was not done in the original code, but I do want to do it because it introduces some really cool stuff. Let me paste in some code because we are pretty much realized when we are having fun. I'll put in 2 pieces of code here, and I'll explain what this does. This method is introducing a local generic type, but this type is also the return of this method. And the first parameter that it receives is some work that needs to be done. It accepts 2 parameters, and this work is done right here. And because I have set up a transaction here, this code is being executed inside this transaction. And in the end, if I specify the auto commit, it will save and commit the changes, and it will return the result of this work. And the work was a function. The same one I'm doing, but then for something that doesn't return anything. And this may seem a bit obscure, but you'll see in a minute why this is really cool. This is to do some work and you're not interested in the result. So it's returning a void. It is an action instead of a function. It's doing the same, but it's not returning anything. And how would you apply this? Well, I'm going to put in a create method. I'm going to paste this in, and I'm going to step over this quite quickly because we need to do another. I can put in a bunch of items that are going to be inserted here. And here we have the transactional exec. And this is the function that I'm passing in. So this code is being done within a transaction. And if I say save changes and it's okay, I'm going to return a result where the success is true. If something cannot be committed or whatsoever, I'm returning this EF result with false. I'm going to put in the errors and I'm going to return that EF result. So this is also the EF result. The EF result, let me quickly scroll up here. It's just a simple class with success and error. And if it's not successful, something should be in the error. Quite straightforward. So this is something which is with generics as well, obviously. I can do the same and make it asynchronous. Put this in quite fast as well. Instead, I'm now using an async, and I'm going to return the await task from result and execute the same code here. Then we're going to do the update, and the update is doing pretty much the same. I'm going to put in async version as well because it's only a couple of lines of code. And what we do here is we find this key from the item that needs to be updated. And so this is the model key, the abstract key. I'm gonna find this model by key out of the database. If it's not found, it's gonna return an error. If it's found, we're gonna map the item into the DB model. We're gonna make the state modified and save changes. But we're going to do it for the collection of items because I created it like this. So once all of that is done, I'm going to commit again and return the same stuff. So it's pretty much the same as the insert, except that it is looking up the value here. All right, well, the last one is also pretty straightforward, which is the delete method. And the delete method, I'm going to put it in right here as well. Almost similar to the update one because I'm going to look up this model, and instead of passing in objects, I'm passing in the IDs of the items that should be deleted. So this is pretty much the same. And with this, we have set up our first generic class. Let me see if this all builds. I think it does. It does. Great. Yep. All right. So this brings us to the invoice store. I'm going to create an invoice store, and this invoice store is derived from my EF data store that I just created. So in this case, and this is something which I love a lot with generics and abstracts. It's derived from the EF data store. It's using the Shino context in this case. It's using an integer as primary key. This is my model. This is my DB model type. And it's having the red curly lines because it doesn't implement the abstract members of the base class. And this is where the fun begins. Now I can activate, in this case I'm using CodeRush. I can say add constructors, and I'll do it like this. And now I say implement abstract class, and that gives me this. So this is already, you could call it like self-documenting code, basically, because what Visual Studio did, it closed down the generics. It has strongly typed this invoice, this one, that one, and that one. And this is just super, super cool. So the DB model, the only thing I need to do here is return model dot, it was invoice ID, in this case, same. So it's going to be a return model, but this is base model, which is also invoice ID, and set the model be a model invoice ID is key. And because we specified it as an integer, we know that this is an integer as well, so the compiler won't complain. And if you want to make it even shorter, less code, the better. I could do it like this. And I could do it. My store. I can do the same with the customers as well, and because I have set that all up, it's quite simple to do as well. So let me do it like this in this case. Now I will specify a couple of different things. So the DTO customer, constructor, and it's pretty much the same model dot customer ID. I created a method.
5 minutes.
Sorry?
5 minutes.
Yeah. Man. I'll have to rush because I just heard that I only have 5 minutes. So I am going to quickly finish this one off, and this is pretty much the same. So model dot customer. And if in this case it was a string primary key, I could have specified a string and it would have been completed here like this. All right, so the next thing I need to rush over that, but I do need to do it because otherwise it's no fun. I'm going to put in a couple of things in the base controller, and I will rush this over quite fast because the base controller is going to do a couple of things here. And again, it is going to be a generic base controller. In this case, I will paste in a couple of things quite fast here. Base controller will be dealing with the stores that I've just been saying. So the key model store. No entity framework, no DB models, just that. And that is the cool thing here. I will also put in a constructor which receives an iData store. Oh, and before I need to do one thing. I need to copy that in or it won't work altogether because I need to put in a couple of methods in the interface here. And I could do that quite easy with CodeRush, but in this case, I will do it even quicker. Let me see, where was that thing again? I need to put all those public methods, obviously. Let me paste it in. So, all right, so all those methods are available through that interface because this is also something which is, yeah, quite cool. Back to the base controller. It is depending on this one, so it has all that functionality that I just exposed. And now what we need to do is we can add a couple of properties here, which I will paste in quite fast. These ones were documented in the invoice controller. Here, if you want to deal with specific primary keys and pagination, so I put them in as an option. Then we're gonna make some stuff a bit shorter here, which is assigning that values to the model from the post and the put method. I'm gonna implement a number of virtual methods which will be dealing. This is pretty much in the same line as we did with the other one, so I can do that quite fast. And now I can do the get method. I will do the get method here. So I'm using those properties that were commented out in the scaffolder, and I get that data source load options. I pass that in the data source loader query that will use the main data store, and it's less code as it was. Same goes for the post. I will do the same, but a bit more efficient. So I'm using some generics here as well. To get full message, I'll put it in. And I use the data store to pass in those models. So not DB models, but the other ones. I'll do the same with the delete, and I'll put the message in as well. So this is what I've taken out of the original controller. Message is in there, everything is fine. Now we can start cleaning up this controller, which is obviously the coolest thing that we can do here. The invoice controller. In this case, what I'll do is I will derive it from my base. And with this in place, I can just remove this. I can also remove this. I will remove it to make it. I will remove all of this code. And now I will insert my constructor. I'll pass in that data store. This is going to be done through dependency injection. I'll leave this one. Yeah, this one can be in there as well. Customer store. And now look what's happening with the action methods. This is my get. It's calling the base. This is my post. It has been reduced into one line of code. The put, the delete. And remember, I created this query where I can specify the type itself for the customer lookup, just like that. And now, if I go to my startup, that's the last thing, before we can run the modified demo application, I will insert 2 lines of code in my configure services here. I am going to register my iData store with the type DTO invoice, and I'm going to create an invoice store out of that. This is why I created the interface, and this one is for customer. And once I run this, these stores will be injected in the action methods. And what you'll see is if I hit build, once this is done, I can run the application again, but now I have organized it in a way that it takes less code, and it also allows you to change things at certain places. So here we are at the same application. We can do whatever we want, but now we have refactored all this code into a generic architecture with abstract classes as well. And this is what I wanted to show you. This is the customer lookup. And this is all done typically with the same code, but in a generic way. So this is, I know the last code was pretty quickly, but I hope that this gives you quite a good impression on how to do this kind of stuff. And with this, I think we are right on time. I would like to thank you for your attention. And if you want to play around with the code and check it out again, particularly the last one on the controller bit, check my GitHub account. You can download the project. It's up there, and have some fun with it. So not sure if there are any questions here. I will show the last page, but I'll put mine back on because this is obviously from the general sponsors of this conference. If we wait for a couple of 10 seconds, I'll probably put my contact details back on. Not sure if there are any questions.
No, in the chat is not any questions. Thank you very much for the session and hope to see you at the Netcoreconf. Stay
Excellent.
safe.
Yes,
Thank
you
you.
too. You too. You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thanks.
Trying to step back and see the view from above, 'cause I know that nothing lasts forever. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. 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 To where we belong, and we're trying to go somewhere new. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you.